Hey, what's up, guys? Chris here, Green Beret medic, husband, father, and most consistent guest here on I Came With Fire podcast. I'm sure all the OG members of the Fire fam already know what time it is, but hey, for the newbies out there, first of all, thanks for hitting that follow or subscribe button. And I want to welcome you into a special Sunday compilation episode of I Came With Fire podcast. Our research shows us that most people that join the channel for the first time don't go back through the library of existing content to catch up on what they've missed. So we like to put these special comp episodes together so that we can share with you some of our favorite content that we've made with some of the most fascinating guests that we've had the opportunity to have on. So today, what you're going to see is an episode we made with John Kiriakou. He's former CIA turned whistleblower. We've got Aaron Love from the One's Ready podcast and the War Room podcast coming on to talk about the 2 attempted Trump assassinations that happened during the presidential campaign last year. And finally, we've got John Majorowski, who's going to talk about the Rosicrucians, the Freemasons, and some of the weirdness that happens behind the curtain of these secret societies. A lot of fun, both researching and making these episodes, and we're excited to bring them to you. And because I'm the one introducing the comp this week, I am legally required to tell you that any and all opinions that you hear on this channel belong completely and totally to the hosts and the guests. They do not represent the United States Army, the Department of Defense, or any other entity within the United States government. Now, with that disclaimer out of the way, guys, enjoy this special compilation episode of the I Came With Fire podcast.
I was so shocked. I stood up. I said, "Oh, gentlemen," I said, "this is Cofer Black. He's the director of counterterrorism, and this is the head of operations for the Osama bin Laden unit." Cofer sat down and said, just like this, he said, "Something terrible is going to happen. We don't know exactly where or when, but we know it will be an attack on an unprecedented scale." He said, "We're picking up conversations between Al-Qaeda camp commanders and their students where the commanders are crying on the phone and saying, 'I'll see you in paradise.' We're hearing code words for a massive attack. The honey salesman is coming with vast quantities of honey." He goes, "I'm begging you, if you have any sources inside Al-Qaeda, please help us." And they just sat there. They didn't even respond. So he gets up and he leaves. Then I went to Cofer's office to thank him. And I said, "Cofer, I've got to ask you, I don't work on Al-Qaeda. Did you mean that, or was that just for their benefit?" And he said, "I meant every word of it. Something terrible is going to happen."
What the fuck?
So we had 0 sources inside Al-Qaeda. Our allies had 0 sources inside Al-Qaeda. And NSA can't do your job for you all the time, you know? And so if the Israelis had something, and I bet they did, they didn't give it to us.
Let's go!
Did you happen to see the email I'd sent you with the attachment?
Yes, thank you. I've got it open right here.
Oh, you're awesome. Yeah, I've never actually sent anybody what I was thinking before, and so you're a guinea pig right now. Yeah, and I like to try to keep conversations as organic as possible, like I said in the email I sent you. And something today, driving into work, I was driving into the gym, and I was like, man, something's telling me to send it to him, and I did. So you must have been putting thoughts out there in the universe or something, because it got to me, and I did. Right. I sent it to you. So
I'll tell you something funny. The first time I ever went on Fox, it was on Fox and Friends, and it was when my first book was coming out in 2010. And they sent me an email, and it said questions, and it was the questions that they intended to ask me. And I thought, oh, that's nice, that's helpful. And then like 45 minutes later, they sent me another email, and it says suggested responses.
Oh no!
And I was
No.
Not cool at all. No.
Suggested responses.
Right, exactly.
I know all about suggestions. Yeah.
You just confirmed something that I've suspected for such a long time.
Oh, man.
Yeah. It's like mandatory fun, you know?
Right.
It's not, you don't have to go to the squadron barbecue, but it's highly suggested.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
The commander's going to be there. He's bringing his family.
Exactly. So you have had quite the interesting life, and like Chris, Chris, I introduced you. It has, yeah. I introduced Chris to you relatively recently, but I've been listening to you for a while, some of your shows and things like that. But I can't believe some of the things that you've had to go through. And I thought one of the questions that Julian asked you on his podcast about reaching out to Elon and getting a pardon, I was curious if that's something that you were going to try and run down, because I think you absolutely deserve one.
Thank you
for what you know. And it's pretty incredible now that we've come this far away from GWAT. Right. Yeah. And we all know there's no question anymore. Right. The lies about weapons of mass destruction and all this other stuff that went on.
Crystal clear.
And you deserve it. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Alan Dershowitz called my lawyer. They're old friends. And he said, "Are you still representing John Kiriakou?" And my buddy said yes. And Dershowitz says, I want to be helpful. So Dershowitz wrote a letter to Trump saying that he recommends a pardon for me, and if Trump looks into the case, here's what happened, and Trump should know that I have Dershowitz's support. So then I emailed Dershowitz and I said, "Do you mind if I circulate this, and maybe we get another couple of signatories onto the letter?" And he said, "Yeah, but let's keep it exclusive. Let's keep it tight." So Tucker Carlson, I'm so proud to say Tucker Carlson's a friend of mine. So I called him first. Cool. He didn't even want to read the letter. He said, "If Dershowitz says it's okay, put my name on it," he said.
Good to go.
Awesome guy. So I put Tucker, and then I get an email from Judge Napolitano, and he said, "Hey, I heard this letter's going around. Put my name on it." So put his name on it.
That's incredible.
Then there's a guy named Brett Tolman, who was the U.S. Attorney for Utah. Okay. And he made a statement. I've never met the man, but he made a statement. He said the Kiriakou case was the template for the Democratic Party's policy of lawfare.
Oh, yeah.
So we called him. He said, "I'm happy to sign it." And then his secretary called later and said he never signs anything, but he said he'd sign this, so he did. And then, of all people, I get a call from Dr. Phil.
Oh, wow.
I know, right? "Will you come on the show?" I said, "Yeah, I love the show. Actually, I'm a longtime fan," I said. I thoroughly enjoy it. I go on the show, and at the end of the show, he asked me to come on a second time. So I go on a week later, a second time, and then he said, "Hey, would you consider coming on a third time?" And I said, "Yeah, I'd love to." And then I said, "But if I may be so bold, there's something I want to ask of you." I told him about this letter. He said, "Oh, I know about the letter." He said, "Go ahead and put my name on it."
Wow, that's incredible.
So I've got his name on it, too.
Very cool.
And then a buddy of mine, a very close friend, used to be the head of the Republican Party in Texas. Okay. And he texted me the other day. I just got back from Greece. I was in Greece for a week and a half or so. And he said, "Hey, this Bob Martin, he's the new pardon attorney. Bill Martin, maybe it is. He's the new pardon attorney. Trump just named him. I don't know if you know anything about him." I said, "No, just what I've read in the papers. I really don't know anything about him." And I said, "Steve, the problem is I don't know these people that come to Washington from." He used to be, this guy that we're talking about, Martin, used to be the Attorney General of Missouri. So when they come in for a new administration, I just don't know the outsiders. Mm-hmm. So I said, I don't have any way of getting in touch with this guy. Next thing I know, I get another text from my friend, and it says, "Dear Bob, I want you to meet John Kiriakou. If anybody deserves a pardon, it's him. Here's what happened. Here's what the Democrats did to him." And he just listed all. "I know how busy you are. Would you do me the favor of considering a pardon? Please respond yes." And then a second later, he says, "Yes. Nice to meet you, John."
That's incredible.
I don't know what else I could possibly do to try to come to the attention of Donald Trump.
I think you're on the right path. I mean, I don't think I've heard of a letter with weighty signatures like that before that fast.
No.
Especially, I mean, Dr. Phil,
Seriously.
I know, has to have a direct line to Donald Trump.
Well, I asked
Dude
him
was
that.
on the street with Tom Homan.
Yes, he was.
know?
And I was on the week after, and we talked about that. So I didn't know that he had this relationship with Donald Trump. So I said something to him. I said, Dr. Phil, it's my understanding that you're close to the president. And he said, actually, he said, I speak to the president every week, and we play golf once a month, and I will ask him to pardon you as a personal favor to me.
That's incredible.
So I don't know what else to do.
How long ago was that?
Wow.
That was April the 27th.
Well, okay.
well.
So, I mean, it's rounding out on a month almost for that time to play golf. So, well, I'm
And I
hoping to
gotta-
see some good news.
I hope so. I got a text from his producer, really, really lovely woman named LaFern. And she said, I just wanted you to know that every day I put this on the top of his inbox.
That's incredible.
So I said, thank you. I don't know what else to do.
Someone's looking out for you. A lot of people looking out
Yeah,
for
a
you.
lot of people.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
that's incredible.
I've been very fortunate. Very, very fortunate.
Well, that's the power of the truth, right?
You know what?
There
That's
it
a
is.
great way to say it. That's a great way to put it. And another thing about that, unless you want to save this for when we're recording.
No,
But,
we're already recording.
Oh,
You're good.
great. Okay. The truth always comes out.
It does.
Sometimes it takes years, but the truth always comes out.
It's unfortunate that a lie can make its way around the world before the truth puts its pants on in the morning, but eventually
That's right.
it does, and it does come out.
It does, man.
Absolutely true. Absolutely
No, that was a
true.
very succinct way to put that, Chris. I definitely agree. You know, there are people out there who are unfamiliar with what happened to you. If you wouldn't mind just breaking down, what was that like
Oh, sure.
going through this in the Obama CIA, right?
Yeah. So the genesis of this was that I blew the whistle on the CIA's torture program. And I did that when George W. Bush was president. The Bush FBI investigated me for a year, from December of 2007 to December of 2008. And they determined that I had not committed a crime. They sent my attorneys something called a declination letter, where they declined to prosecute me. And they did it for a very important legalistic reason. There is a law in this country making it a felony to classify a crime, right? You cannot classify a program if the program is a criminal act for the purpose of keeping the information from the American people.
Right.
And they said torture was a crime, clearly a crime.
Yes.
And so revealing the torture program cannot itself then be a crime.
Right. Whistleblower.
Exactly.
I was going to say this is the synthesis of the whistleblower laws that we have now. Or
That is
protection.
exactly right. Yes.
Yep.
And so my wife and I actually went out and celebrated that night. We went out to dinner. 3 weeks later, Barack Obama became president. And most people don't remember this, but as soon as he won the election, he announced that John Brennan would be the CIA director. And the liberals were up in arms. Oh, he's a torture apologist. We don't want him. And Obama withdrew the nomination.
Yeah.
But then he made Brennan the deputy national security advisor, which does not require Senate confirmation.
Said it. Confirmation.
Yeah. So as soon as they walked through the doors of the White House in January of 2009, John Brennan asked the Justice Department, Eric Holder being the Attorney General, to secretly reopen the case against me.
Wow.
And so for the next 3 years, my phones were tapped, my emails were intercepted, teams of FBI agents were following me everywhere, even like into church. You should read these reports. Subject went to church with his family. They were there for an hour and 15 minutes, and then they returned home. It's like, seriously? You spent
is all
$6
Patriot Act
million
enabled.
over 3 years to surveil me, and that's what you came up with. I went to church with my family.
Well, you're
So-
dangerous, you know.
Oh, yeah. And then in January of 2012, they arrested me, and they charged me with 5 felonies, including 3 counts of espionage, which, you know, can be a death penalty offense.
Yeah. Yep.
I hadn't committed espionage, of course, and eventually they were forced to drop those charges. But I ended up taking a plea to a lesser offense just to make it go away. What they did is they waited until I went bankrupt from legal bills, and then they dropped the espionage charges.
The process is the punishment.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. The process is the punishment. Exactly.
Now, this tapping your phone and all of that, that was all Patriot Act enabled, right?
Absolutely.
I was going to say, where's the warrant?
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
No.
FISA.
Yeah.
Yep.
No,
it was a nightmare.
Patriot Act is one of the most disgusting things that the government has done to the American people.
And it's been 24 years, and we haven't corrected yet.
No.
24 years. You know, when Ed Snowden went public, and that was the summer of 2013, it was 12 years ago that Snowden went public, I thought finally there's going to be some forward movement on recapturing our civil liberties. Nothing.
None.
No.
No, you're right.
They got too comfortable with it. The great tragedy of 9/12 is that I don't think we're ever going to have another day in American history where the United States population is so united to do a thing. My God. And George W. Bush had the consensus of the people to do anything that he wanted to do, and they were going to stand behind him. And what did the government use that consensus for? To come out with the Patriot Act and like underneath the waves just eroded the civil liberties of Americans to a point where I don't know if it is recoverable because of how deep the bureaucracy goes. I mean, there's levels.
I have to agree.
It's been just earlier this year with the advent of Doge, which has been such an interesting chapter that blew the lid off and showed people the deep underbelly connections between USAID and the CIA, which is a thing that we've been talking about for a while. But all of a sudden, when they actually showed people what was going on, I was like, been trying to tell you.
The American intelligence community has built careers now on operating this way. So it's become policy, and they don't know how to act any other way, how to operate any other way. This has become, the training that's been incorporated, right? So it's a generation of people that are used to functioning.
It's a generation, and we can't underestimate the power of that. I was telling somebody today that when I was at the CIA, I worked for a guy, a deputy director, who had this mantra that he would just repeat all the time, that the job of the CIA is to recruit spies to steal secrets and to analyze those secrets to allow our policymakers to make the best informed policy. It was as simple as that. And then on 9/12, the CIA became a paramilitary organization. And recruiting spies to steal secrets went out the window. It was all about killing the right people.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that was one of the biggest mistakes of the early GWOT was thinking that the paramilitary was going to be successful. Using the scalpel of special forces was going to be the answer, and we got the reply really fast, right? Operation Anaconda, I think, was one of the first times it indicated, hey, maybe this isn't the right way. And there's a really good book. The name of the author escapes me. It might be Stephen Cole, but it's called Not a Good Day to Die. And in that book, they talk about how much Army leadership spoke to the brass and said, hey, the way you're wanting to do things, right? The 82nd Airborne is meant to deploy in a very specific manner. And what you're doing is not how we train, so it's not how we should fight. And that these were the limb facts going into these operations that caused a lot of these issues. So the mindset from the beginning was off.
It was Sean Naylor.
That's exactly
Sean
right.
Naylor, thank you. Yeah.
Very good.
No, absolutely.
Sean Naylor.
Sean Naylor. Yeah, no, that's a really good book. For anybody listening who's never read that book, I'm just kind of curious though. Do you think that the apparatus, the intelligence community, the U.S. government has gotten any better for whistleblowing, for your whistleblowing, other whistleblowers? Do you think that things have improved because of it, or do you think that they just found ways to keep people like you down more efficiently?
Yeah, I don't think it's gotten better. We have a whistleblower protection law in this country, but national security whistleblowers are exempted from its protections. So the example that I like to use
crazy how that works.
It's nuts, yeah. The example I like to use is Tom Drake. If you don't know Tom Drake, he was an NSA officer. He was a member of the Senior Intelligence Service, right? So SIS level senior officer, former colonel in the Air Force. And his first day on the job was September 11th. And so he watched the whole thing unfold from an hour after he got into the office on his very first day of work. Now, there was an operation that NSA was planning to initiate called Thin Thread. Thin Thread was a very highly technical software package that would have allowed NSA to specifically target the telephone conversations of foreign nationals.
Okay.
But on September 11th, General Mike Hayden, who at the time was the head of NSA, later became the head of CIA, decided to cancel Thin Thread on September 11th in place of an operation called Stellar Wind.
That sounds familiar.
Stellar Wind just vacuumed up everybody's communications. Americans, non-Americans, made no difference. Phone calls, text messages, emails, any communication, all Americans just sucked it right up. Mm-hmm. Well, number one, it's illegal to intercept the communications of American citizens or U.S. persons, which include anybody in the United States on a green card. Mm-hmm. Number two, it is a violation of NSA's charter. The charter of NSA says that they may not collect on U.S. persons.
Right.
Well, 9/11 was a gift to NSA and CIA.
It was.
Sure. And so they've done it. And they've said, what are you going to do about it? You can't stop us. And we can't. We can't stop them. So Tom Drake went to his boss. He did exactly as they taught us to do. He went through his chain of command. He said, this is wrong. It's a violation of the charter, but it's a crime. It's a federal crime to intercept the communications of Americans without a warrant. His boss told him, you're brand new. You don't know what you're talking about. You need to shut your mouth. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So he went to the Inspector General's office. The Inspector General was not read into the compartment for Stellar Wind and didn't know what he was talking about. So he went to the General Counsel. The General Counsel said, buddy, this is way over your head. You need to stop. So then he went to the Pentagon Inspector General because NSA is a DOD agency. Mm-hmm. The Pentagon Inspector General called NSA and said, you guys have a rogue that you need to deal with.
Of course they did.
When he didn't get any satisfaction from the Pentagon, he went to the Congressional Oversight Committee. He went to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Okay, so literally everybody that he talked to was cleared.
Yeah.
And what he got for his trouble was 9 felonies, including 7 counts of espionage and 2 counts of theft of government property. The property being the information that he walked out of the building with in his head. So he was facing...
That's insane.
Yeah. Yeah. He was facing more than 100 years in prison. On the day of his arrest, the FBI raided his house, and they went to his wife, who was also at NSA, and said, we're raiding your house right now as we speak. We're arresting your husband. You're either with him or you're with us.
Oh, man.
And he said that she said, I'm with you.
Oh, man.
And so
dude,
they took everything. He ended up spending 8 years at the Apple store. The case fell apart. He hadn't committed a crime.
Yeah.
But he was bankrupt. And he lost his job, and he lost his clearance, and he lost his wife, and he lost his 5 kids, and he ended up at the Apple store.
This shit is so evil, and it's disgusting too, because I started off my career in the military as a signals intelligence analyst, so I can absolutely vouch, right? And I did work for CIA, like, under the programs or whatever that I was assigned to. But like, I can absolutely vouch for the fact that, like, day one on the job, they give you the briefing, right? This is like, you can't inadvertently target U.S. persons, whether they're stateside or foreign. Like you said, if they're here on a green card, reverse targeting, you can't do that either. That's where it's like, well, I want to listen to this guy, but I can't because he's a U.S. person, but I know who he's talking to and they're a foreigner, so I target them. And then when he pops up on their net, you go, oh, well, I was listening to guy B and guy A just happened to be on the phone just to catch people up. But that's reverse targeting. You can't do that either.
You can't do that. Exactly.
You're not, right? Like, you're not allowed to do that. And they tell you, hey, it happens. Like, we're processing all this data, and there will come a time where you're going to come across U.S. persons. It inadvertently happens, but you have to cease and desist. And you have, I think at the time it was 12 hours. You have so many hours to make a report up to your supervisor, and then all of that data is supposed to get wiped, and none of it's usable because there was a U.S. person on there, right? And they tell you all that. But then in practice, you see things like what you just described, or Hillary freaking Clinton with her BlackBerry of secrets, all this classified data, which is complete and total breach of systems, that she has it on a civilian phone, first of all, and then she gets away with, well, I didn't know it was classified. Brandon, if you pull somebody over and they go, well, I didn't know the speed limit was 35, is that
no, not justification. No,
so true. Oh my God.
And this is why everyday Americans are sick of this.
Yeah, there's one rule for you and me,
right?
Yep. And there's another rule for them.
Exactly.
Yes. It's almost like they don't want you whistleblowing, when they'll nail you to the cross and then ruin your life and then make your spouse choose them or you, right? That's pure. And she chose them, right? Like that's terrible.
Oh, she did. And you know what? While we're talking, I'm gonna call something up. Actually, it's easier to find it on my phone because I want to read you something, and okay. I'm gonna preface it by telling you that this is the third time that I've received something like this. Okay. So I got this, I'm going to say now it's 2 months ago. Let me find it. Here it is, right here. Listen to this. Dear John, it's so nice to finally speak with you. I've been watching your YouTube interviews and I love all the content, and I've been wanting to reach out to you for many years. I'm one of the FBI agents who would like to personally apologize to you for the disgraceful way that the FBI and our federal government treated you. I worked with both FBI headquarters and the Washington field office team on your case, and I know many of the personnel that you're familiar with. That case was directed and driven by senior-most officials. The mid-level and street-level personnel were against it, I promise you. But nevertheless, we just followed orders. Anyway, I've always felt bad about your case, for you and your family and the way you were treated, and I wanted to personally apologize. Sincerely, and then he names.
I mean, that's great that he wrote you this email or whatever and apologized to you, but that bit that Chris reacted to too is I was just following orders. That's how this stuff stops. Yeah. Is with you, the mid-level street guys, like you said, refusing to do this stuff. It's the whole they can't arrest us all idea, right? If we all refuse to do this shit, then it won't happen anymore because that's where the power comes from. It's that picture of the politician standing on a plank at the end of a cliff and all the other people standing on the cliff holding them up. If you just walk away, there's no power, there's no leverage anymore, right? Like that's what bugs me the most about the following orders thing. That's not good enough, right?
It doesn't get service members out of committing war crimes. There's no justification. Right. I was just following orders, so you committed a war crime. You can't do that.
No. That's right.
No.
You're right.
No, exactly. That's no, 100%. That's correct. It's literally why too the oath of enlistment and the oath of that officers take commissioning are two different oaths as well. It's built into that, we've been doing this for a while, the Geneva Conventions, a lot of these the Hague, like we have these rules. You can't say these things. So, the Nuremberg trials, these things aren't justification for the evil acts that you do, it's just nuts to hear. Do you think that do you think that there are people still inside the system now watching you do what you do and keep tabs on you because of it?
Yes.
Yes.
I think
Look
I'm
at that
supposed to
face.
say no.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you why I say yes. I was very, very fortunate in October in that these YouTube interviews that I do, podcast interviews that I do, came to the attention of a speakers bureau in London.
Okay.
And they hired me. They signed me to give 100 speeches around the world, all around the world, over the next year. So it's potentially very lucrative. So we did the first 4 speeches in Ireland and Northern Ireland. They sold out weeks in advance, literally every ticket. Then I did 4 more speeches in Scotland and Northern England, sold out weeks in advance. And then I was scheduled 2 weeks ago for 4 more speeches in like Liverpool, Sheffield, Cardiff, and one other place I forget.
Okay.
The website got 212,000 hits, and they sold 7 tickets.
Yeah, that's not indicative of anything, right?
Right.
Well, these guys are Brits, and one of them used to work at MI6. So he called, and he was like, can you tell me what's going on here? And they said, we're aware of Mr. Kyriakou speaking tour. We've done nothing to interfere with it. Okay.
That's an odd thing to say.
It is an odd thing to say, right? Hey, you said you knew Chris Steele, right? Like he's keeping tabs on you.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody is.
I worked with Chris Steele in the spring of 2000. Yeah.
That's an interesting relationship. You talked a lot about this on Julian's podcast, but it is the way you described it, this person, this God within MI6, and to watch them go down the way they did. Would you mind just going over that? I mean, that blew my mind listening to you describe that. You have a very good way of explaining things, but it did. I'm just sitting there. I'm like, this is nuts.
It is kind of nuts. So in the spring of 2000, the British defense attaché in Athens was assassinated. He happened to be my next door neighbor. And I got involved in the case because he was my next door neighbor, and he was assassinated by the group that I was there to target, Revolutionary Organization 17 November. So I was declared to the British services, and my job was to shuttle back and forth between Athens and London, plan these joint operations, and we're gonna try to crack these guys and bring the killers to justice. There had always been an Arab component to Greek terrorism. The Greeks trained side by side with Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP, GC, Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the Abu Nidal organization. They're all under the umbrella of Carlos the Jackal.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm the middleman with the Brits. So I go to London. I'm targeting this one Arab in particular, and they introduce me to Chris Steele. They say, this is Chris Steele, and you're going to be working with him. Hi, nice to meet you. And then the MI5 guys. The MI5 guys are really, really cool guys. You'd want to go have a beer with, you know. Chris Steele was a gentleman, but he's kind of a James Bond figure. You don't necessarily want to have a beer with him.
Sure.
But the MI5 guys were lots of fun. So we'd go out and drink and talk and swap, lies and stuff like that. So
I like that.
They said, Chris Steele, this is a very big deal. They're putting top priority if they're naming Chris Steele to this case. And I said, yeah. I said, Stephen Saunders was a friend of mine. He was my next door neighbor. And the way they blew him up is what it did. They shot him with an anti-tank round, shot his hand completely off, hit him 3 times in the chest with a .45. This was an ugly assassination.
Yeah.
And so I worked with Chris Steele, and 2 hours later, sure enough, we caught a lucky break, but the group was exposed. They were all arrested. The leaders got 1,789 years in prison each, and the thing was done.
Okay.
And then I left the agency a couple of years later in 2004. My resignation was effective 2005, and I just kind of forgot about Christopher Steele. until, what was it, 2016?
Yeah.
And I remember saying, this can't be the same Chris
guy.
Steele. It can't be, because this guy's a bumbling fool, right?
Right.
But it was Chris Steele. And I'll tell you, I've come up with what I think is an explanation of what happened. Christopher Steele was a collector. He was an operations officer. He was not an analyst. Well, in a perfect world, the job of a collector is just to collect. And then even if you know what you're collecting is horse shit, you send it in, and the analysts decide if it's horse shit or if it's good intelligence.
Yep.
Right.
Okay, but
You don't know what's important or not. As the
Exactly.
collector. That's what the
Exactly.
analysts always tell you. Right.
They always tell you that because they're the experts. All right? And I say that because I used to be an analyst too. I started off as
Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah.
nobody's as smart as the analysts are. So you just do your job collecting from your source, and the analyst will decide if it's important.
Right.
Well, but he's not in MI6 anymore. He's essentially a private investigator. So as a private investigator, he should have said, oh, look at this report. It says that Donald Trump went to Moscow and hired prostitutes to pee on Barack Obama's bed. Okay, first of all, that's absurd.
It is absurd.
Secondly, how does it advance your study? Even if it's true, how does it advance your study? It doesn't. So discard it. He didn't discard it because he figured there's this gigantic analytics staff out there somewhere. I'm just going to send it all in and let the Clinton people worry about it. And instead, he made a complete ass of himself. And at the end of the day, made an ass of Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party as well.
Thank goodness.
She didn't need much help.
No. No. Agreed.
Yeah. No, I think that your assumption is probably right. You're passing off intel that you collected to Americans who you think surely are going to vet this information.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like that just seems like a no-brainer to me.
I'll tell you, one time when I was an analyst, I sent a collection cable to the field. There was this specific woman that I needed to collect some intelligence on. I don't even remember why she was important to the study, but she was the only person that I was covering where we just didn't have anything. So I sent a cable out to the field saying, please collect on this woman. Here are the 8 things that I need to know. I get a cable back a couple of weeks later. It was almost as though they were mocking me by sending in this cable, saying, yes, Mrs. So-and-so is well known in these parts. She's known as the hot dog lady because she went to school in North Carolina, and it was at the University of North Carolina that she ate her first hot dog, and she fell in love with hot dogs. And now she's known to mention to American diplomats how fond she is of hot dogs. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I asked you specific questions.
Yeah.
So I sent an email out to the field saying, dude, what are you doing? You knew this cable came from me. You knew I'm serious. I got to write this thing for the fucking White House, and you're telling me about the hot dog lady? But that's what happened with Chris Steele, but reverse.
Yeah. The hot dog story sounds like something bad ChatGPT might write for you, right? That's what it sounds like. The hot dog lady, just this whole story about relish and onions and chili, and that's excellent. So John, I sent you a short. I could jokingly say short list of things I wanted to talk to you about. So I'm going to kind of steer the conversation over this for a little bit. We were talking 9/11 for a bit, and you were a part of the agency when 9/11 happened.
Yes.
First off, we actually had the opportunity to talk to another person who was there when 9/11 happened. His name is Rick Prado. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Rick.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I sat 20 feet away from him.
Yeah, great guy. Yeah. His book is awesome. Love talking to Rick.
I did a review.
He was great friends as well with Billy Waugh, another absolute legend. Yep.
I'll tell you, Billy and I did some cool stuff
Yeah?
out in the Middle East together just before 9/11, weeks before 9/11.
I got to get an example real quick. Yeah. Do you mind sharing an example with us real quick?
Oh yeah, I'll tell you the best my best Billy Waugh story.
Okay.
He and I had done we were training Middle Eastern intelligence services in counterterrorism operations.
Okay.
So we went out to the Middle East. We were there for 6 weeks. 6 months, and at one point, Billy was old school. He had like 17 Purple Hearts. It was one short of the record, and he had been in the Second World War and Korea and Vietnam. Never
He's an
married.
American badass.
Oh, total American badass. And finally, the head of the service came to me one day, and he said, "Please do me a favor." I said, "Anything, Your Excellency. Anything you need."
Right, yeah.
"Please tell Billy, no more F, no more GD. We're Muslims. We can't hear these words." I said, "Excellency."
Oh my gosh.
I said, "Your Excellency, Billy's a special kind of American. He doesn't even realize he's saying it.
Right.
It just comes out." So we go back to headquarters.
That's awesome.
I would
go
expect
back to
nothing less
headquarters.
from a Green Beret,
Nope.
dude. Like
Nope.
he's one of ours.
Yeah.
I tell you, I loved the guy. I really did. So we go back to headquarters, and we're only back for like 2 weeks, and 9/11 happens.
Mm-hmm.
Billy disappears.
Yeah.
I start going to the bosses at CTC, the Counterterrorism Center, saying, "You got to send me to Afghanistan. You got to send me to Afghanistan." It was like I'm making a pest of myself.
Right.
I was one of only a small handful of people that spoke Arabic fluently, and I figured, they need translators or whatever, interrogators.
They definitely did.
Yeah, they didn't. I didn't know this yet. And then I run into Billy in the hall. I said, "Billy, where you been?" He looks around. He goes, "Afghanistan." I said,
Oh,
"What
man.
What are you doing in Afghanistan?" He goes, "I've been killing people. What do you think I've been doing?" And
God damn it.
Yeah. Motherfucker. So
Right.
it was at that moment that I was like, oh my God, of course he's killing people. That's why they haven't sent me. They don't need translators. They're not translating anything.
They need Terminators.
Exactly. And that was Billy.
Translate this.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude.
I took a gun course with him, and we were practicing with a Remington pump action 12 gauge, and he said, "You know why we use the 12 gauge?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Why?" I said, "Because it's easy to clean, it's easy to load, and you don't have to do anything for it to be ready."
That's the classroom answer.
Yeah, and he goes, "And what's the other reason?"
It's hard to miss with
I
it.
said, I don't know. He goes, "It makes this bitchin' sound." I said, "Yeah,
That's awesome.
That's a good reason."
Oh, man. What a legend, man. Freaking, what's her name? Annie Jacobson. She had her book,
Yeah.
I think, Surprise, Kill, Vanish. She talks about Billy's early life. It's just, the guy is all American, right? Like just his early story and just everything he'd gone through. Like you said, World War II all the way. The guy was still killing people in the GWAT. That's just crazy, man. When you think of, go ahead, Chris.
I was
he
just
had
gonna
be
say-
the only American in that position.
Right, and he's also the guy that if you saw him in like a downtown bar in Fayetteville, like he's so unassuming looking that you don't even
he's
realize
skinny.
it's like that guy sitting at the edge of the bar has killed more people than cancer
Than malaria.
You're like
Exactly.
which guy? Like
Yeah.
Just- yeah.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. He was telling this story. We were out in the Middle East, and he's like, "I parachuted in behind enemy lines," and it was unclear whether it was Vietnam or Korea. Behind enemy lines, and he got trapped back there, so he had to make his way south again to cross into our territory, and there was no food, and so he took a razor blade and he cut a vein or artery on a water buffalo, and he's drinking the blood from the water. And I go, "Wait a minute." I said, "That was in Apocalypse Now. That wasn't you."
Oh, my gosh. Where do you think they got it from?
Yeah.
John? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Oh, dude. What a legend.
He was telling the story later at headquarters, the same story, but in that version, he was naked, right?
There you go.
Like they
Even
had taken
better.
his clothes. I'm like, oh my God, Billy. Oh my God.
It was just me, God, and this water buffalo.
And I said to him one time, he mentioned that he had 17 Purple Hearts.
Mm-hmm.
I said, Billy, that has to be some kind of record, right? It has to be. And he goes, no, there's some sorry-ass motherfucker in North Carolina. I had 18.
Oh, man.
Okay.
And that's my one
Sorry.
regret.
In fact, his license plate on his car, he had a personalized plate, and it was 17 hits.
Oh, that's
And I
awesome.
said something to him. I said, are
Still
you
moving.
freaking kidding me? You have
Yeah.
17 Purple Hearts? He goes, yeah, and I got the bullet holes to prove it.
Yeah.
That's amazing, man.
Yeah.
I will go out on a limb and say they don't make them like that anymore. You
Not
know,
a chance.
it's like your football
and you know
coach.
what? And there will never be another one because we're transitioning to drone warfare now, and just the nature of warfare is
Right.
changing. There will never be a soldier who would even be in a position
Right.
to do what Billy Waugh did over the course of his
That's
life,
a great
let
point.
alone to do it for more than a half a century.
Right.
Yeah, and since this is Memorial Day weekend, Billy Waugh passed away April 4th, 2023, the age of
Yeah.
93. So
Rest
pouring out for Billy this.
93 years old. He was very, very proud of his niece, who lived in Las Vegas, I recall. And just a couple of years before he died, she ghost wrote his memoir. So it's out there. And we used to tell him all the time, Billy, you got to write this stuff down. You've got to write this stuff down. And he didn't have any kids. He had never been married. And he said, yeah, my niece, I'm telling my niece these stories. I said, she's got to make sure that she gets this published. And she did just before his death.
Good on her.
Yep.
Good on her. Now, I was talking about him. It's like that speech your football, everybody's football coach gave him. It's like the one kid that he's got standing up next to him. Everybody's on a knee. He's like, I wish I had 10 more of you, like with the heart that this guy. It's the only people I'd let play. You know what I mean? It's like that's Billy standing there. Except he's not the C-rated dude. That he's trying to use to inspire the other guys. But
and think of it this way too. I'm sorry to drag this out, but
you're good. This is awesome.
But at 9/11. Billy was one of that little teeny tiny team that parachuted in and bought horses from the Northern Alliance and just started galloping to Kabul. He was 71 years old at the time.
I know.
Dude, context, right?
It's nuts.
I know.
It is nuts. They had to be juicing that dude too, man. Like he probably had so much awesome shit going on at 71. I'm sure they did, dude. But still, 71. Like not to diminish being out there at 71. I'm just saying, like, there's probably some cool stuff going on behind the scenes with a hypodermic needle. That's badass.
God
That's so
bless him.
badass. Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah.
71 is insane to be out there just murking dudes. No, especially riding a horse. You know?
Riding a horse.
Yeah,
Dude, I've been a
just crazy.
proponent for a long time. I don't understand why we don't let our special operators take performance-enhancing drugs.
Yeah,
I think that
Totally agree.
You should want your special operators to just be like the most testosterone-fueled, like blood-crazed
Manimals.
bulldogs, just manimals, dude. Like you should want that. You know what I mean?
100%,
And then of course when they exit out of the military, take them through the proper steps to cycle them down, right? But no, I think they absolutely should. Like I don't know why
I don't
they
see
don't.
a problem with that at all, man. In no way, shape, or form. I completely agree. If you got people on your team out there killing folks, you should want them to be the best killers on the face of this earth, dude. Like that just seems like common sense to me. But yeah, all right. So let's move into some of this stuff. We're gonna pivot and tinfoil it up just a little bit, John, if you're cool with that.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So what I was saying before, we got down this awesome rabbit hole on Billy Waugh and Rick Prado, but you were in the agency when 9/11 happened, and there are all these reports of Israeli students going around New York, right? I use students in air quotes, okay, trying to sell art, trying to come in and ask questions. They knocked on people's doors, their private residences, going into the World Trade Center, these things like that. And I just want to ask you, what do you think, if any, Israel's involvement in 9/11 was, if you think that argument has any validity at all?
I don't.
Okay.
But I will say that the stories of the dancing Israelis, that those stories were all true.
Yeah.
And they were true for a kind of an obvious reason, because 9/11 was like the greatest gift that anybody could have given to Israel.
Yeah, Netanyahu said that.
Oh, yeah. And he meant it.
Yeah.
Because it guaranteed the wholesale slaughter of Muslims. That's what
Right.
it came down to. What do they say? 2 million people died between warfare and sanctions and what have you, starvation. The only place that I could see the Israelis conspiring would have been if they had some sort of advance notice. And they very well may have, because their intelligence services are so great. And if they had advance notice, they never told us anything.
Right.
I say in my first book, on July 6th, 2001, totally normal day, I was entertaining a group of Middle Eastern intelligence officers, mid-level, major, lieutenant colonel level intelligence officers. We did this every single day. You bring them to the headquarters building, you give them a day of briefings, you exchange gifts, they get a photo op with the director, and then you take them out to an expensive dinner that night, and then you do the whole thing again the next day with another country's intelligence service. So, July 6th, we had this group of guys. It was 6 of them, and I had arranged a full day of briefings, including an hour on Al Qaeda. And I just went over to the analytics side of CTC, and I asked this kid, junior analyst, can you come and talk to these intel guys? So it comes time for the briefing, and instead of this junior kid coming in, Kofor Black comes in, the director of the Counterterrorism Center, along with the chief of operations for the Alex Station, the Osama bin Laden unit.
Okay.
And I was so shocked. I stood up. I said, "Oh, gentlemen," I said, "This is Kofor Black. He's the director of counterterrorism, and this is the head of operations for the Osama bin Laden unit." Kofor sat down and said, just like this, he said, "Something terrible is going to happen. We don't know exactly where or when, but we know it will be an attack on an unprecedented scale." He said, "We're picking up conversations between Al-Qaeda camp commanders and their students where the commanders are crying on the phone and saying, 'I'll see you in paradise.' We're hearing code words for a massive attack. The honey salesman is coming with vast quantities of honey. There's going to be a huge wedding. There's going to be a great football match." He said, all code for an attack.
Oh, the wedding.
He goes, "I'm begging you, if you have any sources inside Al-Qaeda, please help us." And they just sat there. They didn't even respond. So he gets up and he leaves. At the end of the day, I told these guys, "Go back to the hotel. I'll pick you up at 7, and we're going to go out to dinner." Then I went to Kofor's office to thank him. And I said, "Kofor, I've got to ask you, I don't work on Al-Qaeda. Did you mean that? Or was that just for their benefit?" And he said, "Oh, I meant every word of it. Something terrible is going to happen."
What the fuck, man?
We had 0 sources inside Al-Qaeda. Our allies had 0 sources inside Al-Qaeda. And NSA can't do your job for you all the time, you know? And so if the Israelis had something, and I bet they did, they didn't give it to us.
What? Why do you think they didn't?
Because they want us to be involved. They want us to be there militarily killing Muslims. I'll tell you another thing. A couple of nights before we invaded Iraq, by then I was the executive assistant to the CIA's deputy director. So I'm involved in all these high level conversations. The president, the vice president, the secretaries of state and defense, the national security advisor. And we got a message from the Israelis saying, "We want to be involved in the attack on Iraq." And George Tenet was the CIA director. George said, "Absolutely not. Not under any circumstances can the Israelis be involved.
Right.
So we passed the message back to the Israelis, absolutely no involvement. Within 24 hours, all of Iraq's communications towers in the Western Desert just started toppling over. They were three-legged commo towers. And somebody planted explosives on one of the three legs all the way up and down the Iraqi-Jordanian border. And I remember George saying, those fucking Israelis, they just can't take no for an answer.
You know, that is almost the act of an enemy.
Yeah. Well, we rate them as critical threat for counterintelligence. They're not friends of ours.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That seems to be lost on a lot of people. Go ahead, Chris. I see you chomping at the bit over there.
I was just going to say that the way that you described that, I don't get so wrapped around the axle when other countries act in their best interest. I expect other countries to act in their best interest, right? It would be weird if they didn't.
Yes.
What really chaps my ass is when people like American citizens or American politicians act in a way that puts the best interest of another country before the United States.
You are so right.
That's the thing.
Wearing an IDF uniform in Congress?
Dude,
wearing an IDF uniform in Congress, having the Israeli flag outside your office door on Capitol Hill.
And that guy was not a Ranger, by the way.
Tom Cotton, I'm looking at you.
Yeah. No,
exactly.
I completely agree. Did they show up for dinner at 7?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they did.
I was kind of half waiting for you to be like, they didn't show up.
Oh, no, free steaks at Morton's? Yeah, they showed up.
I was going to say, you took them out for barbecue, right? Yeah.
You know, there was one, I won't give you the name just because I don't want to, go to prison again, but there was one liaison service that they were just so poor. We had to pay for them to come over. We paid for their hotels. And then they didn't own clothes appropriate for Morton's, so I bought them suits. They were just off the rack, but I had to buy them suits so that I could take them out for steaks.
That's kind of a cool story, though.
This raises a really interesting question because if we didn't bring it up earlier, actually, I need to say this before we go deeper into this.
Oh yeah. Give your
any and all opinions that you hear are completely those of the people speaking on this podcast. They don't represent the Department of Defense, the United States Army, or any other entity within the DoD or within the United States government. I have to say that because I'm still active duty.
That is absolutely right.
Yes. If anybody understands, it's John.
I have personal experience. I told you a little bit earlier where I started, and then eventually I moved into the special operations realm, and now I'm in special forces. So I have a quite a bit of experience with you were describing earlier. It's like, this is what we do when we get together with the VIPs, the leaders, and I'm like, that sounds like the beginning of every JSET ever that we ever go on. It's all like kind of the same tactics, right, that we use. And I've also, as I'm sure you're aware, it's like anytime that you ever work with an allied force or a partner force or anything like that, it's always like, hey, what can you give me? It always comes down to the American dollar, right? And so one of the things that you're completely trained on, especially when you go through the Special Forces qualification course, is like the art of never promising anything, right? You have to go into a meeting and come out of the meeting. You need to be their best friend, but you can't give away the farm either because they're just going to ask you for everything, right? But in the end, there's a certain amount of dough that you got to pony up, right? Because you got to bring your worth. And I think, it's the good SF officers are the ones that figure out how not to lean on the op fund as the easy button. You have to get buy-in through other means that makes you relevant to your partner, right? But a lot of guys do. They fall in that trap. They just hit the op fund and they pay for shit. And then, it's like, oh, hey, they love us. Well, yeah, they love you while you're here because you're buying them stuff. But then as soon as you leave, do you think that they're going to show that same fidelity to the next unit that comes in and replaces you? You just signed a check for the next commander that has to come in here of expectations, you see? And so my question is kind of a lead up, providing context for that. Do you think, from the benefit of your experience, that the United States has spent its way into a lot of these problems that we have with our adversaries and even some of our allies, as we're talking about Israel?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Israel's the easiest example. But I'll give you a personal example in Pakistan. You know, I get questions all the time. How was the relationship with Pakistan? Was it hard to work with them? Did you trust them? Did you like them? Absolutely, yes. I liked and trusted those guys with my life. I mean, I really did trust them with my life. But it's like there were two separate ISIs, two separate Pakistani intelligence services. There were the counterterrorism guys that I worked with, every one of whom was educated at Sandhurst, every one of whom spoke English as well as I did. And then there were the other ISI guys with the long beards, the ones that were always away in Kashmir doing something. And those guys didn't like us, not even a little bit. But while we're out there doing operations or planning operations, and we have literally unlimited budgets, there was no shame on the part of the Pakistanis in saying, hey, those night vision goggles you guys are using, we'd really like to have 20 of those. And
20 specifically.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the weapons that you brought out here, you're going to leave those here, right? You don't need to take all those weapons back. And the satellite dishes that you brought in, that you have at the safe house, can we keep those satellite dishes? Hey, what about those encrypted walkie-talkies that you have? We've never seen those. Can we get a couple of pairs of those? And it's like the next thing you know, you've left $100,000 worth of equipment that you just bought for that specific operation, and they've asked if they can have all of it. So what do? Do you give it to them? We want them to be our friends. We want them to do what we tell them to do. But then are they going to use it in Kashmir? They're going to use it against the Indians. They're going to give it to the Pakistani Taliban to use against Jews in Mumbai. What do?
Well, now you're setting a dangerous precedent.
Right? Yes.
So
go ahead, Chris.
That immediately made me think of the completely and totally botched Afghanistan withdrawal.
Oof.
And so there's a narrative that it was complete and total incompetence that happened there. And I do think that you should never attribute to malice that which can reasonably be explained by incompetence.
Couldn't agree more.
But that being said, and based on the example you just walked us into, do you think that the possibility exists that $85 billion worth of American war equipment was left behind in Afghanistan for a purposeful reason?
Oh, I think the answer is an easy yes. Because in any previous conflict like that, we would have destroyed everything. In advance, you just destroy everything.
There's protocol for that.
You took the words right out of my mouth. There's protocol for that.
Talk
even
burn, baby.
Inside,
there's an SOP.
Yes, even inside embassies. You always have your kill disc sitting right next to the computer. So that you don't have to go digging for it in a safe or a filing cabinet or whatever. You just stick it in the computer, it kills everything. Right? So that whatever they take from you when they come over the wall, it's useless to them. Why in the world would we have left all that equipment without even making the pretense of trying to destroy even some of it? That doesn't make any sense. And I heard something very interesting over the weekend. I was talking to a buddy of mine. We worked in the Middle East together 35 years ago. Now he's an ambassador. And he was in Afghanistan during the withdrawal. And he said, we were constantly on the phone with the Taliban while that was happening. And even they didn't expect it to fall apart as fast as it did. It was organic. And it was almost as though they were trying to restrain people so that we could get out, and then they wouldn't get blamed for deaths of Americans. And then they just lost control of it.
Yeah. Now, what would the long game be then in leaving all that stuff?
The only thing that might make sense, and this is a stretch, but the Taliban hated the Iranians as much as they hated us. The Taliban are fundamentalist Sunni. Iran is Shia. Right before 9/11, the Taliban executed something like 7 Iranian diplomats. diplomatic immunity be damned. They just executed them. And forgive me if I'm going off too much on a tangent. But,
no, you're good. Absolutely,
but I think I can answer the second part of this with a story from my time at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I joined the Senate Foreign Relations Committee staff in 2009 as the senior investigator. And I decided to do a study on Afghan heroin poppy cultivation. Okay. So, I flew out to Bagram, we helicoptered down to Kandahar and then to Lashkar Gah, and I'm interviewing people, and I interviewed this poppy farmer, and he said he was very frustrated. He goes, "Yeah, the Americans told me in 2001 I could grow all the poppy I wanted if I told them where the Arabs were."
Okay.
And my handler didn't want to hear that, and he rushed us back to the helicopter. So anyway, I get back to D.C. I call a buddy of mine at DEA, and I said, "Hey, I want to see you. I just got back, and there are a couple of things I want to run past you." Well, he was working at this secret off-site facility out in the sticks. So I go out there, and I'm telling him about the trip, and he says, "Buddy," he goes, "you know you're never going to get this paper published, right?" And I said, "No, why?" And he goes, "Afghanistan produces 93% of the world's heroin.
Yeah.
All of that heroin goes to Iran and Russia, and we want them to be addicted to heroin. It makes their societies weaker." And I wonder if that's all part of it with the Taliban. Just keep producing the heroin, send it to Iran. Fuck the Iranians. Nobody cares. And, sure enough, John Kerry killed that paper. It never was published. I never got it out. And now you have to think, and this is just as an aside, is this why we can't control the flow of fentanyl into the United States? Because the Chinese want us to be addicted to fentanyl.
Correct.
They want us to weaken our society.
Yep.
And they've done such a good job of separating themselves from the means and production, right?
You can say
it's
that
almost
again.
like they've given themselves like plausible deniability in a way.
Yeah. Just blame it on the Mexicans.
Cutouts for days.
Cutouts for days, right? Blame it on the Canadian mom trying to put food on the table for her 2 kids who's smuggling it across the border, and she's good because she's white and doesn't get stopped, right?
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is a tale as old as time, really. Doing things like this to try and means other than violence in a way to erode society. It's payback. That's the way the Chinese look at it for the Opium Wars, right?
Yes.
Like the United States is the West, even though the British Empire is who perpetrated that.
But it's a great analogy.
It is.
It really is the Opium Wars.
Mm-hmm. So it's justified, right? Mm-hmm. It's justified. The things that I do to you, you do to me, we'll do back to one another, right? I mean, it's the playbook, right?
All these ancient cultures have very long memories.
And love and war.
They do, right? Chinese, 5,000 years old. The Russians, very old people too, especially in the Middle East. Like all of these things. This is not new to them by any means. So, okay, I love this conversation. It's not the one I thought we were going to have, but it's the one I'm loving that we're having. Absolutely. Because you have, like I said, you have a very excellent way of explaining things. I love when you start cooking, for sure. I want to take it back. We were talking about World War II a minute ago. We were talking about Billy Waugh, OSS and the Jedburghs. How much do you know about Bill Donovan?
Yeah.
Wild Bill?
Kind of a lot.
Wow, Bill. Yeah, I would think you would. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna go through some of my notes here, starting with him. He recruited a lot of Ivy League guys, Yale specifically. We all know there's so many people in American politics who were Skull and Bones members, and these guys. There's a lot of reasons I think you could say why he went to institutions like Ivy League schools to recruit people in these societies, because you can trust them. They understand trust. They understand secrets. So there's like the logical reason on the surface. And then, like I put in here, he was also friends with a lot of MI6 guys who were Masons. With all these theories, right? About like Masonic influence, occult societies, bloodline recruitment. Have you ever seen any of these unspoken networks, so to speak?
Oh, sure.
Within, let's. I want to hear all the examples.
Sure.
This is yes.
This was the generation before mine at the CIA, but my mentor, my rabbi at the CIA was a guy named Gus Avrakatis. And Gus became famous in retirement thanks to his a portrayal of him by Philip Seymour Hoffman in the movie Charlie Wilson's War. So Gus was very, very proud of being one of the very first non-Ivy League operational hires. He said that he was an outcast from when he first arrived because, I mean, this is a guy that grew up in an immigrant household. He's ethnically Greek, graduated from the University of Pittsburgh. He's not a Yale or Dartmouth or Princeton.
Sure. And
he just didn't fit in. But he was one of the best case officers that ever graced the halls of the CIA. And he said it was a fight at the beginning because he used to call them dandies. They were all fucking dandies, he would say. You know, they all went to Yale. They all spoke with those New England Yankee accents. They all had money. They all had homes in Georgetown. He said they were all exactly the same. And then here comes Gus and this new generation of people who didn't go to Yale or people who had friends that were black. That was another thing. Gus grew up in Aliquippa, Pennsylvania. And I mean, crazy as it sounds, the CIA in the 60s, the early 60s, established an NAACP chapter at headquarters, and Gus joined.
Really?
And it's because he grew up in Aliquippa, that's like 70% black, and he almost considered himself to be black. Gus and I, not just Gus and I, but a lot of the Greek Americans at the CIA are also members of a group called HEPA, the American Hellenic Educational and Progressive Association. I mean, HEPA was formed in 1922. Now we raise money for scholarships and medical research, and we built a hospital in Thessaloniki and stuff like that. But in 1922, there was a group of Greek immigrants in Atlanta that were shocked to see one day a black man hanging from a tree and wanted to know what the heck this was.
Yeah.
Only to have, the concept of lynching described to them. And they decided to take up arms to try to protect black people from the hatred of antebellum, South.
Right.
And so Gus felt this very deep tie to the black community. And back then, if you were black at the CIA, you were a secretary or a janitor. That was it.
Okay.
And he was one of those guys who, when he finally found himself in a position of authority, he made senior intelligence service too. He did his damnedest to open the place up. Minorities, women, people that came from non-traditional backgrounds but had funky languages that they were expert at. He was a pioneer. Before he was there, it was a closed club, and we weren't members.
That cracks me up too, because for all this talk that we've had over the last probably 10 years and all this push for diversity, right? Diversity becomes the number one the number one bullet point that everybody's trying to shoot for. What's hilarious to me is that the CIA or the FBI or any one of the intelligence communities that requires field work, you would think that they would recognize that actual diversity, as in the colors of people's skin, actually gives them an advantage, because you do have to be able to blend into the population. It's one of the only organizations where that makes sense to be a reason to hire.
And in fact,
that's a good point.
Yeah.
In fact, exactly the opposite happened.
Right.
Where, I don't know if you've ever heard of Jeffrey Sterling. Jeffrey was a CIA whistleblower as well. But he is an Iran expert. Mm-hmm. He's an attorney. He's fluent in Farsi, and he just happens to be black. And so he goes through the training. His language skills are amazing, and he gets assigned to a position in the Middle East. He ships out all of his household effects. It's already on the ship. It departs Baltimore. It's on its way to the Middle East. And then his boss rescinds the appointment and says, no, instead we're going to send you to Europe. And he said, why? And his boss said, we think it would look too weird for a black man to be speaking Farsi. And he said, when did you realize I was black? And then almost immediately filed a racial discrimination suit. Once he did that, he's put on a PIP. He's suspended with pay, then suspended without pay, then fired, and then finally prosecuted.
Playboy.
So yeah, it's not easy.
No. Let me try to reframe. I'm going to reframe this question a little bit differently, because I don't think maybe I did a good job asking it. With this selection of a lot of these guys into like the Jedburgh program and some of the occult, I guess, overtones in Skull and Bones and some of these other organizations. Okay. And Donovan also backed a lot of the psychological manipulation stuff that eventually led into MK Ultra,
MK
right?
Ultra.
Like Project Bluebird, Artichoke, all these things. Okay.
Yep. Chickwit.
Yep. How much of that was on purpose, the seeking of these people in these societies with these occult overtones? Was the occult overtones part of the decision, and is that incorporated into any of this, these psychological operations that were brought on people? That is a
great question. Nobody has ever asked me that question before.
Oh, there we go.
And I'm embarrassed to say I don't know the answer. I never really thought of it from that perspective. But having framed it like that, I would have to say it wouldn't surprise me. Mm-hmm. When you've got people who were so obsessed with communism that you're hiring psychics and LSD scientists and prostitutes, to dose their johns and try to have their minds read by CIA pseudoscientists. I could see that happening. The occult angle, I really honestly don't know anything about. But I would have to say probably yes to the rest of it.
I've kind of thought about it from the other way too, because when you look at the SS, right? These people that we were fighting against, they used a lot of occult type practices. We did an episode, we talked about Huska Castle. Not sure if you're familiar with Huska Castle at all, but it was a purchase that the SS made. It's a castle, it's in Hungary, and it's like the only castle in the world where its ramparts and defense positions are faced inside the castle, like towards the courtyard, versus outside, which is the natural way for a castle. Okay, and there's
it's in the Czech Republic.
Czech Republic, thank you. There's this legend about a pit in the ground and a demon that lives in the pit, and that's why the castle was built around this pit, and all of the defense positions are faced inside on the ground at this hole. Okay, this is a real place. That's really how it's built. But the Nazis used it as well. The SS used to hold ceremonies, for lack of a better term, inside Huska Castle, and a lot of these like esotericism that the Nazis spliced into like Aryanism and some of this like Near Eastern mysticism that they tried to do to justify the existence of the Aryan race. They did a lot of that there at Huska Castle. It's one of the places. So I guess what I'm trying to say is what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? If they're doing it, why not? And it's not hard to then make the leap to say that some of these societies, like especially Masons, they exist all over the world, that they wouldn't be it would make sense that they are connected, and these people are familiar with these practices, and therefore just they get incorporated naturally. Does that sort of make sense? There's like
that
a long
does
way
make
around
sense.
the block.
And then if you add to that the fact that the CIA had active operations to bring Nazi scientists, for example,
Right.
to the United States. Yeah, Operation Paperclip. It's not so much of a leap to think that they would do more.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating.
It is fascinating. Is any of this stuff like things that you guys are taught about, like as you enter the CIA or learn about or hear? No, none of that stuff.
Not a word of it. Interestingly enough, there's literally zero focus on the past at the CIA.
Really?
Nothing. When I first joined,
That's interesting.
I went to the Office of Leadership Analysis. That was my first assignment from the first 3.5 years that I was there. It no longer exists. And we were just getting computers when I got hired. Like, I had a typewriter on my desk and then this enormous box with a green screen that was called a Delta Data terminal. So everything we were doing really was hard copy.
Mm-hmm.
And so we had these enormous files that, with 20-foot ceilings, and these rotating files would go all the way up into the ceiling and then come down. So everything was hard copy. That was the only history lesson any of us ever got. I mean, you could look back on people who worked for the Shah of Iran in the 50s or the 60s, but that was it.
Yeah.
It was all, personalities.
The
And then
CIA,
the rest of the agency just didn't have that access to that historical information. It just didn't exist.
Interesting.
I mean, the CIA is one of the most compartmented organizations that
yes.
exists inside of the United States government apparatus. So, I mean, that would make sense to me that they would prefer to keep their employees in this ever present. They're like, don't look behind the curtain about what we did in the past.
That's exactly
You know what I
right.
mean? Because we don't want to carry any institutional guilt. We need you guys
Absolutely
to
right. I'll tell you
operate
something
now
else.
into the future.
My first boss at the agency, awesome guy who went on to really great things in government. And he told me, he said that it was the most interesting story. His first exposure to the agency was in graduate school. He was hired to be what's called the graduate fellow program. Mm-hmm. So you go for a full semester, work for the agency, finish grad school, come back and get an offer. So his first assignment was in the Office of Counterintelligence, and James Angleton was at the end of his career as the deputy director for counterintelligence. So on his first day, my friend goes in, and the secretary is giving him a tour, and she points at this one wall, and the wall is just one gigantic filing system, right? There are all these manila folders, hundreds, maybe thousands on the wall. And she said, whatever you do, don't look at those files. That's all that's off limits to you. Now he says, of course.
Now
what the heck am I going to do? The first moment that he's alone in the office, he goes straight to the files. And he said every single one of those files was on an American citizen.
Holy shit! A whole wall?
Mm-hmm.
Physical, did he give you a demographic on was it a specific sort of citizen, or was it just
He said that it was anybody that carried ideas that might pose a problem. Like if you were anti-war or pro-civil rights or, a journalist. That's what these files were. And we're talking relatively recently. We're talking mid-70s.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 50 years ago now, but you know what I mean. I'm not talking about the 50s. This is the mid-70s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, it's just kind of funny because this is what you're talking about is Patriot Act light,
Yes. Yes. That's right. That's exactly
We've
what
been
it
doing
is.
it all
With
along.
less tech. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I think the average person needs to understand just how terrifying it is. Brandon, you give the example all the time about how the algorithms in the social media space, like Facebook and whatever, can sometimes predict, the story you talk about, the young lady Facebook knew she was pregnant before her parents did, and then started spamming her with that stuff. And
Target did. Target
did, right?
Yes.
And then Instagram like knows when you're having a bowel movement because of it. Just the algorithm is that good because it's
always better
your
when you're going
pattern of living and the metadata and the algorithm is that concise. And then when you realize that the social media platforms and the big phone companies like AT&T are just wholesale giving all of that metadata straight to the United States government to process, collate, and analyze it and do whatever they want with it, like. When you said Patriot Light, like, yes, you don't think that they can't sit down and know anything about you that they want to know at the snap of a finger and just pull it all up?
We're talking about some of the best psychological profilers in the world.
Right.
And people who've been doing it for years. Are you looking something up over there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Kind of wondering if you've ever... Now that there's just all this declassification online, if you've ever looked through any of those declassified files looking for anything, and if you have gone looking, like what were you looking for?
Oh, yeah, but my answer is not going to be, I think, what you're looking for. I have this TV show now. It's on an online platform called Unified Television. It's called CIA Declassified. So we take newly declassified CIA documents to try to explain historical events, the Berlin airlift, the Allende assassination, the Iran coup, stuff like that. So I'm constantly going through declassified documents, and rarely am I surprised. The only time really that I've been surprised was very recently with the release of the final tranche, the Kennedy documents. That was an eye-opener. Not
Great
least
segue.
Because the CIA has been lying about Lee Harvey Oswald since 1963.
Yes. Well,
They just lied.
Let's go right into that. What are they lying about?
James Angleton ordered that the CIA recruit Lee Harvey Oswald and denied that any such order ever took place. So we know now, after all these decades, that Lee Harvey Oswald was a paid CIA source. We don't know about what.
Okay.
We also know, after the CIA denied, that Oswald was in Mexico City in October of 1963. For what reason? Was it to meet with his CIA handler? Was it really to go to the Soviet embassy like the CIA has said all these years? I mean, if he hadn't been a CIA source, I'd say, oh, yeah, of course. He had repeatedly tried to defect and redefect to the Soviet Union. They didn't want him. He lived in Minsk for a couple of years, worked at a radio factory. They just thought he was weird and maybe a little off. But he kept going back. The Cubans wouldn't give him a visa. The Soviets wouldn't give him a visa. Well, now we know he was probably there to talk to the CIA.
More than likely. Okay, I want to talk about this, but I want to back it up because I want to go through and try to paint this picture and educate myself and other people at the same time. I want to talk about, let's start with Alan Dulles, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, that piece of crap.
Oh, what a dangerous, dark stain on modern American history.
Yes. One of the things I've looked up and learned about him is that obviously he helped the transition from the OSS into the CIA, right?
Yes.
Turning from the OSS being this wartime intelligence agency into basically a rogue shadow government, essentially, okay? Do you think that was Dulles's plan the whole time, to just basically use it as a way to consolidate power?
Yes.
Yeah? Why do you think that?
I do. Well, I think really you have to look at his business interests too.
Okay, let's look at it.
I did a lot of research into the United Fruit Company. Have you ever heard of the United Fruit Company?
Very little.
It became what was it? Chiquita Banana.
Chiquita
Banana. In the 1890s, there was this wealthy entrepreneur from Boston who wanted to build a railroad from Tegucigalpa. Is that right? Tegucigalpa to the coast, right?
Okay.
And so
maybe Chris can check.
He's overseeing the building of the railroad, and he notices all these plants along the sides of the railroad. And at break time, the workers are eating from these plants. He said, "What are these things?" Oh, he says, they tell him they're called bananas. He had never seen a banana before, never heard the word banana before, but they're tasty and they're everywhere. And so he decided, instead of just having passengers pay to go on his railroad to the coast or delivering goods from the capital city, he's going to start having these bananas picked and ship them to the United States.
Is this Henry Meigs that you're talking about?
Yes.
The railroad deal was supposed to connect the capital city of San Jose to the port of Limon in the Caribbean.
That's right. So he gets rich off of the bananas, and he buys up all the land on both sides of the rail line, which include the bananas. Within a few years, he has the biggest banana plantations in the world. And it's the biggest industry in the country. Well, by the 1950s, the Guatemalans are thinking, maybe we should have a piece of this, right? There are bananas. Mm-hmm. It's our land. So maybe, our workers should have some human rights and some, a living wage or whatever. The government is immediately overthrown. As it turns out, Allen Dulles, John Foster Dulles, and President Eisenhower's secretary's brother were all on the board of the United Fruit Company.
Right.
And so they overthrew the government, installed a military dictatorship, giving rise to the term Banana Republic.
Banana Republic. Okay, yes.
Yeah. And so I think that, especially having both Dulles brothers in office as Secretary of State and CIA Director at the same time, I think the idea that they would be running the State Department and the CIA was secondary to running their own interests and the interests of their friends on Wall Street. They were all Wall Street attorneys and bankers. Even Eisenhower said later how much he regretted appointing them to these positions, because once they were in, they were impossible to get rid of.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that Dulles was doing everything behind Eisenhower's back, or do you think that he was complicit in a lot of it?
I've heard both ways. I read this wonderful biography of Eisenhower, 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. And the conclusion was that despite the fact that he was a 5-star general, he was a naif when it came to this subterfuge and shadow governments and CIA and all that stuff. And he made the terrible mistake of trusting the Dulles brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the CIA made Eisenhower look like an absolute fool, didn't they?
Yeah.
With the downing of the spy plane and that whole
Francis
saga
Gary
and everything.
Powers. Absolutely right.
And it very interesting too. Do you think that those experiences are what led to him giving that famous speech about being wary of the military-industrial complex moving forward?
I do. He realized that in the short period of time that we had a CIA, it was out of control. And he was beside himself thinking of how to control it. He just couldn't do it. And then, Harry Truman wrote an op-ed right after JFK was assassinated that the Washington Post sat on until 1969.
No shit.
They didn't publish it until 1969. And Truman essentially reiterated what Eisenhower had said in his farewell speech.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that we had created a monster.
Do you think that they halted the release of that op-ed, or is that something that Truman asked them to hold off on?
Oh, no, I think that the agency got the Post to hold off on that op-ed. There's an absolutely wonderful book that I think you guys would really like called Mary's Mosaic by Peter Janney, Dr. Peter Janney. Peter was the childhood best friend of the son of Cord and Mary Meyer. Cord Meyer was the number 3 at the CIA. Cord and Mary both went to school with John Kennedy. Cord and Kennedy were best friends, and Kennedy and Mary had an affair while she was married to Cord. Not cool, but that's
on brand.
That's the way, yeah, on brand.
It was.
It was Mary Meyer that JFK first told he wanted to break the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the wind. Mm-hmm. He told her that in October of 1963. He was killed in November of 1963. In October of 1964, she was murdered on the towpath in Georgetown. Her killer was never caught. And Peter Janney concludes in this book, Mary's Mosaic, that the CIA killed her. And he uses CIA documents and DOD documents to prove that it was a CIA special operator that killed her.
What are the details of the murder?
She went for a walk every single day along the Georgetown towpath at 10 o'clock. Okay. Every single day. Now get this. Washington's a small town. Her sister was married to Ben Bradley. Ben Bradley became the executive editor of the Washington Post. Ben Bradley's best friend was James Angleton. And so that day, Mary had made arrangements to meet her sister for lunch at her house in Georgetown. They had converted their garage into a painting studio. She was a very important artist in what's known as the Washington Colorist School. Ironically, the CIA collected her paintings. They still hang. They still hang on the wall in the new headquarters building. So she went for this walk and never came back. Mm-hmm. So finally, her sister's waiting for her. Finally, the police go to the house to tell the sister that she's dead. Well, that night, Ben Bradley recalls, you know what, he said? Mary told me if anything were to ever happen to her, that I should look for her diary in the studio, the art studio, and I should burn it. So, they're distraught, they're grieving, she was just married. That night, they hear what they think is a burglar in the studio. He goes in there with a baseball bat, and it's James Angleton, the deputy director of the CIA for counterintelligence, has broken into their garage.
Right.
And Bradley says, Jim, what are you doing here? Hello. And he said, Mary told me to look for her diary and I should destroy it. Yeah. And totally. Bradley said in an interview later in the 70s, he said, I believed him because we believed our CIA, friends and colleagues at the time. So he helped him look for the diary. And they found it. They found it. And Angleton said that he would take it back to the CIA and he would destroy it. Well, CIA officers said that a decade later, they remembered seeing the diary on Angleton's desk.
Yeah, of course.
So, everybody believes that she was keeping an account of her affair with Kennedy, including what Kennedy told her about the CIA. And that's why the CIA wanted the diary.
So you think that whatever was in that diary contributed to knowing what Kennedy's actual opinion was on the CIA and eventually him getting whacked?
I do.
Yeah.
And I think it led directly to her murder. They arrested some hapless black guy. He was a guy who called in sick to work that day so he could have a picnic with his girlfriend on the banks of the Potomac. He got a little drunk, got a little fresh with his girlfriend. She slapped him, got up and walked away. Next thing he knows, there are cops everywhere. And, it's 1964 and it's an all-white police force in Washington, D.C. He gets scared, so he jumps into the Potomac. Okay. They fish him out and they say, why are you running? You're running because you must have just killed that woman. Yeah. That white woman on the towpath. He went to trial. And an all-white jury found him not guilty. He was
That's
clearly
incredible.
the fall guy.
Yeah.
Well, Peter Janney, through the Freedom of Information Act, got documents from the CIA, documents from DOD, and put together this mosaic. That's why he calls it Mary's Mosaic, where the conclusions, the evidence is damning. I mean, there's no other explanation of who it could be. It had to be them.
Some of this information, like, has anybody inside the agency taken all of this? Some of it's anecdotal, I guess, too, and tried to turn it into a case? And no one.
Never.
Yeah.
Never.
Not surprising, but
No.
yeah. I kind of want to ask you, like, how did the Dulles brothers get so much power? How were they able to consolidate?
It was all Wall Street. It was all their Wall Street connections. Going back to the 20s, these guys were connected in New York. And there have been a couple of really well done biographies mostly about John Foster Dulles. But it was about preserving the wealth that they had built and using their friends to help them do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All Wall Street connections.
It's kind of wild how much of these organizations are just, and then Wall Street are just tied into one another. It's all money. It's not convoluted, or it's convoluted, but it's not complicated, right? It's the same thing at the end of the day. It's power and it's greed, right? What were you going to say? Were you saying something, Chris?
I say it's the thing that I say out here all the time. What are the three things that every man will kill for? Wealth, power, prestige.
Yeah.
Human beings are pretty simple creatures.
Right. Do you think that the relationship between Kennedy and Dulles soured the most because of Bay of Pigs, or do you think it was other things?
I actually do think it was the Bay of Pigs. And there was one thing in particular that Dulles objected to, and that was Kennedy's decision to not provide air cover. They say that's what pushed the relationship right over the edge. It was the failure to provide air cover. But Kennedy's argument was that he inherited that stupid idea from the Eisenhower administration. He had inherited it from Allen Dulles, really.
Right.
And I mean, it's a more naked act of war doesn't exist, right? It was it was an invasion. And so that's why I've come to believe that elements of the CIA were ultimately responsible for Kennedy's assassination. I don't believe it was a CIA operation, but there were Dulles loyalists in the CIA in positions of authority who so desperately hated John Kennedy that it would make sense to me that they would try an operation like that.
Do you think Kennedy really knew just how much of a shadow government, to use that term, was set up, and that's why?
I don't.
No? You don't think so?
No, I don't think so. And the people he surrounded himself with were young and idealistic and bright and not really Wall Streeters, right? They were all Harvard buddies of his, and I think he just didn't realize what he was getting into.
Yeah, I'd agree. Do you think that LBJ knew what was coming? Do you think he was a part of that small group of people like you talked about? It's not a CIA op. It's select people. Do you think that he knew that it was going to happen?
I think the likelihood is that he knew something was going to happen, because don't forget, LBJ was around longer than well, you know what? That's not even true. They both came to Washington in 1946, but LBJ was much more part of the Washington power structure. He was the Senate Majority Leader, so he would have been dealing with people at a higher level than Kennedy would have been dealing with them. Kennedy thought that he had really made it for himself by going after organized crime and Jimmy Hoffa in the Senate Judiciary Committee, not realizing that the fight was on a whole different plane that he just wasn't even aware of. And I think that LBJ would have been aware of it. LBJ would have been dealing with those people.
No, I agree.
You know, they say that history doesn't repeat itself, but it sure as shit rhymes.
Yeah.
Are we crazy to recognize these patterns repeating, since we just went through the whole JFK saga, and what we watched almost happen to Donald Trump in the lead up to the 2024 election twice? Perfect Fall Guys. Like, all of a sudden, how is this? How is this kid able to penetrate Secret Service security lines? How did he get 400 meters? Not even. It was like 150 meters from the president on a roof that just happened to not be being watched because the Secret Service dropped it. The cop was supposed to be there with direct line of sight. And
then the Secret Service is on the walkie-talkie saying, like, oh shit, there's a kid with a gun over there on the roof. Somebody ought to do something about that.
Not just that, they had recognized him prior because he came through the security checkpoint with the backpack on. He was identified, I think, over an hour before the event happened. I'll have to go back and look at the timeline again. But then basically after he was identified, went out over the net, then he was still able to get back out of the security perimeter, walk around the other side, and then set up and take his shot. It's insane.
It's nuts.
Why didn't they have drones over the event?
That's a great question. There was a great op-ed in the LA Times the day after, maybe 2 days after, saying, don't underestimate the buffoonery of the Secret Service. So on the one hand, I've worked with those guys. A lot of them have their heads up their asses. It's really shocking when you see who's in charge of protecting the President of the United States. Shocking. On the other hand...
It's on display.
What you said. So... Yeah. And
I'm not making any accusations. I'm just saying the patterns seem to be there.
Yes, it does indeed. And then why haven't heads rolled? What's up with that?
We don't know shit about those people either. Nothing.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
And then they release the body to the parents and they cremate him immediately.
Right.
What's up with that too?
Why was he at a firing range the FBI was using?
Yeah. Good question.
That's a weird one.
I went to Mar-a-Lago in January.
Okay.
And it took me 45 minutes to get through 4 separate layers of security just to get into the parking lot. Right? You start off with the local Palm Beach police, and then it goes to the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Then it goes to the Florida state troopers. Then it goes to the Secret Service. And then once you get cleared through the Secret Service, and they got to scan your car, and you go through the thing that they have at the border with the x-rays and all that stuff, then you go through another layer of Secret Service when you're going inside the building. It's incredible. But then you put the man at the Butler County Fair, next to my hometown, by the way, Butler County Fair, and it's like, every man for himself. Never mind, it's Western Pennsylvania where literally everybody is armed. You're just going to let everybody just do their thing. It'll all work out. Incredible.
It seems like a lot of incompetence, I've done a lot of security before. I've done security for events, nothing ever as large as a presidential speech, for sure, and nothing that thick and layered. But just listening to some of the failures in communication, like these are people who are professionals, and this is literally the most secure thing, other than like a nuclear weapon, that you're going to be guarding, right? And
exactly.
The lack of professionalism, to put it lightly, from these people is astounding. Like, I've seen E3s in the Air Force do better at security than these people protecting the president. That it just, to me, like listening to some of the fallout right after, before they just zipped everything up. I just was astounded. I couldn't believe, especially the way that the agencies stepped on one another and really got in each other's way, right?
Yeah, and then the Secret Service says, "Oh, well, we thought that the Butler County Police were going to handle that." It's like, are you freaking serious? You're the
Why are you
Secret
assuming
Service.
anything? Right.
Yeah.
Why are you assuming any? That's the exact question that needs to be asked.
And I'll tell you another story. I worked with a guy who was a contractor in Athens. He was a lovely old guy, Mike Mastrovito. Mike spent an entire career with the Secret Service. He was with Kennedy in Dallas as a young Secret Service agent. He had been on since 1958. And Kennedy was killed in Dallas, and he was part of Johnson's team. In 1975, he proposed the creation of an intelligence division at Secret Service because there was no coordinated intelligence division to take reports of all these different threats and to synthesize them. So they said, okay, that's a good idea. And Mike, you're going to be the first director of the Secret Service Intelligence Division. So he had been in, 17 years by then. He was excited. It was a good job. He would get these letters. He told me constantly he would be getting these letters from Sarah Jane Moore, this woman in San Francisco. And she's writing, I hate the president. I'm going to kill the president. So he went out to San Francisco to speak to her. And he said he went to her apartment. He knocked on the door. She answers the door. He said, Sarah Jane, I'm Mike Mastrovito. Here's my badge from the Secret Service. Got your letters here, Sarah Jane. You're not really going to kill the president, are you? And she says, no, I was mad. My Social Security check was late, and I got mad, and so I wrote a letter and said I was going to kill the president.
Normal reaction.
Yeah. So he flies back to D.C. President Ford flies out to San Francisco. Sarah Jane's there on the side of the street. Bang, 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 bang. And they take her down. And she tried to kill the president.
Right.
So she got life in prison. They held her there until Ford died, and then they finally paroled her, and she died shortly after being released. But Mike was fired from the Secret Service for that. And not only was he fired, but the Secret Service's intelligence division was completely revamped so that there was automatic follow-up. You cannot write a letter and say, I'm going to kill the president, and then just say, oh, and I was just mad that day. And the Secret Service says, okay, we believe you. You can't do that. I had a buddy, like 8 years ago, not a buddy, a Facebook friend.
Sure.
And he posted on Facebook, I want to vomit on the president.
Okay.
Okay? Because he's an idiot. I want to vomit on the president. I'll tell you what, a couple days later, Secret Service is knocking on his door like, what the fuck are you talking about? You want to vomit on the president? And they investigated the hell out of it.
Right.
As you should. Just like you should investigate when somebody posts 8647. That is not funny.
I know, literally waiting for it. Yeah.
That is not funny.
No.
And
especially coming from Comey.
Especially. And who has an axe to grind? And
right.
you have to assume that something is a threat until you prove that it's not.
Right. That's literally, it's like operating a gun. You assume every gun is loaded, right?
That's exactly
when you pick it up. It's just like everything else. I can't imagine going up to somebody. Yeah, she said she was just pissed. It's all right. It's good, dude. You know, I asked Gavrilo Princip. He's not that mad at Archduke Franz Ferdinand.
Exactly.
You know, right? He's not that mad. You know?
Oh my God.
He's only got a couple of hand grenades. They might work. They might not. You know, he's got a pistol.
Well, Squeaky Fromm. 2 weeks after Sarah Jane Moore, Squeaky Fromm tried to kill Ford, also in San Francisco. And her defense was, she was a member of the Manson family, but her defense was that while the gun was loaded, there was no round in the chamber, and she was just doing it to protect the trees. She was an environmental activist. It's like, yeah, that's not a defense.
No.
That's not a defense.
That's a Dr. Seuss book. I was going to say, that's a Dr. Seuss book, Yeah. The Lorax defense. It's not going to work. I'm sorry. Okay, so Manson family. Jolly West, MK Ultra. How much of that do you think was with the Manson family? And then let's just talk about MK Ultra. Do you think that those guys were part of these programs?
I don't know, but there is enough circumstantial evidence to warrant a real investigation.
What's the best circumstantial evidence that you can think of?
There were MK Ultra experiments taking place at the college that Manson was attending. Mm-hmm. And I mean, attending, he would show up every once in a while, just like it was with Sirhan.
Right.
And we don't know who the CIA tested on. Mm-hmm. I mean, there have to be records, unless they were destroyed. Was it Colby that ordered the destruction of MK Ultra records? That's why
was it Helms?
So few. It may have been Helms. Yeah. I think it was Helms. Yeah. So I mean, we don't know what the story was. Mm-hmm. They could have been experimented on.
Yeah. How much? Well, I'm trying to like keep some of this stuff in line with what I'd written down, but at the risk of jumping around too much, let's just go to.
You nailed it.
Yeah, let's just go to Sidney Gottlieb. What are your thoughts on Sidney Gottlieb?
Very dangerous. Another dangerous figure with no guardrails at all. Sidney Gottlieb could do literally anything he wanted, including experimentation on unwitting people, including CIA officers.
What did he do to CIA officers?
He dosed them with LSD without their consent and without their knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that Gottlieb was one of the people most responsible for MK Ultra? Absolutely. Yeah.
I think that, I mean, I would call him the father of MK Ultra. He would argue, were he alive today, he would argue that he was doing this in the name of science and national security.
Of course.
I would call him Dr. Mengele Light.
I was going to say, sounds like Mengele. Yeah.
Yeah.
How did he find his way into all of this?
You know, I read about this once, and I want to make sure I get the story straight. He was brought in by someone early on, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was Alan Dulles. Alan Dulles knew him. They knew each other from New England somewhere. Mm-hmm. And I think it was Dulles that brought him in and said, "Hey, we're thinking about this way to try to, you know, read Russian intentions remotely.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's just a thought. Mm-hmm. And so, can you take a look at this?" And then he brought it.
Have you ever seen any of the like intelligence that the Russians were doing at the time? Especially, yeah.
They were doing the same thing, and there was a fear. We had a source actually at the time who said, "Oh yeah, the Russians are doing it, but you need to worry about the Chinese because the Chinese are really doing it," and that turned out to not be true.
Okay,
yeah, it was a misdirection. So the Russians were thinking about it, talking about it, but weren't really serious. They didn't know how to approach it. Mm-hmm. And this source either was, you know, a liar or a double or a fake or whatever. He misdirected the CIA, saying the Chinese are way worse. That's how the movie The Manchurian Candidate came about. It was that panic over the Chinese. And the CIA took it far more seriously than the KGB did.
Okay.
Yeah.
You would think then, I was going to say, like, you would think then our relationship with the Chinese would be a lot different today than it is, given a lot of this behavior back then, you know, especially with Nixon. Like, okay, let me ask you this then. How do you think, what would be, if you had to give him a grade, how do you think Nixon handled the United States' relationship with the Chinese at the time?
Oh, A+.
Yeah? Why do you think that he did such a good job?
You know, there used to be this saying in the 70s, only Nixon could go to China. Mm-hmm. Because Nixon was the most virulent anti-communist that we have ever elected president.
Yeah.
And he hated communism. Mm-hmm. He distrusted the Chinese and the Russians. So he was the only one that could make peace with them. You know, if a Democrat had tried to do it, or any other Republicans, to the left of Nixon, there were a lot to the left of Nixon.
Sure.
They would have been accused of being soft on communism, and the whole thing would have just collapsed on itself. But for Nixon to do it, he was like he set himself up as the only political figure that could be trusted to address communism.
He actually went, didn't he?
He went, yeah. In fact, he went and he took as a gift for Mao a Lincoln Continental and 2 buffaloes. And
really?
He came back.
Buffaloes.
Yeah, and he came back with 2 panda bears. And that's
I
how we
did
got
not know
pandas.
this.
Mm-hmm.
Like pandas in the United States, like for zoos and all that stuff.
Yeah, that was the exchange. That's how we got pandas.
Nixon's pandas.
What
the hell? That's so wild, man.
Forgive my
Holy
memory,
shit.
but weren't the Chinese demanding their pandas back not too long ago?
Oh, they took them back.
They did take them back.
They took them back, and they've just started sending them back again. We've got we got 2 in Washington, the 2 in Atlanta went back, and the 2 in San Diego went back. See, part of the agreement too. Sorry to get so deep into this, but
no, I love
the agreement was we can have these mating pairs of pandas, but every time they have a baby, the baby has to be sent back to China.
Okay.
So we cannot breed pandas. Nobody can breed pandas. Only the Chinese.
Interesting. I'll
tell you a funny thing. One of my station chiefs had come to the CIA from State Department DS, Diplomatic Security Bureau.
Mm-hmm.
And he went to China with Nixon, right? Because Kissinger went as well. Mm-hmm. And he was just a junior nobody, bodyguard. But he said that when they drove the Lincoln Continental off the plane and they transported it to the Forbidden City, that Mao just drove in circles. He was so thrilled with this gigantic American luxury car, just drove it around in circles all day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you talk about it like that, no wonder the MO has been they'll become capitalist. Right, they'll eventually become Western because of the Lincoln Continental and all this other stuff. But
McDonald's,
that's
Starbucks.
McDonald's. No, Levi's blue jeans, dude. I mean, that was literally the marketing to the Russians, right? Like blue jeans and music was literally how they.
That's right, music.
Yes, none of that worked with China.
That's absolutely
Why
right.
do you think none of that's worked with China? Yeah, no, we did.
The Chinese
Go ahead.
are fiercely independent. I went to China last year for the very first time. I had never been before.
Okay.
And one of the things that struck me right off the bat was you can't use your credit card anywhere. You can at hotels.
Okay.
But they have their own credit card called the Panda card. And I asked, we were
Shocker.
traveling with a Chinese attorney that's on the board of this tech startup that I'm involved with. And I said, what's up with this credit card situation? I can't use my credit card anywhere. You have to use cash. And she said, oh, yeah, we developed the Panda card here because with Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Diners, this one, that one, the other one, every one of those transactions goes through New York. Mm-hmm. And so if the Americans were to ever impose sanctions on us, it would paralyze our economy. Right. So we created the Panda card. And the Panda card transactions go through Shanghai. And so American sanctions have no effect on us at all.
Yeah. You gotta, it is insulated. Well, I was just going to say, like you can knock the Chinese for a lot of stuff, but they have innovated a life around American imperialism.
Wow. Yeah.
They have completely insulated
incredible.
themselves. It's absolutely insane. Well, it's the antidote to everything. It really has become the antidote to a lot of things and why we have so many issues with them right now. It's so funny to me too to see so many Americans basically just talk about how much of like a failure like China is, and they are in a lot of ways. There's a lot of failures and cracks, but at the same time, the world they've built for themselves around American imperialism is just this total inoculation to most of the bullshit that the United States uses to flex, right? This soft power that we talk about all the time, and is such a hot topic right now. A lot of that just is ineffective when you have it's like parallel economies. I mean, really, that's what it is, quite literally. But they
just wait until the BRICS countries come up with their own currency. Then we're doomed.
Do you think that's going to happen?
There are plans for it. The Brazilians are the ones really pushing it.
I saw India second guessing themselves.
But I mean, if we're talking about, Brazil, Russia, India, China, Iran, South Africa, South Korea, and they're going to keep adding countries. Then this is going to be a very serious problem. And then when Middle Eastern countries, when oil producing countries begin paying in something other than the dollar, we're cooked.
Yeah. No, I think it's the very great beginning of a very bad problem. It's the idea, right? This is who said it? I can't remember who, but nobody can kill an idea whose time has come. Have you ever heard that phrase before? And I think that's brilliant. Yeah, I think that is what BRICS is. I think that right now it's sort of like Chuck E. Cheese, okay? Like you can only use Chuck E. Cheese tokens inside Chuck E. Cheese, and that's sort of what BRICS is. But it's the idea of it that's the most dangerous thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
It's famously attributed to Victor Hugo.
Victor Hugo, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
No one can stop an idea whose time has come. I think it is. I think that's the idea. And if there was ever a country to do it, and a country with the capability to do it, I mean, like I should say the footing to do it, they have a lot of the things in place. I personally, and maybe you can call this my American lens and blind spot, don't think it's going to happen, at least in my lifetime, but it has a lot to do with how America decides it wants to behave going into the future. And this is one of those things where it's like, this is our fight to lose, not so much as it is their fight to win, if that makes sense. I mean, would you agree with that, John?
Oh, yeah, I like that. I think you're right. Yeah, I like that. I have to ask for your indulgence, too.
Please.
I just came in from Greece 2 days ago, and my body is 7 hours ahead, and it's 11 here, and I am going to fall asleep.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's okay. Yeah, we can wrap up if you'd like. I would love if you think it's something that you can do in the future. Maybe we could do a part 2 or something like that. I would love to talk to you a little bit more about just some of the MK Ultra stuff. Okay, great. Okay, well, John.
Oh, you bet. I've actually written about MK Ultra.
Okay, where can I go to read that? Do you have a book that I've just missed?
No, I did it as a column for Consortium News. Hold on one second.
You've got my email if you want. You can even email it to me.
Okay, yeah, very happy to. I will find it, and I went into some detail too.
Yeah, that's something I definitely would love to get into detail with on an episode and talk about MK Ultra and learn more about it and really sort of disabuse a lot of the misnomers about it, because I think that the truth is just as bad as the misinformation, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. Oh, here it is. I got it. You want me to put it in is there a chat?
There is a chat, or you can email it to me, whichever you want to do. Because I know you have my email address. If you want, you can just drop a link in this and do that if you'd like. I really want to get your take on Kissinger. Maybe we can start with Kissinger next time, because I think that's one of those. He's one of those people he's been lionized, but he's probably one of the biggest pieces of shit in American history.
I couldn't agree more. The butcher of Cyprus, the butcher of Laos, the butcher of Chile. I mean, the names just go on and on. And then to see Hillary fucking Clinton literally on her knee in front of him, it made me sick to my stomach.
I'm glad that I can get a visceral reaction from you by talking about Hillary Clinton, because she's such a fucking piece of shit, man. Like, Hillary Clinton, man.
Worst.
Yeah.
Did you hear the soundbite that came out of her? She's like suddenly back in the news, like just this past week, talking about how, and she frames this all as it's just naturally a bad thing, but like, you know, it's all this stuff was in Project 2025. They want women to have more babies. They want us to become a Christian nation again. She was saying stuff like this, but she was framing it as if it's like such obviously a bad thing, and it's exactly what I was like. Dude, who gave this woman a microphone again?
I see why your husband was fucking around in the Oval Office, my friend.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly right.
Monica Lewinsky looks a lot better, you know. But okay, yeah, no, I would look forward. I look forward to that article.
Stunning.
Yes, you know what? Too, it's still, you know, still. Just put it that way. She aged. She aged well. Just leave it at that. You know.
Yes.
I would love to talk to you again sometime soon. We can schedule email, and I would love to start to talk with Kissinger. I would really like to talk about Kissinger and get your thoughts on him. And then I really wanted to hear you talk about Dulles and the Warren Commission as well, because that's one of the biggest coincidental evidence of foul play of all time, I think. So would love to hear your thoughts on that. But John, listen, if you're listening to this episode, you're still here after 2 hours and 15 minutes, do us a favor, hit that follow button. Go out and listen to anything that John has put out there. His shows, his articles, some of the other podcasts he's done with some great folks like Julian Dory and Danny Jones. I'm not sure. The side-by-side you did with Andrew Bustamante with Danny Jones was phenomenal. I loved you have The shocking difference, I'll just say real fast, between you and Andrew is I think that you have a much more idealized version of America in your head than he does. And that's something else I would like to hear you talk about too, because I think Andrew is very much okay with as long as the ends justify the means, then he's okay with
That's it.
Yeah, and I loved your take on America as an idea and an ideal. I love that. I love listening to you talk about it. So that would be a good place to talk and start talking next time. Absolutely. And like I said, guys, go find John online. Super easy to find. Go learn about him, what he went through. And John, again, thank you so much for coming on. Is there a place I missed where people can go find you?
Thank you. No, I put everything I do on Substack. If they want to go there, it's just johnkiriakou.substack.com.
Awesome. Okay, guys, check out the show notes. One of the best ways to support us is to support those sponsors, and head over to redpillthreads.com/I Came With Fire to get yourself a t-shirt. You know, maybe something else. You know, maybe a couple t-shirts. So, but yeah, with that, John, thank you. Have a good night. I hope you get some rest from your trip to Greece, and we'll talk again soon.
Looking forward to it. Thanks for having me.
We already mentioned that the range that he went to 43 times was also a training range used by DHS. There were constantly DHS officials that were there, sighting in his rifle and training at the same facility. Cell phone data actually showed, allegedly, somebody visited Crooks's house more than 20 times, showed up at his house. That same cell phone was geolocated to an FBI office in June 23 and visited a building near an FBI office 2 or 3 times afterwards, to include spots of lunch around that office. What that looks like is that he met somebody, and this is me purely speculating here, right? At some point, he was approached by somebody that worked in that office. And then he went to the same range because, listen, like, while these conspiracies, like, people are like, oh, you know, how did they do something this stupid? Well, it's because people are stupid, right? You always assume incompetence before you assume maliciousness. If I was an FBI agent, if I put myself in his shoes, I've got this kid, a little bit bullied in high school, a little bit lost for his way right now. I meet him, I talk to him, I go to his house a couple times. I go and I take him to the range and I teach him how to shoot.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. We are I Came With Fire podcast. Here on the show, we aim to be a bridge in the divide and your source for objective truth and educated opinion. OGs of the show will already know who the hell this handsome gentleman is right there. But Aaron, why don't you give everybody a quick brief on who you are?
What's up, everybody? Aaron Love is in the military for a long time, and now I'm doing other stuff. It's just as fun. You can follow me over at Aaron Loves America over on Instagram, or you can just search my name because I am an internet celebrity. So I'm also an anti-social media influencer because I hate the game that I find myself currently involved in. But it is what it is. That's how you get the message out. Love being back on the show. Love every time you guys invite me on. It's so good to see you guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. Also, side note, guys, if you're watching, looks good with his shirt off. Just want to let you guys know.
No big deal.
Chris, our permanent guest, is wearing a tinfoil hat tonight. And did you want to pump a disclaimer out there tonight, Chris? It might be a good idea.
I think we're really going to need to, only because I'm legally,
tinfoil hat on,
legally required to do this still, and that is any and all opinions that you hear on this channel are completely those of the host and the guest. They do not represent the United States Army, the Department of Defense, or any other entity within the United States government. You have been forewarned, disclaimed, bitches.
I love the disclaimer recorder. I love it every time. And you know what's funny is, like, I kind of forget about it, and then when Chris starts launching into it, like when I feel you guys teeing it up, it just makes my heart happy. It's like a surprise every single time, and I love it.
Well, it's like walking into a Motel 6 and the cuck chair is like a really nice chair.
You mean Jim Slice chair?
That's right. Yeah.
Jim Slice chair.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's got one of those toilet bowls in it, like on Idiocracy.
If you know, you know.
You never have to leave it ever again. You just sit down, and just put on "Ow My Balls," and you're good to go, dude.
It's like one of those kids chairs that has a little hole in it. It's got like a plastic back.
It's got like the Velcro straps for your ankles so you can't get out of it, You've seen that? Like, I'm about to turbo shit. Right? Classic, dude. So a while back, Aaron and I did an episode on the 2017 Vegas Music Festival shooting. It was an awesome episode, not gonna lie. It's been getting a lot of success over on YouTube lately, so shout out to all of you awesome listeners over there. Thank you for the follows, and to all our new listeners, welcome to the Fire Fam. You are not wasting your time here, I promise. But tonight we're throwing the tinfoil hats back on. As you can see, Chris just took it off. How ironic. But we're going to discuss and break down the would-be Donald Trump assassins from 2024. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. One Mr. Thomas Matthew Crooks and one wow, I can talk. Ryan Wesley Ruth. That's a
hard one.
What do we talk about the Ryan Wesley Ruth? There you go. Maybe. God, what a bad day, Well, there's a lot of misinformation out there and a lot of attempts to control that information as well. So the lack of transparency on these situations, I think you guys would agree, only throws fuel on the fires of speculation. But tonight, hopefully, we are going to be successful at disabusing any and all misinformation, giving you guys the facts and our best educated opinion, like I like to say, on these matters. But as with the Vegas episode, our goal tonight is to get you to ask yourself questions, dig deeper alongside us. We cannot answer every question, obviously, but we can certainly shed light on the facts and inspire others to question the narrative. So up front, I want to ask you both, and guests first, Aaron, in your eyes, what is the weirdest thing about the Butler PA shooting to you, dude?
Oh, wow. Man, I think for me, it's going to be the way that we investigate it and the transparency that just isn't there. I think that really encompasses everything. There's going to be a lot of weird facts that we're going to talk about tonight that if you look at them in a silo, you're like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of weird. But as we connect them, as we feed you little baby birds, as we put these breadcrumbs out, the entire thing for me that I step away from is I look at the investigation and where we are now, a year later, a year and a half later, and I don't have any answers. I have zero answers for this, for the biggest assassination attempt on the most polarizing political figure in world history. And I don't say that lightly. I'm not speaking hyperbolically. Donald Trump is more polarizing, and he has, you love him or you hate him, he's more influential than any modern American political figure for sure, and maybe even in history, short of the founding fathers. So the fact that we don't have, even with Trump in power now, we don't have any answers on this, that to me is just the biggest thing that I'm just like, I don't get it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chris. What about you think?
Yeah, I would echo all of that, and then add to it the person that is or was Thomas Matthew Crooks. As I was going through my research for all of this, none of his actions comport with anything that was said about him in his younger life. It all reeks of like there's a reason conspiracies swirl around this, because just nothing makes sense. But the weird polar shift in the young man that he was to the assassin that he became, the weird way that he went, from a kid that studied computer technology in high school and college and a mild-mannered dietitian or dietary tech at a nursing home to all of a sudden conducting militarily precise operations out of nowhere is so weird. And then on top of that, the fact that both of these incidents happened within like 60 days of each other, and the Secret Service didn't seem to be able to get any of their shit together in that time frame. Like they published the Butler report, and then we go into the Ruth incident, and it's the same lapses in security, the same lapses in judgment, back to back. It's so strange. And like, looking forward to setting the timeline straight for anybody that doesn't know all the facts to both of these situations. But honestly, not to state an overdone soliloquy, but I'm left with more questions than answers when I finished researching all of this. So
They
it's
certainly
just
didn't provide
strange.
any, man.
Yeah.
Now, the weirdest thing to me, other than everything you guys mentioned, is the switch that seemed to happen immediately, just to go from this engineering student to then ordering 2 gallons of nitromethane, right? And then writing a complaint email to the company like, hey, where the hell is this shit, dude? I need it immediately. But the fact that the kid had no social media presence, no online presence at all for somebody his age, that's really weird. And I also don't really buy the narrative that his parents just went online and deleted all of his social media immediately. Dude, the fact somebody would have had that immediately OSINT wise before they even had the opportunity or knew what was going on or that their kid was involved, dude. All it needs, you get a picture of that person, boom, instantaneously. You can't get rid of all that stuff automatically. Not to mention the Wayback Machine would have had something like that on there completely and totally. No one's going to be able to go in there and delete that stuff. So that's the weirdest thing to me. No social media footprint whatsoever from a Zoomer, essentially, right?
Yeah, and isn't it strange too? Like almost every other big incident, right? Like we're going through. Kyle Rittenhouse is a great example. The Carmelo Anthony incident. Like you see all the family members go out and they basically use it as an opportunity to get like as much media presence as they can. His parents, total and complete radio silence, like to a disciplined
just a lawsuit.
level. That they don't leave their home.
Yeah.
Like. It's so strange.
Yeah, the dad just files a lawsuit. That's basically it. You're right. Like they didn't go out. They didn't try to make any money off of it. They didn't go and get really loud in the media or ask for news coverage at all. It's super duper weird, dude. And seemingly out of nowhere. But you guys ready to get into this? We have a pretty good video we could show up at the top. And Aaron, if you want, do you have it pulled up, or I can key that bad boy up too if you don't have it.
I can pull it up. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what we're about to show you guys is a couple-minute breakdown of the incident. It's going to show you guys some maps. It's basically like a reconstructed diagram of it, and just using it as like a baseline to talk about what happened that day. And then we'll kind of go into maybe chronologically some of the weird things that happened, and then talk about a lot of the failures and speculation, because that's kind of all we're left with, right?
Yeah. So here we go. Without further ado, great video. Here we go.
This is a 3D illustration of how many bullets were fired and their trajectory that struck 3 people at the Trump rally on July 13th, 2024. This is the area we're going to focus in on. Here you can see the 3 victims that were injured by gunfire and where they were standing in the bleachers. We're going to turn around and demonstrate exactly where these bullets came from. This model represents Thomas Crooks. His position can be seen here in this image, which illustrates exactly where he was. Turning around, we can see the path of all the bullets that were fired from this location.
I love the shade she
I placed
throws
a
here.
10-foot red disc downrange to represent what an average shooter could hit easily.
You missed, dork.
Now let's take a look at this first shot fired. Coming from our key location, bullet 1 grazes President Trump's ear. This is the same bullet that hits a spectator in the stands. We know this through video evidence. As President Trump is talking, the first shot rings out just after he says, "Take a look at what happened."
Something to say. Take a look at what happened.
We can see the vapor trail of a bullet strike, which is the same bullet that struck President Trump's ear a split second earlier, and this video is this location here. Back at the podium, President Trump is shot and grabs his ear, falling to the ground as more shots rang out. In total, there were 7 or 8 shots. So let's rewind and watch this at regular speed.
Take a look at what happened.
With all that gunfire, it's easy to understand how these spectators were injured, even though they were not the target, including the sole spectator who lost his life that day. As we circle around, we can see how all the paths of the bullets were hitting in the location of this forklift machine, causing one of the hydraulic hoses to burst.
I love how people said this was fake.
Oh yeah, immediately, right away. They were like alleged assassination
Just for
attempt.
clout.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. It was absolutely the most ridiculous thing of all time, and people forget about this too. But had President Trump not been looking, so he was looking to his right, left as the camera was looking at it there. He was bringing up a slide, and he wanted to show, and I believe it was immigration numbers. Oddly enough, in the context of today's zeitgeist, as he was looking up and he said that phrase, he looked and he turned to his right. Had he not turned to his right, CNN would have televised President Trump getting his head blown off on national television. There is a piece of misinformation that was out there. There was some social media posts going on that was like, yeah, CNN, they only published, or they only covered like one rally of President Trump's 94 in that year. Well, that's not exactly true. They actually did a bunch of them. It wasn't the only rally that CNN had covered that year. They actually aired a bunch of live several events, including 3 in June. CNN stated after the fact that they were publicizing the Butler event because of the pick for VP that they thought that he was going to make on stage that night.
Right. Yeah, no, I just want to point out, too, that the fact that people were trying to say that this was done for clout and to get him to be more popular don't really understand how hard it would be to miss a shot like that and graze him in the ear. You know, if you were going to do this, and you were going to have somebody in the crowd firing at other people, you could have missed way more wide than you did. You didn't need to graze his ear. You could have fired a couple rounds off, hit the people in the stands. You already don't care, right? Shot past him, hit that forklift that they were talking about, and it could have just been that simple, right, without having to aim for his ear. So that I just want to say that's probably one of the dumbest things I've heard people use as a conspiracy theory about how this happened, that somehow the Trump team made it happen. Stupid as hell, in my opinion.
Can you imagine the handler trying to talk the shooter into that? Be like, all right, listen, this is a publicity stunt. You're going to get close, but you're not going to hit him, and we're going to have to shoot you. We're gonna have to kill you,
Right,
or
die.
or it doesn't make any sense. I'd be like, hold up. You're gonna have to shoot me? Like snipers are gonna shoot me? They're like, yeah, nobody else is in on it. It's gonna be you. You understand this thing, and a very, very limited cabal of people that are doing this for a publicity stunt. I'd be like, that doesn't seem to make much
What do
sense.
you think the Craigslist ad looked like? Instead of like can shoot the wings off a gnat's ass at 500 yards, it was like needs to be able to shoot the earlobe off of a fascist at 120 feet. Dude was like, that's me right here.
Right.
Totally.
Got it, dude.
Couldn't get on my high school rifle team, but I got this. Trust me. Been practicing. Been to the range.
Right.
I love it.
The other thing I think that's pretty weird, we can just start getting into this, is that he was identified already as being a person of suspicion prior to the event. One of the Secret Service agents identified him as having a golf range finder, and said it was suspicious, called it in, but didn't say, essentially that he was a threat, right? Pointing that out, right? If you have somebody that's a person of interest in such a high profile event like that, I've never worked a profile or an event that high profile, but I've worked a lot of other events. I'll give you something so basic as even an air show. There are people that we watch and are like, oh, that person's suspicious. There's somebody watching that person the whole time until they leave, right? And there's plainclothes OSI agents, plainclothes, investigators, all kinds of stuff that are in the crowd the whole time watching these people. So just the fact that nobody decided that it was a good idea to keep eyes on him the whole time, and then spectators away from the actual rally area were telling the police officers that somebody was walking towards that area, was on the roof. I think he's got a gun. There's that interview that BBC did with that guy with like the red hat hair visor on, where he even said that they saw a guy with a gun reported the police and nothing happened. This is where it starts to get weird for me and starts flirting with the line of either incompetence or some sort of deliberate deliberate incompetence, put it that way, right?
Right. Yeah, 100%. We don't have to look at this right now, but this is the video that you're talking about. So if you want to look, it's by Trita Parsi that has this original post here. And this guy gets interviewed and basically goes down the entire thing. He's like, no, listen, we saw him. He was walking around. He got up on the roof. You can hear him yelling for a solid minute and a half. It's on video. Yeah. They're like, hey, get over here, get over here, get over here. And there was nobody that ended up coming to him. He actually did scouting of this event with a drone, which raises more questions. Like, how do, like, you know, granted, some of the social media posts are like, oh, how does he have the technical expertise to fly a drone? Bro, off the like shelf drones right now, like 8-year-olds are flying those bad boys around and are better than our drone operators in the military.
They really are. Yeah.
Like watching some
nephew's doing it.
Yeah, watching some dorky 27-year-old like 18 Echo or freaking special reconnaissance dude try to figure out how to fly these drones, and 8-year-old smokes them, figures it out in like 10 minutes, and is like, oh, check it out, I figured out how to do a barrel roll.
Well, during this time frame that you guys are talking about is one of the things that's like one of the weirdest loopholes for me. I don't know if you want to like do this completely chronologically and talk about loopholes and timeline as we go. Okay, because so what I got pulled up here is it's like July 7th. By looking at the geofencing data on his handset, homeboy Thomas Crooks shows up to the site where the rally was to be held, and he does his first like on the ground reconnaissance. Right, and I'm going to use militaristic terms because as I go through this timeline, like what this kid does, like it reeks of military style reconnaissance. He does his
prepping the battle space. He did a leader's recon. He did really a close leader's recon.
That's what he did. The Secret Service doesn't show up until like 3 days later, but on July 11th. He goes back to the site and he conducts aerial ISR, right? Intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance of the area. He launches his drone. And so basically that would be indicative to me of somebody that's like, I showed up, I got my eyes on. Now I'm showing up one more time to see if anything's changed since the last time that I was there. He's like very meticulous in all of this. And then
professional looking.
Day of, and that's what I'm saying. He's a 20-year-old dietary aide at a nursing home, right? So... Well, all right. Anyway, so 3:51 p.m. he shows up. He conducts his third aerial reconnaissance, and he launches a drone again. Approximately 11-minute flight through the area. Now, what's very interesting to me is that at about 3 o'clock that afternoon, Secret Service says that their drone went down. It's hilarious because in trying to get their drone back up, homeboy was like literally on the 1-800 customer service line to try to figure out what was wrong with the Secret Service's drone, but they couldn't get it fixed. They were down for about 2 hours from 3 until almost 5. In that 2-hour window is when Thomas Crooks shows up, does his little 11-minute flight, retrieves his drone,
convenient,
puts it away.
You know?
That's what
how
I'm saying.
Convenient.
That hole is one of the weirdest holes in all of this to me, that it just happened to fit inside of that. So no counter, unmanned aerial surveillance, CUAS is going on right there. At 4:26 p.m., the first Secret Service counter sniper spots him on the rooftop already, makes a radio call. I think that they're getting this wrong right here. This is ChatGPT, but I think it was actually local law enforcement spots him for the first time. So this is the second weird thing. Because
he's also caught on video by a spectator as well.
Yep. Leo calls it up. So between 3:50 and 4:26, he makes his way around what you were saying, Brandon. He does his weird little probes the magnetron. He's acting wonky. He's got his backpack on. Somebody spots him and's like, that looks weird, person of interest. And local law enforcement is tracking, but Secret Service isn't tracking because, come to find out, they didn't. They didn't get on the same comms network. They had no planned communications.
Yeah, Butler SWAT said that they had no comms between them and Secret Service at all, which is insane.
That's weird. Stupid. So local Leos are talking about it. Secret Service isn't tracking. They got a dude running around with a backpack on the grounds, and then they lose sight of him. But hey, person of interest is called up. So now we go 4:26. The first sniper sees him approaching the roof and climbing up there, calls it in. They know it's there. Secret Service still doesn't know he's there. 5:52. Rooftop presence is confirmed, and now from here, there's roughly a 20-minute gap. While he's there, they confirm he's there on the roof for 20 solid minutes before he takes his first shots at about 6:11 p.m. And that's kind of the timeline of him moving around the grounds.
And this is at the same time that people are alerting law enforcement by voice and taking video. Like, hey, there is a guy on this roof. Again, it's only 148 meters away. The rooftop, his shot to the actual podium is 148, like 150 meters away. And people are literally screaming for law enforcement. They're like, you got to do it. This is him walking around here at the actual event.
I'll hit play on this real quick for everybody. That's him. This is just somebody random taking a video of the rally, and there he is walking in. So, right there, like Chris was saying, that's probably his last trip towards the area, heading towards the roof. And the other thing too is, which is pretty wild, a Butler Township police officer actually climbed up on top of the roof through the AC, climbed to the AC unit, and had an encounter with him where he said that he aimed his rifle at him and then didn't have essentially the means to confront him, and then fell off the roof and hurt his ankle. But there was still like almost 10 minutes of time between when that happened and he fell off the roof that nobody confronted him, no one did anything. Like, the fact that didn't end it right then and there is crazy, because I guarantee that he probably stood there like, oh crap, I'm caught, what am I gonna do? Nobody came, and he's like, okay, well, if no one's gonna come, I've already decided that I'm gonna die here, right? And I'm just gonna do what I came here to do until somebody stops me.
I mean, basically, that's let's see, I got a really good map of the event area. So this is another thing that's weird about that, because like you just said, right, like they had 10 minutes of when he had an encounter with local Leo before anything else happened. But here is a map of the event, right? So like Trump is standing right here. Here gunman is on the roof. Here's the counter sniper teams right here. They're facing the direction. This is their sector that they're looking at the entire time.
It's only 130 meters.
And he's been there for 20 minutes at this point. And then at roughly 6:08, like you said, cop crawls up from over here on this side. Crooks turns around, points a rifle at him. He falls back down into this crevice. And then there's still an unaccounted for, it's like 3 to 10 minutes of time, like you said, Brandon, before anybody engages this guy. And they know he's there.
What I don't understand as well is it's a very common knowledge that you scope out climbing aids on buildings and you pay attention to them, and why anybody was allowed on the roof, even if they walk up there with a camera. Like, cops should have been like, hey, nope, sorry, get off the roof. You can't get up there. Well, I can't
I mean,
see
it was way too sloped, Brandon. The slope on the roof was...
I stand corrected.
It was way too... There's no way that anybody would...
That.
Yeah,
know, right?
that was the Secret Service. Well, we didn't put a team up there because it was way too sloped. They were inside the building, underneath the roof. It was a metal roof. You're telling me those folks down there couldn't hear somebody clomping around and getting into a shooting position on the roof above their head because it was too slow?
Top sniper pause.
The pitter patter of little assassins' feet. I just don't understand it. Like, and then my favorite part of that is when they would juxtapose the position. So this is going to Tarantino it a little bit, but part of that investigation that I said just doesn't make any sense. When do you ever hose off biological material and an entire scene, an entire crime scene? When do you just get a hose up there and hose it off? Which is exactly what the FBI, local LEO, Secret Service did. You're telling me it was too sloped to put a team up there, to put eyes on it, but it wasn't too sloped to slosh down with water with like 10 dudes up there. Like, they have a picture of everybody doing it, and you're like, what are you doing? What do you mean it was too sloped? You're standing on it with water, and you're completely ruining the crime scene. Like, any evidence that was up there is completely gone.
Well, now that it's wet, it's even more dangerous. You know what I mean?
Right.
So.
Just not even that, Aaron. Like, they let the body. So it's summer in Pennsylvania, right? July 13th. They let the body stay up there for 12 hours, baking on essentially what is it's a metal roof. So you can only imagine, right? Like, if they were serious about it,
he was sticky.
We would have gotten some kind of like tent covering up there. Let's keep it out of the sun so it's not cooking, right? Preserve the evidence so it's not getting UV rayed, right? I mean, this is just kind of like common sense crap. But they keep the body up there for 12 hours for reasons that they said, apparently.
For reasons.
By the time they delivered him,
the roof was sloped.
Right. Oh yeah, correct. By the time they delivered, they needed a high-speed PJ that knew how to work some ropes. That's what they needed.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll try to call one. It's not me.
By the time they got
him
to the county by the time they got him to the county coroner, they reported that rigor mortis had already fully set in. So it was hard for them to conduct their autopsy. But then, like you said, as soon as they removed the body, then they immediately hosed down the crime scene, and it was gone. They left everything. They took everything down from the roof and vacated, and within 72 hours, they turned it back over to whoever the private owners of the grounds were.
Right. Well, it was a very, very quick investigation, to put it lightly. Not to mention, he was cremated incredibly fast, right?
They held the body for 10 days, and then the FBI released the body to the family to be cremated without the coroner's office being notified that it was being released.
Right.
So they released it, basically took federal authority and released it out from underneath the county.
And it happened right away. I think it was less than 2. I mean, the second that they had him, they cremated the body. Like, and again,
the family cremated him within 24 hours of 24 to 48 hours within that time of receiving him back. Yeah.
Yeah, and again at this point, like, I'll extend some grace here. You've had the body for 10 days. It's really pretty cut and dry. Like, we're not going to find a whole lot of stuff on him. There's not a lot of SSE that you're going to do on the person's body, right? But it's just another thing. Like, that's not what protocol is. That's not how you process these investigations. That's not how you actually process any of these things. Like, any law enforcement official will tell you, that's not how this goes, bro. So when you start like putting, and again, you don't look at everything in silos. You try to like zoom out a little bit and you look at the entire picture. And we've already hit a ton of things about this investigation that make no sense. From the investigation for this really starts with the prep, right? You look at the Secret Service team that was assigned to President Trump. He had like the D squad. It wasn't like the B squad. It wasn't like junior varsity. It was like the freshman team. The Secret Service agent that was actually in charge of this entire detail failed an exam beforehand. They were notoriously incompetent. Like, everybody knew that this person was an absolute shitbag. So from the second that these people set eyes on, they had drone problems. They weren't aware how to fix it. Immediately the conspiracy theories started swirling, be like, oh, you guys gave him this team on purpose. And the literal answer from the Biden administration was like, well, Joe Biden had this event, and it took up a whole lot of our resources, and we just gave him, he's not the president, he's a presidential candidate at this point, so we just gave him who he had left. But when you zoom out and you take all those things in, you're like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, how? Again, I would stop being a guy that connects dots on a big board like Charlie Day, like Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. I would stop being a guy that connects all the dots if you stop putting dots up on the board. If you did everything that you're supposed to in this investigation, if you just followed, the letter of the law from A to Z and really did a good job of being transparent and having a reason for why did you wash all the stuff off of the roof? Why wasn't a sniper team that was 130 meters away looking at the most likely place that a sniper would be? You're telling me a team of snipers doesn't know where they would shoot from? And then they would occupy that space? That's how you're supposed to do it. That's basic tactics. It's not even like, I'm not telling you this because I think I know better about military operations writ large. It's just common sense. Like, oh, there's a roof. I can see the president, the guy that's speaking 140 meters away. If I was a sniper, that's where I would go. We should watch it. Better yet, we should put people up on that roof. And none of that happened.
Despite the fact that it should have been an immediate trigger pull when they identified somebody who was a threat, right? But the fact that the sniper team didn't even take a shot until they were already being shot at, there was fire coming their direction, says to me too that there was probably just a communication issue that was at an unprofessional level about, well, who's going to okay us taking a shot, right? No one's comms, we don't know who to reach out to, so hence the hesitation. So just complete and total failure on law enforcement is basically how I would sum that up. But
and again, common sense would dictate. I got to be honest with you, man. Maybe I'm not the best person to ask about this, but here I am in this scenario. I'm behind a long gun meant to protect the president of the United States, and I've got a good target. Maybe I can PID a weapon, maybe I can't. I got to be honest with you. I'm going to handle the back and forth in the investigation because I'm taking that shot. Like, I'm clacking that dude, and then we're going to be talking. Like, I'll tell whatever investigator after the fact, listen, sorry I shot this guy that was just trying to get a sweet Instagram photo from this rooftop, but he was facing the president, the president of the United States or this presidential candidate. I'm a sniper. I'm there to shoot people, and I shot somebody. I'm gonna have that talk in the proceedings afterwards where they decide if it's a good shoot or not. But I can't believe 3 to 10 minutes worth of time. I have zero grace to extend to somebody that is sitting behind a long gun, that's their professed profession, to sit there and shoot somebody that is meant to do harm, and they glass them and don't do anything. And then they're trying to call and figure out who has jurisdiction and who can okay the shot. Brother, take the shot. It's not a hard shot.
Right.
This is not one of those situations.
Plan, no prep, nothing.
Yeah, this is not one of those situations where you're accidentally going to shoot Derek Jeter.
Derek Jeter.
Right?
He's a biracial angel.
Yeah, it's like, this isn't that. But to your point, Brandon, right? Like, going back to the timeline, he was there for 20 minutes, and they identified that he was there, right? I can only imagine that they're cammed in on this dude, already PIDing a weapon. I'm sure all the communications are going up and out from the counter sniper team, like, hey, PID, who is this guy? Is this one of yours? Is this one of, right? But we already established that Secret Service didn't establish good communications with local Leos, so I'm sure there's a breakdown there at some point. But the dude wasn't wearing a uniform. He wasn't wearing military regalia.
He wasn't wearing. I could see multicam from a mile away. You may think that is a camouflage uniform. Somebody in the Smiths has on a pair of camo shorts that are cut off, and I'm like, "What up, dork?" I can see this. I got radar for that shit. I can see it all the way across the world. I don't care where it is. Like, you can tell if somebody's dressed in tactical gear that looks like yours because they all wear the same stuff.
That's my point. He looks like John Lennon on a bad day. You know what I'm saying? And yet, 16 seconds after he clacks off round one, and his firing tempo is boom, boom. He tried to take two very well aimed shots, missed both of them. He sees that, time runs out, and then he starts mag dumping. Yeah. And still 16 seconds before rounds start going back the other way.
Yeah.
So
plus, if they would have had communication with one another, would have known that person had already been identified. The description would have gone out, and the guy that they identified had a rangefinder. Like, isn't that something you take on a roof with you? You know, if you're going to shoot somebody, maybe a rangefinder might be, helpful in that act. I don't know. But
well, that's the funniest part about it too, is it speaks to like his. And again, it's something that just doesn't make sense. Listen, man, if you know how to shoot a rifle, you don't need a rangefinder at 130. You're good, homie.
We saw how big that pie plate was. You should be able to get it inside.
I can't believe she shamed him so bad.
Average shooter.
I put a big red circle around what an average shooter should be able to hit. I got an 18-year-old son, and about an afternoon, and it probably wouldn't take that long. Most of it would be zeroing the optic. I could show him how to easily hit a target at 150 meters. That is not a hard shot. That's well inside. I mean, the active engagement range in Afghanistan for us was it was like 250 to 400 meters was standard engagement range in Afghanistan during GWAT for small arms fire. You're 150 meters. I can hit that standing unsupported. Like, you could just hit a target at 150 meters. It ain't that hard, especially with the glass that he had on any magnification. I'm talking about hitting an unmagnified shot through an EOTech or some other red dot optic. That ain't hard, homie. That is not much of a hold off at all.
It's a ready up drill, yeah.
It's not hard.
Well, we should, now that we're kind of talking about him, we should kind of talk about like the psychological profile of him as well, because he doesn't fit any of the typical narrative. Like, he doesn't have like a history of mental health. Nobody came forward and said, hey, I was his doctor for the last year and a half. He started having all these issues, maybe started hearing voices or whatever things to say that he was under a serious amount of stress. Like, really the most stressful thing that you could look at his life and say this is stressful is him trying to transition to a better school to basically become a professional engineer. Like, yeah, that's stressful. People that are that young tend to think things like that are going to make or break their life. So yeah, it's going to be really, really stressful, but not enough, in my opinion, to make somebody snap, especially just one day randomly deciding to order bomb making material, and then when not getting it fast enough, email the company and be like, what the fuck is taking you so long to get this shit to me, right? And then he was found with, there were homemade explosive devices, and I have a picture of that as well from the actual FBI website. And then he was found with a drone on him with an actual device to where he could basically transmit and blow up material as well. So it's just like, I don't know if this kid had the anarchist playbook or whatever going on, but it's just too professional and not enough of a psychological profile to make any sense to say. The only thing that you could find online, that I found online, this is from the FBI's investigation of it as well. The only thing he said about Trump was essentially disagreeing with one thing he said, and I actually have to find the words here for you if I can, but it wasn't even an aggressive stance. It was basically just saying in a paper he wrote that he disagrees with something that President Trump said. Let me pull this photo up here, and you can see from the FBI's investigation. Come on now.
Come on now.
Come on now.
Come on now.
While you're pulling that up, though, I agree with you completely. The psychological profile shift doesn't make any sense, and it certainly doesn't make sense in like an instantaneous format. If you were to say he was this way when he graduated high school, he's been largely successful since then. He went to the community college, he got his associate's degree, got accepted to another university above and beyond that, and he was getting ready to go there. When he calls into work, he calls in and he tells them like, hey, I need a day to sort out some family stuff. I'll be back tomorrow. Right. It doesn't sound like somebody that's on a one-way suicide mission. But his all of his behavior heading up to the event that we see is somebody who is like calculating. He had an in strategy. He did his multiple recons, like we said, right? What was it? 5 days prior, right? 2 days prior, and then day of, multiple aerial recons of what he was doing, like probed the security of the event, made his way straight to the AGR building where he had a ladder prepared. I mean, like, that's what our dudes, our ranger snipers, you go out, you have your ISR, you get your eyes on, and then those dudes are humping the ladder in because they already know what building they're going to like set up a hide on, right? Like, it reeks of this type of military style planning, and he's very meticulous about all of it. And then to me, when I see an explosive in the trunk of a car with him having the detonator on his person,
V-bid.
I mean, I just have to assume that that's his exit strategy, so that he's basically cover fire while he dismounts the building, causes a great distraction, and then slips away in the crowd to move off another direction. I mean, like,
Right.
This is so planned out to the point where it's like, the only thing, I mean, people say like, oh, this is the hand of God on Trump. Like, when you see everything that went into his plan and like just how well thought it was and all the different pieces of it, and I added some speculation of my own to what the explosives were for, but this should have worked.
Yeah.
He had all the time, he had all the preparation, he did all the right things. This should have worked. This should have been successful. And it was just a fluke of 3 millimeters and bullet flight time.
Yeah, there's an AC unit that homeboy crawled up and then fell off of after engaging with Matt. Yeah,
I love that story too. Like, the guy gets up, he's behind a rifle. They basically have this moment. It's like a Mexican standoff where like they're looking at you. I got my rifle pointed at you, and the cop's just like, whoop, and he just Diddy Miles. Like, he just gets out. He's like, well, got to get out of here. There's a guy up there. I'm terrified, bro. You were looking for a guy. It's like,
right.
when people
In what world is a cop encountering somebody that you think may be up there to kill the president,
right,
and you don't go up there strapped, right? Like, who's even doing that alone, bro? Who's doing that? Why aren't you trying to engage that person from the ground before you go up there? Why aren't you doing that at the same time? You're engaging him from the ground. I'm going up the AC unit, right? We're doing this as a team. Just goes to show you the actual amateur hour that was going on here. But it's crazy to me, man. Like, the thing that makes this the weirdest is just how professional this looked. We don't get any of his internet records either. There's nothing to say like, oh, hey, here's all this history of him researching how to do reconnaissance. Here's all this history of him learning how to make bombs, right? You would think if there's an investigation about this and you're trying to prove like, hey, yeah, this guy actually had planned for a long time, because it's obviously premeditated based on everything you guys are saying. But if you're trying to prove the point that, yep, this guy was nuts, he just wanted to kill President Trump, here's all this evidence leading up to the fact from January to July 13th, when January being when he ordered the bomb-making material, yep, here's all this internet history of him learning how to become, good at reconnaissance, learning how to scope out an area, learning how to shoot a rifle, all these internet searches of him learning how to become a professional assassin in his mind, right? Literally none of that. And no behavior from his friends. The only interview interview I saw where somebody talked about any of his like actual behavior growing up is that he was bullied a little bit in high school.
Yeah.
And there is a video of him getting bullied in high school, but it's pretty minor. Somebody's pulling on his pant leg and stuff like that, sitting in a classroom. But nothing. No one said he's weird. No one said that, hey, he's got a history of mental health problems. No one said he started coming out randomly with all this anti-Trump or anti-Republican, political rhetoric that was hateful or anything like that. That's what's so weird to me, is this seems to come out of absolutely nowhere. Like he woke up one day and decided, I'm going to order bomb making material, then I'm going to learn how to kill somebody, and I'm just going to go do it even though I have my whole life ahead of me.
Right.
And I'm an engineering student going to be set up for life doing this. It's not like those guys don't make money. It's not like he was working at In-N-Out and was like, fuck it, right? That guy had his whole life ahead of him and had the world at his freaking in his lap. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
That's the weirdest thing to me.
I was able to find one video, and I'll shoot it over to you after this so that we can put it in the show notes, but it was an interview done with two of his former teachers and a former friend and a neighbor. It was conducted by a reporter from the New York Post, and all four of the individuals that they interviewed basically pushed back on that entire narrative and was like, I never really saw him get that bullied. He was not like a quiet loner, weird kid. That's not the way that he was. One of them was his computer technology teacher that had him for 2 years and said that he was a smart, energetic, outgoing young man. He passed his SATs with a 1530 out of 1600. The kid was an incredibly smart kid. But then to your point, Brandon, like all of a sudden after graduating high school and going to college, it was reported that he started going to the gun range regularly. He went there at least 43 different times. It's hard to nail down whether his dad gifted him the AR or whether he bought the AR from his dad, but it was a weapon that was in the home. And so, yeah, like none of this stuff makes sense to him just like snapping. It's all very premeditated. And then jumping to afterwards, because you were talking about some of the FBI evidence as well, they had his phone and reportedly took it to Quantico, and within 40 minutes they were like, yeah, we're in, we've got it.
It was unlocked.
We've got it decrypted, right? We're looking at it, and oh, look, here's the last screenshot that he took of the event, and he's on the roof taking a screenshot of his vantage point, what he's seeing from the roof, which to me, again, I'm going to speculate just a little, but that totally reeks of I'm in position, final firing position, right? You take a picture of like what you're looking at for confirmation, right? If you're working with somebody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Reportedly, he's not working with anybody, but one last point, sorry. But then they go on to say they still have his phone to this day, and the FBI, who was able to find every single January 6er that was, or maybe even was not at the Capitol, says they still cannot decrypt his encrypted signaling apps that he was using to message people, and they still don't know who he was talking to.
Minimum of 3.
Reportedly.
Some reports are as many as 6. He was communicating under aliases. He was posting, on encrypted messaging apps. They're like, yeah, man, we can't get into him. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You can't get into his app. You had his phone. It was unlocked. You're in the back door. You didn't even need the Apple back door that they'll let you in for, like they did in what was the city in California where Apple finally had to open up the back door to that phone.
LA, wasn't it?
It might have been LA. That one got memory hold right away because it was Asians that committed the attack, and that didn't fit the narrative. So we forgot about that immediately. But you're telling me you can't
see ninjas anyway.
You can't. No, you can't. I don't know if they were ninjas or the friggin' barbecue.
Yellow on white crime.
But yeah, again, makes zero sense. Nothing. We know every single detail about this recent attack where the guy threw Molotov cocktails at the people that were marching for the protesters, or the people that were marching for the hostages in Gaza. Right? We knew everything about that guy in 2 seconds from early life on. And the no kidding public release from the FBI is like, yeah, he's got no social media footprint. We got to his phone, didn't really see anything weird. He was never described, one person in his high school described him as a loner. His parents were licensed counselors. Mm-hmm. Yep. He was constantly, if anybody knew that he was having problems, if anything, if we were going to profile this dude to do absolutely anything, it'd be school shooter. It would be a kind of, I got bullied a little bit in high school, and I didn't, I have to take a little break working as the, the nutritionist at the extended living care facility, whatever. And, I'm kind of a little bit down on my luck, and I'm going to get back at these people that bullied me. If you wanted to give me that narrative, I could at least make that make sense. But, these people that try to take down these political figures, they aren't good at hiding the ball. They're ideologically motivated. They have all of the this kid had none of the hallmarks of a radicalized individual that thought that he could take down a political figure like Donald J. Trump and go out there and commit this attack. Like, nothing speaks to it. Like, how did he know how to do all this prep of the battle space? How did he know how to, like, and the magnetometer thing at the front gate, like, he literally walked in and somebody reached into his bag and had hands on a rangefinder, and they're like, "What is this?" And he's like, "Oh, it's a rangefinder." They're like, "All right, nothing to see here. Go ahead."
It's for golf.
Like,
yeah, why do you need a rangefinder at a rally, dude? Like, it's not like a pair of binoculars, right? If it was a pair of binoculars, you'd be like, yeah, cool, right? You want to see the president, you're going to stand in the back, you got binoculars, totally fine. Why do you need to know how far away you are from him, right? That should be question fucking one, right? I got airmen that would have asked that question, but So to continue to talk about, like, the psych profile, it takes a special person to want to work with people who are old, right? And normally those characteristics come with people who have an aptitude for caring for others.
Empathetic,
right? So
not sociopathic. Yeah.
Right, not at all. And then to your statement, Chris, about, like, the ownership of the rifle, what I'm about to say also ties into what I think too paints a picture of his mental health as well. He told his parents he was going to the range and he just took the rifle and left. If you are a parent and you are concerned about your child and their mental well-being, why would you let them leave the house with a rifle? Okay. So that says to me that nobody had any sort of inkling that something weird was going on in any way, shape, or form. He clearly has an aptitude for empathy, right? All these things, none of it makes any sense. And yes, he frequents this range that, like, DHS went to and they fired there, but it kind of makes you wonder, where did the radicalization begin? Right. And was it a specific person? Where did these relationships begin with somebody? If there's no internet history to show, like, hey, I'm on YouTube and I'm learning how to do recon, because you can go find that, or you're on Reddit and you're learning you're reading all these military forums on Reddit that teach you how to do all this stuff. Maybe he ordered the Ranger Handbook from Amazon, because you can do that. All these things that you may consider looking at during an investigation, none of that supposedly exists. So it says to me too, sounds like whatever radicalization or education that took place for him may have happened in person, where there's not going to be any sort of paper trail. And that's where this starts to get really weird, because if you're telling me you can't decrypt all of these messaging apps and he's doing all this stuff, then, like, is that what it is? Is that where these messages are taking place? Is it somebody, is what it sounds like to me, somebody is telling him these things, somebody is talking to him about what's going on, somebody is helping him plan this stuff out? That's where these unanswered questions start to lead you down this rabbit trail of, hey, he probably had help, and that's what this sounds like more than anything. And maybe somebody gassed this guy up enough to, like, go and do this for whatever reason. Nobody knows, right? I mean, there was that stupid security forces airman a couple years ago who decided that he was going to go through tech school and then went online and advertised his services as a professional hitman. Aaron, do you remember that? Do you remember that?
Boy, do I.
Yeah,
I remember.
Yeah, and I did. Yeah, which is hilarious. Like, hey, bro, you got like 3 days of CQB. And I don't know what you think you're gonna do. You're not Jason Bourne, but no, but that's what it is, dude. Young, stupid, impressionable, but this kid doesn't match the profile of some moto dork wearing fucking 9/11 apparel at the SF Academy there at Lackland, right? Who thinks he's a badass? Doesn't really fit the narrative.
Well, there are some now this is speculation, okay, and this is just speculation from a couple of Instagram accounts or a couple of X accounts, talking about some of those claims. When you bring up that he may have been radicalized by somebody, maybe in person. Now, I can't verify this. What I can verify is the reporting done by Legislation Page and Julie Kelly. Those are both great follows. You should follow them. Julie_Kelly, too, is an absolute savage at this stuff. If you want to look really deep into some of these things. So some of those posts allege that Crooks may have been in communication with federal agencies like the FBI or DHS. We already mentioned that the range that he went to 43 times was also a training range used by DHS. There were constantly DHS officials that were there, sighting in his rifle and training at the same facility. Cell phone data actually showed, allegedly, somebody visited Crooks's house more than 20 times. Showed up at his house. That same cell phone was geolocated to an FBI office in June 23 and visited a building near an FBI office 2 or 3 times afterwards, to include spots of lunch around that office. Mm-hmm. So basically
grooming to me.
What that looks like is that he met somebody, and this is me purely speculating here, right? At some point, he was approached by somebody that worked in that office. And then he went to the same range because, listen, like, while these conspiracies, like, people are like, oh, you know, how did they do something this stupid? Well, it's because people are stupid, right? You always assume incompetence before you assume maliciousness. If I was an FBI agent, if I put myself in his shoes, I've got this kid, a little bit bullied in high school, a little bit lost for his way right now. I meet him, I talk to him, I go to his house a couple times. I go and I take him to the range and I teach him how to shoot. And there's cell phone data that are geolocated there a whole bunch of times leading up to June 2023.
It's rapport building right there.
I got something about this when you're done here, but yeah,
go.
Please,
Same.
Go.
I was just going to say, according to a private investigator by the name of Doug Hagman, he also reported some of the same geofencing data from handsets. And so what you were talking about, there are multiple handsets that are at the range the same time that he's at the range, at his residence while he's at his residence. You talked about the restaurant there in D.C., but some of those same handsets also were at the range the same day. So timeline, right, is that he leaves his house earlier in the morning. Like you said, Brandon, he tells his parents that he's going to go to the range, and he takes the rifle and he leaves. He swings by the local hardware store that day, purchases a ladder, a 5-foot ladder, very specific sizing. He makes his way to the range. He buys 50 rounds of ammunition. From the range, he makes his way back to the site at Butler, Pennsylvania. Some of those same handsets that have been identified that were also at the range and at his house were at the range that same day. They did not leave the range at the same time he did, but they left the range shortly after him and took the same route of travel from the range to Butler, Pennsylvania, allegedly, according to Doug Hagman's work, and were pinged at Butler, Pennsylvania around the time when he took the shots, which to me would also say, again, just speculating on top of that, that if the V-bid was a planned distraction for exfil, he could have had his exfil platform like waiting for him on the perimeter and ready to leave. If that was the plan. You see what I'm saying? But you got to take a little bit of, it's just like taking the benefit of our experience. He had his recon phase, actions on the objective, exfil, right? And that would fit for that if you have to hastily beat feet after, say shooting the most famous man in the world.
Right.
So if I was going to conduct an investigation on this, and you look at the timeline, like you said, Aaron, all the way back in June of 2023, I would say, okay, well, that's probably enough time to build a relationship with somebody. That's a great activity to garner trust with somebody, is take them shooting, teach them how to shoot. Not only are you doing something fun, but you're teaching them something. So now you're creating a relationship based on trust and education, right? And the other thing I would look at this too and say, well, if I was looking to find motive and I was looking for a narrative that I could present, put all the 5 W's together and present in court, say, hey, this is what happened. This is the facts-based evidence that I've come up with to present to you what I think happened. That would be the absolute number one avenue I would run down, is all of this geolocating this person that went from his house, so these FBI buildings that traveled around the area, lunch spots, all this stuff, frequented the same range, right? And to me, the profile of this person, we're talking about, the way we're talking about this too is this is there's a conspiracy. And when we say conspiracy, I don't mean some big crazy deep state thing. I just mean that there is conspiring to commit a crime going on premeditated behind the scenes with this. And it could even be something as simple as a member of maybe the Department of Homeland Security or the FBI who doesn't like President Trump and thinks, well, maybe I can talk a kid into doing something like this and groom him enough to get him to commit an act, create all these, fake trust. I could be a limited hangout to give him all this information. Some of it's true, some of it's not true, to build this trust. And it's just something as simple as having that person who works for the agency, works for the U.S. government, who is the actual radical, that there's not some big deep state, it's the FBI or it was Joe Biden and all this stuff, that maybe just this one person who has all these other connections, knowing full well that the administration and the agencies that work for that administration are full of people that are anti-Trump, right? And that we know this to be a fact all the way up to flag officers, that they decide decided, well, I'm going to go rogue here personally, and I'm going to try something, right, a la Jolly West and other people that, have gone around throughout the Cold War, getting people to commit heinous acts, right? And I'm going to do this, and I'm going to psychologically profile some very, very impressionable kid, build trust with him, talk him into doing something, get him to see that this is a problem, maybe because he's a little weird, because he's really smart, right? And I can get him to believe all this crap, and maybe even show him some things that look professional because I'm in the intelligence community, and then get him to do something. That's what I kind of think happened here, is probably some lone actor and then maybe evolved into a couple other people, hence all the cover up, teaching him how to communicate, teaching how to do reconnaissance. All this is stuff that you could easily say an FBI agent or somebody from Department of Homeland Security would have access to or already know this information, just given the people's backgrounds that work for those agencies, right? It's kind of what I think happened. I don't know about you guys, but we could keep talking about all the other stuff, but like just thinking about psych profile wise, that's what I would say.
I think that's like among the lines of most likely, because I'm not buying the narrative of all American hometown kid with his entire future ahead of him suddenly snaps and vis-a-vis American hitman decides I'm going to kill the most famous man in the world and trains himself up all 1980s montage style from January to July and then goes out and
Rocky
Ford it.
But slightly less plausible, but also something that we can't confirm now is, does the DNA of the body match the actual kid? Because again, we go back to the fact that the body was by the federal government granted back to the parents who had it cremated within 1 to 2 days. I was unable to find in my research where the remains are now, but retrieving DNA from cremated remains is incredibly hard anyway. And then, like we said earlier, the parents, all those handsets that we talked about during that speculation were at the residence. So you can't tell me that they weren't at the residence without meeting the parents as well, whoever owned those handsets. And the parents are basically recluses now, do not leave the house. It was in the same New York Post video that I was telling you guys about, that they tried to get an interview with the parents, and they reported that the parents basically leave the house at like 3 o'clock in the morning to do their grocery runs and then stay inside, other than that 24/7, and are basically like non-contact with the outside world. So it's like is there a possibility that the persona of this young man and who he is fit the bill of somebody that should be impersonated to pull off this crime, right? And it's not like, it is not crazy to say that the intelligence community does not use body doubles. I mean, that's been done, like we know about that for decades and decades, right? So impersonating this young man to pull off this crime, and then when that went south, because again, he missed by 3 millimeters. The kid that couldn't hit the broadside of the barn on the rifle team, couldn't make the rifle team, missed the president by 3 millimeters at 148 meters, right? Like, he should not have missed. That was a fluke of timing.
It's all Trump turning his head, man.
That's what I'm saying.
That's it. And that's the craziest thing about this, man.
And now we can't
That's
test
where the God thing comes in, bro.
We can't test the body. And like you said, Aaron, all evidence was washed off the top of the roof too. Why would you do that?
And it wasn't just the roof, it was his home. So when they went to look at his home, they were like, oh, okay, well, we found, a couple dozen firearms, most of them belonging to his dad, an AR-style rifle that was legally purchased by Crooks' father, some explosives and some bomb making. The house was completely sterile, to include, and this isn't verified through FBI reporting, or it's not verified by anybody. It's not verified in official reporting, right? But it's also not, it's not like listed on the actual investigation report, right? His silverware was gone. The house was in a sterile condition. They couldn't find a single fingerprint in the house. They couldn't find anything. It was completely sterile. It was actually listed in the FBI documents as a near sterile environment. And they're not talking about like sterile, like there's not stuff on the walls. They were talking like emergency room sterile, like operating room sterile environment. They use that word specifically. So during a congressional hearing, Representative Eli Crane reportedly alluded to a strange detail that Crooks' home lacked silverware, implying it was missing or removed, possibly to prevent fingerprint analysis. So again, when you zoom out and you're like, wait a second, why'd we wash away all the DNA? Why'd we get rid of the body? Why was his home completely sterile, free of other DNA and fingerprint evidence? All of those things really make you go,
That is impossible to do in a lived-in space.
It completely impossible. His parents live there. So you're like, what is going on? Like people, and Joe Rogan talked about it on his podcast, but a couple of the agents said it looked professionally cleaned. And again, not just some maid that you got from the local area, like professionally cleaned.
Scene cleaners.
Right. When they said this, they meant sterile like an operating room, professionally cleaned like you were trying to clean it to avoid detection of the specific thing that they were looking for.
What is silverware made out of, right? Typically, it's a very porous material. It's not very high quality metal typically. And what could you get from a very porous metal? DNA,
right? Fingerprints.
You could scrub the crap out of a glass or a plastic cup and remove the DNA off of it from somebody sipping on it. But the fact that you're sticking a piece of silverware in your mouth, potentially cutting your gum or getting it in between teeth and all these other things, right? And you're gonna it's that's what it looks like to me. Is like, well, we're gonna remove any sort of
I have 4 sons. But just move the couch 4 inches, and you will find enough DNA material to confirm whatever you need. Right?
I'm saying,
proof of life everywhere.
Yeah,
it's like a shitty attempt to say that there was no way we could collect DNA, right? Like, there's no silverware.
Well, but that's the fact that goes in concert with that is like, yeah, they didn't say that there was no silverware there, but it also wasn't on the inventory for what they found in the house. They listed literally every single other thing in the house, to include other dishes, to include other things that were there, things in his room that you would think, you're like, oh, there was a tissue on the bedstand, right? And that's an example. That's not a direct quote from any investigative material. But I'm saying that was the level of granularity that they did, again, because of the gravitas of the event. They went through his place with a fine-tooth comb, and the best investigators on the face of the planet said that they couldn't pull DNA, and there was no silverware listed on the intake form.
Yeah.
So they didn't say there was no silverware.
There was sheets,
right?
Like pillowcases, toothbrush.
Pull the socks out of the dirty clothes.
He's a man.
Socks of the dirty clothes. Underwear,
dude, that young man, that sock was standing up on his bone, bro. Like,
yeah. No, absolutely. How much do you guys think? I want to read. This is actually from Hercules 2, the sniper team. Go ahead, Chris.
I just pulled this up because you got me thinking really quick, Aaron, and I was like, I forgot to look into this. What was actually on his person at the time of his death? It was the remote detonator, the rifle, but no ID. No ID, no nothing. The dude sterilized himself.
Hey, don't bring an ID.
Well, he'd be allowed to vote if it was California, so you'd be fine.
Right? And he was carrying 2 smartphones and 1 laptop.
Those are normal activities.
What 20-year-old runs around with 2 phones?
2 cell phones. You got a work phone?
You're not selling drugs, bro.
Are you Kevin Gates? 1 phone for the plug, 1 phone for the low? Come on. I got 2 phones.
You need a different plug, bro.
1 for the plug and 1 for the low. Yeah, but again, like, and it's such a dichotomy, the things that we're talking about. Like, how did a 20-year-old get so good? How did he get so good that he missed an easy shot? How did he get so good that he could cover his tracks with encrypted apps, but show up with 2 phones with the encrypted apps on them? You would never have that on your person during the event because that's how you get caught. Like, the dichotomy of these things makes it so confusing. And then when you have the investigation laid on top of it, they're like, yeah, dude totally had 2 phones. He's got no social media though, and we couldn't get into those apps. Yeah. Like, what are we talking about?
It sounds to me like a kid who was probably, given that phone, the second phone, and was told, hey, probably don't bring these things. But then knowing what he was about to do, probably had some fear about it and then brought it anyway, thinking, well, maybe I'll need to communicate to this person, right? And I'm going to do that, but I'm going to keep these things on me. And what are the modes of communication I use to talk to this person? My laptop and this second phone, right? That's kind of what I would think looking at these things. But one of the things I wanted to ask you guys about, and this is, like I said, this is from the Secret Service report, and this is from a statement from Hercules 2, which is the counter sniper team that was there adjacent to Trump. But I just want to read it verbatim. One of the counter snipers on the Hercules 2 team told the committee that after hearing shots fired, he, quote, thought that his partner was hit due to the proximity of these whip-like cracks, end quote. The U.S. Secret Service counter sniper added that after the shooting, he told the committee that he, quote, asked my partner how close he thought the rounds were to our left, and he looked at me and said, I heard them on my right, end quote. And there were approximately 6 feet between him and I when we were on the rooftop at the main site. That line from that report has been used to say that there were 2 shooters. So, and then not to mention, there's been some video of rounds coming in supposedly from different angles, although none of that video I saw was very good. Just kind of wondering how much credibility you guys would lend to the second shooter theory. And Aaron, you muted.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the water tower, bro. The second shooter was reportedly, there's a water tower. Chris, if you could bring that picture up that you had in the very beginning, the water tower is where people thought that second shooter was coming from, and it actually corroborates exactly what the Hercules 2 sniper just said right there. Like, as he was talking through that, and they reported the rounds to the right. Now, there's some other stuff here too. Like, I'm not sure if the dudes were wearing Peltors or wearing some noise canceling Ear Pro, and that can kind of like mask where stuff is coming from. It's hard to hear direction when you have those things on, especially when the noise canceling function is enacted. But I'll tell you what, the second shooter thing, I was balls deep in that bad boy for about 3 weeks.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not cropped. This photo is cropped so that it's out. But for people's reference, the water tower is behind this building right here, and it sits up definitely high enough to where both crooks would have been visible to them here. They would have had line of sight on all of this, the entire grounds, because the water tower sits right here. But yeah, it's cropped out of this photo, so I apologize for that.
No. Well, the other interesting tidbit that's led to a lot of the conspiracy rabbit holes is the fact that FirstNet, you guys are familiar, was responsible for radio comms that day. FirstNet's owned by AT&T, which we all know is basically just owned by the NSA. But 2 people on their board are Merrick Garland and then Alejandro Mayorkas, if you guys didn't know that. So there's some other weird things going on, but not necessarily anything to write home about and say is hard evidence of conspiracy.
Yeah, the other one that I saw is that he showed up in BlackRock ad.
2022, baby. He is 100% in a BlackRock ad.
And he is. I ran down that rabbit hole, and what I found is that it was basically a nothing burger. BlackRock contracted.
They filmed at his high school.
The school, and they were there, and he happened to be in the background of it. So, I mean, there is a such thing as a coinky dink. They're just rare. To me, that might be one of the 1 to 2% of just rare coincidences. But
yeah, no, I agree. To me, this is the unanswered questions, like we were talking about, are why this makes you think that there was somebody else involved. Personally, I do. I feel like he was trained by somebody. That makes the most sense. I think that you could go online and learn a lot of this stuff, like we were talking about, all the things we were talking about. There's videos, people do this all. I mean, there's people on Instagram even that just are constantly making content on CQB, or this is what you do when you go out in the woods and do all this stuff or whatever. But this sounds enough to where he was probably coached, is the point of what I'm getting at. And I think that it more than likely, the place that he probably met this person was at the range, right? And that this seems to be the most confluence of common denominators about where you'd meet somebody to radicalize you would be the gun range in this scenario, especially considering federal agents use it. And then you have, like you said, all the geolocation coming to his house. That sounds like, again, building a relationship with this kid and then teaching him how to do these things. And it from on the inside, it's not hard to manipulate an investigation and then derail it by saying you can't access certain bits of information and evidence that you could use to prove. And that's also why there's no, I mean, they could doctor this stuff and make it right, say, hey, here's all this, internet history, right? And now, but doing that too involves more people, and when you have more people involved in a lie, now there's more opportunity for that lie to come out as being a lie, right? So just to me, it sounds like probably a bad actor, or maybe 1 or 2 bad actors inside whatever federal agency it was that radicalized. Maybe who knows what they promised him too, right?
How dare you allege that there are possibly anti-Trump people that work for these organizations? We know
they out themselves.
That has been debunked. There is not right. my favorite
me now.
I know. My favorite quote about that is censor me so hard.
Censor me, baby.
You know who we need? We need somebody to call in. I can't remember. What's it? Leo.
Leo.
We need Leo to call in and weigh in on it. Leo. Yeah, I was there. It's so amazing. It's so good. Yeah, my favorite quote about that is that, Trump is the captain of a mutinous ship. And these people are everywhere. The resistance to Trump, you saw it literally with everything since 2015, since Trump burst onto the political stage and got elected in 2016. That there is an undercurrent of people that work at every single one of these agencies that's anti-Trump. To say that it's a bridge too far, to say that one of these people, and maybe they were acting alone, people say conspiracy. George Carlin had a great quote about conspiracies, and it's not a whole bunch of people having Zoom meetings in these back rooms. A conspiracy is not hard to commit when you have interests that align. And you only need one or two people for that. Like, you only need really one or two agents, like one agent that can go to Ryan Ruth. I was already thinking about the next talk. But they can go to Thomas Crooks, meet him on the range and be like, hey man, here's these things, I was bullied in high school too. And they start to have that mentor-mentee sort of relationship. And then, they start talking about stuff and, who knows? Like, you can fold the easiest scenario into any of this when you're talking about it and go, no, that's totally plausible. And you don't need a huge government conspiracy. And maybe it is a healthy dose of incompetence from law enforcement to Secret Service. Maybe it was the perfect confluence of events that was saved by 3 millimeters worth of a head turn. Like, maybe it's a healthy dose of both, just incompetence and maliciousness and a little bit of conspiracy put on top of there. But the point is they've been so opaque in all of these investigations, they could easily just clear this up and be like, all right, listen, the Secret Service was terrible at their job. We had a fat chick with a BMI of 35 that couldn't even holster a weapon. We had a guy in tack gear.
Could talk about it.
Pointing his long gun like straight down, the driver's side of the vehicle when he shouldn't have been pointing his long gun down the driver's side of the vehicle in a crowd of people. But maybe that is just incompetence. A lot of these things, some of the dots don't need to be connected here, but there's enough that are connected that you're like, this doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, his behavior, this is my final question on the topic before we bounce to the next guy, but his behavior definitely displays a certain amount of craft in his trade. That's the way that I'm going to say it, or the trade that he was learning. That it's like you don't become good at this stuff even by studying it on the internet, right? Like,
no.
These are things that we've all been to training that you have to physically do multiple times before you become good enough at it.
You're not naturally talented at field craft. You're not naturally talented at trade craft.
Right. So my final question is, looking at it from the angle of the incompetency of the security detail around Trump, right? When you look at the fact that no comms were established, there was no clear leadership in the Secret Service that day. When you look at the fact that there was the perimeter wasn't pushed out far enough to include a single-story building that had line of sight on where the stage was going to be, that was outside of their security perimeter. When you look at the fact that the buildings weren't being swept, nobody was posted on the building, even though it was outside of their security perimeter and it was an elevated position. The guy that was their counter UAS only had 3 months of training before going on site. Like, he didn't know how to operate his equipment, so when it went down and was down for a perfect 2-hour window, which our shooter was able to exploit either knowingly or unknowingly to conduct his final aerial reconnaissance of the area. The dude was literally on the 1-800 hotline to fix my drone, Bob over in India, help me out. Like, all of this stuff came together to just it's easy for somebody to look at it and go, I can reasonably say that it looks like somebody created an opening, which was all that was needed for a shooter to be able to exploit. That opening was left open, a giant security breach, right? Don't look over here. So that's my final question from you guys is, I know the whole Hamlin's razor don't attribute to malice that, which can be reasonably assumed by incompetence, but what do you guys say about the culpability of the Secret Service in all this? Oh, and then I forgot to roll over. They asked for reinforcements in the form of counter UAS, was denied. They asked for more CAT teams, which is those were denied because they said that they couldn't give them more, so they had to bring in more federal agents from other agencies, ATF, DEA, stuff like that, which they didn't train with beforehand and didn't know the security protocols of the Secret Service. So that explains the whole, like, they didn't know what they were doing to move the principal once bullets started flying, like you were pointing out earlier, Aaron. So it's like you look at all of that evidence from just the security standpoint of it all, excluding the shooter. Like, is there something to be said there when you start talking about conspiracy?
Well, here's what I'd say, and what I think, given everything that you guys have said, right? I do think somebody coached him into doing these things. I think his behavior is indicative enough of that. And then Occam's razor would say that all of this, the simple explanation on incompetence, the fact that, I don't know, I know you guys have, but like working in alongside other teams, especially when you have a bunch of like alphas, right? It's Secret Service, the police department, and then you have SWAT from the police department, which is separate of the regular police department, right? I'm going to tell you right now, most of the time when I've ever worked in a collaborative environment like that, people tend to be reticent to work together because it's just like this stupid dick measuring contest, right? So you have that involved, okay? The fact that nobody had the leadership capability to establish all of this prior says to me that something like that was going on, and also incompetence, right? So I think that it is just the perfect storm of the fact that that was the opportunity for whomever trained up crooks to do this to happen. And then it just so happened that all of these different agencies, the D squad from the Secret Service, the SWAT team who didn't have any comms with Secret Service, and then the regular Butler Police Department Joes that are just walking around doing their thing, probably looking at all these other teams for guidance the whole time they're out there doing their job. That's probably what happened. It just was the perfect storm of BS, essentially. All of this incompetence going on with the law enforcement, and then him having this opportunity because he was trained up and coached by somebody to do it. And so I think that, yes, I think that their incompetence is their culpability in all of this. It's not that they're actively involved and they helped make decisions and they knew this was going to happen. And, I was told not to shoot, which we know is, was debunked, and all this other stuff, right? I don't think it was any of that. I think it was just a lot of unprofessionalism, and there just so happened to be this situation that was unfolding, and none of them were prepared or intelligent enough to handle it, because you had all these idiots walking around doing their thing, and then other people who just didn't want to communicate and didn't want to play well with others. And I've seen that a bunch. When you don't want to play well with others, a lot of stupid shit happens, and it does happen. So
it answers the question.
Squad,
yeah, the D squad, baby. The D squad.
The D squad, bro. That was the Tuesday morning shift at Sharky's, is what they got.
That's the D squad, bro. Right?
R.I.P. Sharky's. How dare you?
That's the double D cesarean scar squad right there.
Man, they're just trying to put themselves through medical school. You guys are so judgmental.
But it does become an engineer.
And, I love being conspiratorial, too, but it gives a very clean answer as to why these investigations have been so opaque. It's why the committees have gone nowhere. It's why we still don't have answers. Is because these organizations that are already just in the basement as far as public trust and institutions, why would you want to tell people how bad you screwed up? Like, of course, me as a conspiracy enjoyer, I would love to hear that there were two shooters. I wouldn't love it. I'm glad that everybody's okay, but somebody did lose their life during this event. And I don't care about Crooks. I'm glad that he's dead. Whatever. Fuck around, find out. However, it does lend credence to this was just rampant incompetence. And why would you ever want to own up to that? Why would you ever want to take accountability for almost losing a presidential candidate, somebody that went on to be the president of the United States of America as the Secret Service? It would be the biggest black eye that they've ever had. People already hate the FBI. They already hate the Secret Service. They already hate these government institutions. They think that they're against Trump. And if you open the door to these investigations, yeah, there might be something salacious behind that door, but most likely it's just rampant incompetence on behalf of the federal government.
Well, dude, we've dealt with enough incompetence in our time in the military to know that anybody in any sort of leadership position or conducting an official investigation, when they come out with the results of the investigation, they never mention the incompetence in any element of leadership at all. That's never what gets mentioned, right? It's everything else. So, yeah, I think that's exactly what it is, Aaron. I think you hit the nail on the head. That's just, we're not going to, especially now, like we all know and talk about and bloviate all the time on our shows about how the government is incompetent. They don't take accountability for anything anything. So in this the biggest blunder they've had since Kennedy got his head blown off, right? They're not going to take any sort of accountability for it at all. Why would they? It's better to just leave it murky, knowing that nothing bad happened. We just got a bunch of fucking idiots running around not doing shit, and we'll fix it from the inside. You don't need to be involved.
You just got to wait for that news cycle, baby. 24 hours, people. Forget about it.
Yeah.
And to throw fuel on that fire, like Kimberly Cheadle, who was the director at the time, she was basically pressured into resigning. She wasn't going to resign until all of a sudden the pressure got onto her. And
that congressional hearing, ended her career.
Knowing the way that leadership works in the Secret Service, the director probably is not, she was not the one making like on the ground decisions for who was going to do what. She's the up and out leader. But Ron Rowe, who was the deputy director, he absolutely handles like internal what's happening down in.
And then he got promoted.
And then he got promoted. That's exactly where I was going with all
Failing
that.
up, bro. Failing up. That's what that's called.
Hey, congratulations. You almost got the Republican frontrunner killed. Here's a promotion.
For real, dude. But that's what happens, right?
Yeah, you want to go to the sweet field office? You get to live in Loudoun County, Virginia, and commute to work here at the freaking D.C. field office. I cannot wait. If Kash Patel does one thing, I hope he really does just shudder. And he makes all those dorks that have been living in the Northern Virginia, like DMV area, I hope he farms them out to field agencies in like Omaha, Nebraska. Like, I hope they just have to go work everywhere else. It'd be hilarious.
That'd be great. Yeah. Well, I think we've probably covered that enough. I don't think the last thing I had written down was the whole Trump or Biden statement about putting Trump in a bullseye. I don't think that. Last I was just gonna say was I don't think that was a dog whistle for anything. I just think that that's just like, poor speech and again a coincidence.
Well, I mean, he had dementia. He was suffering from cancer and had no idea what he was saying at any time. So, and it's funny to look at that through that lens now. Is at the time, people talked about the political rhetoric and, how people were turning the temperature up and calling for violence. And I'm not downplaying any of that. I think it's disgusting and it happens all the time. It happens even today. But it's just funny, like looking at where we are today. Like, take yourself back to that time. You're like, oh, you said put him in a bullseye. They're not even hiding the ball now. Now they're like, no, you need to punch maggots in the face and you need to go, get up in these people and don't let them eat. Right, yeah, 8647. James Comey puts 8647 out there and gets a visit by the Secret Service afterwards. Like, it's funny how the Overton window has shifted even this short amount of time. Like, back then, we were like, oh my God, I can't believe you said put Trump in a bullseye. You got James Comer straight up saying kill Trump through numbers. Yep. And it's like, oh, look at this cool shell formation. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Within like 2 days, the liberals had tried to flip the script and tried to say that the Republicans were the ones who needed to tone down the rhetoric. Like, they tried to turn it on its ear and take it the other way, which didn't
turn
happen
it on its
at all
ear.
because
see what happened there with the ear?
Yeah, you're right. That was unintentional, even though you guys may not believe it, you conspiracy theorists in the chat there, right? But no, they did, and they tried to. You just basically enough people were like, nah, nope. They literally just try to kill this guy. You're not going to flip this one around and tell them they need to tone down the rhetoric. I just thought that was funny. That's when I'll say it, and we said it then, dude. That's what made him president, right there.
Talking about flipping the script, I didn't have on my 2025 bingo card like liberals suddenly being anti-mask with what's going on out in LA.
Right.
They're yelling, "Take off the mask," and I'm like, "What?"
Wait a second.
All right.
Hold on. You guys are still wearing masks alone in cars and shit. Like, what you're telling ICE agents?
Every day.
Yeah, you're telling ICE agents to take their mask off. But my favorite one was there's one of the rioters. I don't want to digress too much, but one of the rioters, they were like, "Well, why are you wearing a mask?" And she was like, "Well, there's a lot of anti-fascists, and we don't know who's showing up, and I would hate for somebody to dox me and like hurt me in my life." And it's like we always
name.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, you mean like how they're doxing ICE agents, how their families are getting like straight up death threats at their house and stuff? Do you mean like that? Right. Is that what you mean?
She spelled her name, so you.
What's her name? It's Ashley Smith, right? Like,
ASHLI. Oh, liberal white women, terrible. The worst threat to democracy. Do you guys know what they call those? Like in shorthand, they call them awfuls.
Awfuls, yeah.
That's right.
Affluent white female liberals. Ugh.
That's right.
God, repeal the 19th Amendment.
It's one of the best acronyms I've ever heard.
The awful,
by the way.
Yeah.
Affluent white female ugly liberals, right there.
I love this.
Me too. Well, you guys want to start talking about Ryan Wesley Ruth? There, I said it without fucking it up.
This guy, this disappeared even faster, and there's even less information out about Ryan Routh, whatever it is that you want to call this knucklehead.
at least this one.
It's Mama calling roof. I'm a calling
made more sense to me.
Yeah.
The build up to it did.
Right.
For sure.
But yeah.
And he had a very, very present online, or he had a very big online presence as well.
Yeah.
Even Ukraine said this dude was insane. I don't know if you guys got it. All of that. But okay, so 15, there you go. 15 September 2024, right? Secret Service agents spot a rifle poking out from behind a bush along the course's perimeter near the 6th hole, right? A Secret Service agent took a shot at him, and he went running off and got into a black Nissan Xterra, took along the highway, and that's basically where they rounded him up at, right? So, let's see right here. Agents discovered an SKS 7.62 millimeter rifle that he'd left behind. Extended magazine, its serial number had been scrubbed off. Nearby, he had hung 2 bags containing ceramic armor plates, apparently meant to serve as improvised cover or body armor. Who knows? A stash of food in one bag, suggesting he probably was intending to be there for a long time, and then a digital camera, maybe to use to record him shooting him, and then a handwritten list of dates and venues spanning from August, September, and October, places where Trump had spoken or was expected to appear. And the 2 cell phones were recovered from his SUV, which provided further confirmation of the course of a month from August 18 up to that day, that his phone ping showed that he repeatedly staked out Trump's golf club and even his Mar-a-Lago residence at various days. So he'd been tracking Trump for a long time, knowing too that on the Sundays that he would go to that West Palm Beach golf course, and he was there for 12 hours prior as well. He's set up. So that guy, again, like, he did a lot of recon too, just a hell of a lot less professional than the 20-year-old, right?
Yeah. And the juxtaposition of these two stories, just like you alluded to already, like, this at least makes sense to me, right? The guy was, supported Ukraine. He was completely unhinged, lived a transient lifestyle, had plenty of social media behind him, and he was really eclectic in his social media posts. Like, sometimes he would be, outwardly talking about wanting to kill the president, and sometimes he'd be agreeing with him. He seems like more of an unhinged guy. When you put that into the bucket and go, hey, do you think this guy would try to assassinate President Trump? You go, no, yeah, that totally makes sense. That 100% makes sense to it. A lot of the other background about, his possible involvement with going to Fort Bragg and his possible involvement with, again, 2 cell phones, and there's always going to be conspiracies that somebody was grooming him or somebody put him up to it. I'm actually less willing to believe those things with Ryan Ruth than I am with Thomas Crooks, because you look at it and it just makes sense. Right? But we have the same through line as we do with Thomas Crooks, which was the investigation. It got memory hold right away. We don't know anything about him. There's been no updates. And then the incompetence of the Secret Service yet again. You're telling me this dude camped out along a fence line within 100 meters of where the president would be. And basically what happened is the Secret Service guys that found him were actually doing advance. So they were a couple holes ahead of President Trump, saw a rifle poking out of the tree line, and essentially clacked off, the Secret Service agent clacked off a couple of shots at Ryan Ruth, which caused him to flee, right? But again, he was there for 12 hours. He was holed up in this site, and he did actually have, I'll try to find the picture of it, but the ceramic plating he had, it was like landscaping ceramic plating, but he was hung up in a way where it, 1, concealed his position, but 2, it would have stopped incoming rounds. Yep. So there is a little amount of field craft there, but that's easily explained because he served in Ukraine on the front lines of the Ukraine-Russia war for enough time that he could pick up sort of those low-tech, because if you think about the Ukrainians, they don't have a whole lot of high-tech stuff. They don't have bullet traps. They don't have things that can actually stop incoming fire. They would have to make do with what they have, and you have landscaping materials around. So, of course, you'd have ceramic plates that would stop a bullet from coming in. So that at least makes sense to me. Like, I can never put myself in the mind of somebody that wants to slaughter another human because of political ideology. Like, as much as I want to dunk on the libs, right? I would never be like, oh, well, it's time to start picking them off one by one. But at least I can understand what he does. His actions match his intent, which matches his his profile. Right. And that actually makes sense to me. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, the guy has a low amount of tactical stuff. Now, there are some questions like, how did this guy with zero money come across a Chinese SKS? How did he make all those trips to Hawaii and back? Who funded his trips over to Ukraine? How did he get hooked up? Why was he sourcing fighters out of Afghanistan, which is another thing in his history that makes zero sense? Like, why are you sourcing foreign fighters, and how? Like, if you're just like, this guy strikes me as a dude that you would see, like, in 115 degree weather out here in Vegas with no shirt on, preaching weird parts of the Bible to people is like screaming on the side of the road, right? Like, he seems like a truly unhinged individual. What are you offering these folks from Afghanistan? Like, what are you sourcing foreign fighters for?
The only thing I was think of is like, hey, the Russians invaded Afghanistan, and maybe there's still some anti-Russian sentiment there with the Taliban or whoever lives there, and I can wrestle some of that up because they hate the Russians for everything they did prior. I don't. That's the only thing I could think of is why he was like, yeah, let's go to Afghanistan and get fighters. They hate the Russians. The Russians invaded them too. Blah blah blah. Like maybe that's why. I don't know. What do you think, Chris?
I think that he spent a significant amount of his time growing up in North Carolina. I think Greensboro area. Anybody that's from North Carolina, anywhere close and into around Fort Bragg is going to be touched by that Fort Bragg operator culture. I mean, we got a lot of cool guys that are running around down there. So the idea that he had contacts or had spoken to somebody in his life that had stories about Afghanistan or whatever may have given him the idea. Like, he would have known.
Well, at his age, it's just general knowledge the USSR was in Afghanistan anyway.
Right. I don't think that's I don't think there's a lot of there when it comes to like his background and everything. Like, Aaron's been beaten on. Like, it just makes sense to me. The two biggest holes in this story was, one, why I understand that President Trump reportedly, or at least his security detail, didn't reportedly put out where they were going until about 6 a.m. that morning. So the idea that he changed his schedule, it was not a scheduled event, and he was just kind of randomly, we're going to go golfing on this Sunday, and yet
Ronald Rowe said that.
This dude had been there camped out 12 hours prior to him showing up. Definitely is like, well, how did he know? Why did he go there? He set up. But a lot of that got answered in the fact of, like, the effects that they allegedly or reportedly found on his person, that he had been doing his research on where Trump likes to hang out in the area. And if he decided to camp out in that spot that day and just happened to get lucky, because, I mean, you've got a certain percentage chance of, if you're in and around West Palm Beach, that, like, I know the president frequents here, and if I'm going to be in the vicinity, he'll probably and if he had food and stuff on him, he may have been ready to camp out there for like 3 days.
We don't know if that was his first time either.
Right, waiting for the president to swing by while he happens.
Dude, he could have done that every day that week. Possibly. And he just, like, today was the day that it showed up.
And that's why I'm saying the biggest thing about this story to me also goes back to, and again, this is 60 days, right, 60-ish days, like right after the Butler incident, just speaks to the incompetence of the Secret Service, because again, here we see they didn't do a perimeter sweep. They didn't establish comms with the local law enforcement in the area to coordinate their security posture when they came in. So he was able to remain concealed until the president was in between the fifth and sixth hole. And I have a diagram to show everybody of what it looks like, so you can kind of get an idea of, like, where this guy was. But he's basically camped out in this area down here. The president was playing through, so he was getting ready to round this hole, and that would have lined him up basically to get a shot at him anywhere down this fairway, as he would have been moving, like, straight towards the shooter.
Oh, that's terrible. Look how close that is. I mean, we're talking 50 meters inside of there.
But also, investigators reported that he did have a contact in his phone when they arrested him that he had titled as Romero, and that their communications did suggest that he was supposed to meet this contact somewhere in Mexico after this event. And so that was basically seemed to have been his exit strategy, that if he could have gotten away from the area, he had a boat lined up down there to get out and take him where he wants to go. So this one is like a lot less spicy, a lot less salacious than the other story that we talked about. I think this one is mainly about incompetency of the Secret Service again. Like, never should have gotten that close, should have swept your perimeter before you ever let the president out there. In the same vein as before, like, you got reports, shooter on the roof, you knew that there was a person of suspect on the grounds, and yet you let the president take the stage anyway before dealing with the security threat. Like, you could have easily delayed him, 10, 20 minutes. Let us figure this out, and then you go on, Mr. President. It's not like the rally goers are going to leave before Donald Trump speaks. But here it's the same incompetency we see.
Aaron, you'd asked where you got the Chinese SKS. I mean, to me, I think a logical explanation for that could be the fact that there's been Chinese what do you want to call them? Mercenaries that have been in Ukraine since it began. Fighting on the side of Russia. It wouldn't be that hard to say he came across it on a dead Chinese mercenary, right? And then kept it, and then somehow got it back into the country. And we all know that that's very possible. So maybe he even pulled it in through the border. You have no idea. Some of that shit was going on too. So that to me, could say where
his
he
contact
got that stuff.
was in Mexico. So yeah, he could have very, very well come across the southern border.
Yeah. Well, we already know, too, that some of the arms that were going to Ukraine from the United States had made their way back to the cartel as well. So they were taking all that stuff and then selling it for money, right? But let's talk about him a little bit. We kind of been talking about who he is a bit here. Like you said, Chris, he spent his life in Greensboro, North Carolina. He had a family. He owned a roofing business. In 2002, he was involved in an armed standoff with the police in Greensboro. It basically just kind of, in hindsight, foreshadows his capacity for violence, right? Because he barricaded himself at his roofing company's building with a fully automatic machine gun. It was basically a 3-hour standoff he had with police. And there was another chase, which he eventually surrendered on. That's what got him his felony status. And then I think, too, we talked about Ukraine. Obviously, the whole platform that Trump ran on was ending the war. Had really just been talking about how corrupt Ukraine was and not giving them any more money. So this dude was already a loose cannon anyway. Like you said, he'd already been there. And there was photos and video footage of him in Kiev in mid-2022 in Independence Square. There's a picture of him draping himself in an American flag. And then he actually even published a book, 291 pages in 2023, and it's called Ukraine's Unwinnable War, The Fatal Flaw of Democracy, World Abandonment, and the Global Citizen, Taiwan, Afghanistan, North Korea, World War III, and the End of Humanity. That's a really long title, by the way.
SEO, bro. SEO. Come on.
Right,
For real,
come
dude.
on,
He's touching all the bases, dude. But no, in the book, obviously, he's talking about how basically the world abandoned Ukraine. And then... let's see here. He did vote for Donald Trump in 2016, but then did write essentially this. I'll just read you right out of it. It says, "While you were my choice in 2016, we were all greatly disappointed. I will be glad when you are gone." And that is from 2020. So you could say that's probably talking about Biden and not talking about him dying. But in weird behavior online, which indicates that he's insane. He was on Twitter at the time urging celebrities to record pro-Ukrainian songs and even floated ideas like them forming a legion of foreign fighters. And apparently he also reached out to people in Ukraine and founded something called International Volunteer Center in Ukraine. But the actual Ukrainian contacts basically have written him off as being insane. And then here's an actual statement from one of these guys. It says, "He has never been associated with the International Legion. He's misrepresenting himself and lying to many people." So, I mean, I agree. This guy, he's nuts. I think probably his biggest hinge for wanting to kill Trump had everything to do with the Ukraine war, period.
I think it was drug-fueled, too. There was a statement made by one of the nurses that had contact with him while he was in the Ukraine. And she made the statement that he acted like incredibly erratically, that he lost large amounts of weight. Now, whether that was because he was running around, didn't have the money to feed himself over there and was trying to play warrior, maybe. But she said that he was constantly fidgety, shaky, scratchy, like things that just reek of like meth use or
I was gonna say real methy.
Yeah.
That's some very Lakewood behavior right there, homie.
Messed up.
So yeah, I think
Some
all of that
Greensboro
combines to make a cocktail that's like very, very understandable. It's like, oh yeah, that dude was nuts.
See, but that makes sense.
Right.
That
It
makes
does make
sense.
sense.
At least you look at that from its face. You zoom out a little bit and you go, wait
Motive,
a second,
right there.
This guy seems like he actually has a motive. Now that doesn't absolve the FBI for being completely opaque about this one too. What if they just came out and was like, hey guys, look at this crazy fuck. Look at the crazy fucks do what crazy fucks do. Like, this guy is a crazy guy. He obviously got radicalized, or he got hyper fixated on this singular event. He felt that he was betrayed, and he came out and he tried to shoot it, but we stopped him. That's all this would take. You'd go, everybody in the world would be like, oh, well, no conspiracy theories to have. It's weird that it happened so close, but that's the political environment that we live in. And then
there's enough OSINT to prove that too. There's enough OSINT. Like I said, he's on X begging celebrities to make videos, right?
Right.
You don't even need to. You don't need to make up a narrative. It already exists.
Stephen King. When Stephen King says that you're mentally unhinged, that's not a good thing, bro. Like, that's tough.
One of
That's
the
pot
weird
calling the kettle black there.
One of the weird things about this, though, is that he is still being held without bail and in pre-trial confinement.
Right.
He was set to have He was set to have his first trial earlier this year. I can't remember the date off the top of my head. April, I want to say, but it was pushed out till September. So he is still being held pre-trial, but they've pushed his date for trial out, which I find to be very interesting.
Well, he wrote a letter too called "Dear World." Did you see that? And it's basically like a quasi-manifesto, but there's a line and it says, "This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I am sorry I failed you." And he wrote it as if it almost sounds like one of these things where it's like, if you're reading this, I'm already dead, right? But he also offered a bounty of $150,000 to whomever can, quote unquote, complete the job, which he probably didn't have $150,000. But to your point there, Chris, after his arrest and in his subsequent incarceration, Ruth's lawyers have said that they're going for an insanity defense, and the whole time he's been incarcerated, he's gone to see mental health experts who found him, quote, delusional. That's from an actual report. Those are the words they used. And so the other thing that I think is kind of funny and weird at the same time is he's written as many 40 letters to news outlets from jail proclaiming that he's innocent, and that the letters were so incessant to a particular news outlet that they had to basically be intercepted before they left the jail. Like, that's how much he was writing. So that's behavior of somebody he's
got a lot of
nuts.
time on his hands.
Well, he's got a lot of time, and the paper's free, right? What's that reference? Let's see. And this one's fun too. In December of 2024, he wrote a 2-page letter, and he offered himself in exchange for a hostage in the Israel-Hamas war in Gaza to help, quote unquote, restart the peace conversation.
Homeboy said, "I volunteer as tribute."
Right.
You ain't going nowhere.
Well, he's like, "Hey, listen, man, I'm more valuable than Brittany Griner. Send me," right?
Right. Oh man.
Send me.
Brittany Griner. That dude is terrible at basketball.
Ayo.
Ooh, yikes.
Speaking of people, the license plate on his car was also stolen from another vehicle. There was a conspiracy theory out there as well that he also was in a BlackRock commercial, but that got proven false. I don't know if you guys saw that as well. Basically, a Ukrainian website put that out there, and if you'd listen to our episode with Chris Kobeka, you guys would know that some of the most sophisticated cyber warfare happens in Eastern Europe, particularly in Ukraine. Let's see.
G.I. Joe.
G.I. Joe, yep. Yep. And here it is, too. The FBI also says since 2019, they had a tip on Ruth that he was violent and that he was possessing a firearm as a felon, which you guys know you can't do. So Ruth was, quote unquote, on their radar since 2019. But once they had determined that he didn't actually have a weapon, they let him drop off their radar. So and he did write another letter and some correspondence to people outside of prison that he mentioned crooks by name and tied them together as kindred in their purpose, is what he said. So, but there you go. There's Ryan Ruth. I think that one is fairly simple, to be real with you. I don't think that there's.
I do think it's hilarious how even the Ukraine came out like all Mr. Incredible style, and they're like, "I'm not affiliated with you."
Right? Yeah, dude.
For real. Yeah. Right.
When Ukraine won't even claim you, when Ukraine is even like, "No, we don't claim him, fam." That's
they're asking for help
good.
from
Like,
everybody. They're like, "Not that motherfucker."
Zelensky's on a ton of coke, and he was like, "I don't know that guy. No, we don't know him. He's not us."
For real. That's pretty bad, dude. How unserious of a person do you have to be that in a time of crisis, people are like, "You know what? I don't really need your help."
Yeah.
The world's falling apart.
We need fighters, not you though, Ryan Ruth.
Not you, dog. Nah.
Not you, dog. Nah. Raise your hand if you're gonna come fight for Ukraine. Not you. Not you. Not you. No.
We don't need him. It's okay. Yeah, man.
He's like he's jumping up and down like anybody.
I think that we've done a pretty good job sort of talking about these things. You know, there's some weirdness, and it comes from the lack of information, which we talk about all the time, is why conspiracy comes out. It's just like rumors in high school, man. Anytime you don't know the full story, people are going to fill in the gaps with the worst shit that they could possibly think of. I think a lot of this is that. I think that the most nefarious and insidious evidence we have is the lack of information, which is to say that there is no information. And so there is no way to prove any of this. But the cell phone thing with crooks is the most odd thing to me, and how did this young 20-year-old get radicalized. I think this is just Brandon's opinion, that somebody radicalized him for the purposes of going after, and I think it was more than likely somebody who just had anti-Trump sentiment enough to where he's like, I could train somebody to do this, because anybody working at that level is going to have the skills that we're talking about. And, you would think, too, that, well, if you were going to do this, you wouldn't bring your cell phone anywhere that could put you there scouting the area out beforehand. But that's exactly the sort of thing that if you were going to frame somebody for doing this, you would want them to do, so that you could go back and say, well, oh, there he is. He's scouting it out, right? And just sort of pin the blame on somebody else. But I don't know. That's just my 2 cents.
100%. Neither of them were working alone, is my complete and total opinion on it. Like, we have the communications from Ruth talking to the dude Romero, so it's like, I want to know who that is and what that network is and like what those douchebags are doing. But as far as Thomas Crooks is concerned, I think that there's enough anecdotal evidence in where we talked about his sudden amount of field craft, his sudden training, his sudden personality shift out of the blue, and like all of that just speaks to what you were saying, Brandon. And then when you put the geofencing data from the other handsets on top of it, I just like, from having done training myself with teams and knowing what military operations looks like no civilian operates that way just because it's common sense. There were things that he did that are not common sense. Multiple recons on the area, that's not a common sense thing. You have to be taught that, right? Taking a picture like in your final firing position, like that's not a thing that somebody, because usually if you're so in the moment about doing what you need to do, most people aren't like, oh, boom, selfie, by the way, and it wasn't of him. Like, he's taking a picture of the crowd, his vantage point. Like, that's not a thing. Sending reconnaissance to somebody, allegedly, that's not a thing that normal people would think about doing when they're on the objective and stress is high. And then figuring out how to make an explosive device first time go and it operates correctly on remote detonation, not a thing that people like. There's a reason bomb makers like train up into that. There's like time that goes into learning how to do the components correctly and mix the components, and there's test firing that goes into all that stuff. So I'm not buying it. He had help. They both had help. And
let's talk about the Romero thing. We didn't really run that down very well.
Well, it's just that it was reported by the lead investigators, which I do believe is the county, the local Leos down there, said that they had communications. Yeah, thank you. From him to this, that's all that it was, and his phone was just titled Romero. And the communications consisted of basically stating like time and place to meet in Mexico, and like they would be his exfiltration platform, I guess. But
yeah, man. That could be something as simple as a cartel member knowing that Trump has had at that point already taken a very hard stance talking about and alluding to sending the U.S. military into Mexico after the cartels. So if you're homeboy trying to help somebody bring a Chinese SKS into the United States that got smuggled out of Ukraine off a dead Chinese mercenary, and then you just happen to, over a couple of tequilas and some street tacos, talk about you trying to off the candidate for president, it's not those aren't giant leaps in logic, right, to get to that point where you make a connection with somebody. And the cartels use text messages all the time, and we know that, and even they use it under even not very encrypted comms like WhatsApp all the time too. So, and we know that from talking to Katarina Schultz. So yeah, no, I agree, man.
You're right.
I think it was on WhatsApp too. Now that you said that, if I remember correctly, I believe it was WhatsApp. Was what they were using.
Cartels use WhatsApp all the time, which is really stupid. Like,
all the third country nationals do. Like all of them. Like when I was deployed, like they were like, "Oh, we talk on WhatsApp." I'm like, "Bro, you're talking on WhatsApp, which sucks, on a Chinese network, which sucks. Like, what are you doing?" Like
when I was in Kenya, I had a Huawei phone, and they wanted me to use WhatsApp on the Huawei phone. And I was like, "No, not doing that." Like, we might as well just be fucking calling the Chinese every time we want to talk to each other and dialing them in as a third caller, right?
Operator, who you want to talk to?
Shitty buck. Well, I don't know, guys. This was a short one, a little shorter than I thought it was going to be, but that's okay.
Right.
We talked about it.
It's just cut and dry with Ryan Ruth, man. Like it is. And it's the juxtaposition of the two. And again, people were primed for this, right? Like less than 2 months after the initial attempt, people were ready. I mean, because again, the Thomas Crooks event, it just makes no sense. Everything about that just does not make sense. It's almost as if the fact pattern directly refutes itself the entire way down, and it's easy to go down that rabbit hole. And then people were like shoehorning conspiracy theories onto Ryan Ruth when really you look at it and you're like, no, man, this one makes sense. Like, I get it. Yeah. I get how this guy was
riding the wave
was there.
Of what had happened in July.
Right.
And there was one thing that we didn't even talk about, and that was the way, going back to Crooks, was the way that the Secret Service tried pointing the finger at Local Leo, and they were like, oh, no, it was their fault. They were supposed to take that building. Yeah. And then Local Leo was like, you were the incident.
Well, you're literally in charge.
You're the site commander. You were the one that said. And so then when they got in a shooting match back and forth, which, to your point, Aaron, just also fuels the conspiracy, right? Like, the buck is supposed to stop at the top, right? But then now you're saying, hey, no, it's their job, local law enforcement, like they're the ones that messed up. You know, it's
bro.
You were fueling people's desire for there to be a conspiracy in all this.
I think that just lends credence to the incompetence thing, because you don't know, like, what do you do when you're arguing in front of your kids? Hey, we're not going to argue in front of our kids. We're going to go do this later, right? We're going to talk about this in private. Right. They don't even have the intelligence to not argue in front of the kids, right? The American citizen. And that's exactly what makes them look stupid.
They did the whole sloped roof thing. We didn't put somebody there because the roof was sloped. But then the snipers that were behind the stage that you could see in some of the shots are on a sloped roof with line of sight pointing back toward the roof that the shooter was on.
Well, you know, dude, make the CIA great again, bro. Like, let's go back to the Kennedy assassination, right? The grassy knoll, that was
George
a hill.
Bush. George Bush was there. Give me the babushka lady. I'll tell you what.
That's what I'm saying.
George Bush
Those guys
Senior,
had no
the
problem with
babushka lady.
services.
No, they'd have had this shit figured out and like post haste, man. This would have been a well-oiled. I know. These fucking Gen Z kids, they can't shoot.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying, dude. Deterred by a slope roof, bro. Tragic.
They did try to say,
how'd they get through the Hindu Kush, man?
They did try to say, like, one of the pieces of evidence for his buildup was that he Googled like how far away Lee Harvey Oswald was from Kennedy during the assassination. But I'm having a hard time using that as like evidence to his train up, because what does his shot and distance and angle, his dope, basically, like what is that going to do for you?
Well, it almost makes it even like that. Almost makes me more conspiratorial, because you know what that sounds like? Some fucking old dork that was grooming him, planting evidence on his computer. Be like, oh, what are these kids looking up? I bet he was looking up famous assassins, like the JFK assassin. No, he fucking wasn't. He knows more from Call of Duty than he does. Like, there's a sniper app that you can get on any phone where you can dial this stuff in. You have no need to Google. Right. An investigation that happened forever ago,
how
trying to figure out
kill a presidential candidate.
right. How do I trick the Secret Service? They'll never figure this one out, boys. Take the silverware. We're out of here.
That's right. Yeah. It's just so weird, man.
Hey, boys, grab the cutlery. We got to go. Is this place clean? All right, here. I'm going to put a search into his thing. How do I kill the president?
Through divorce, my wife cleaned out my apartment. I need the silverware. Who knows, man? Dude, stupider shit has happened, though, dude.
I know.
I was going to say this earlier when we were talking about the fact that, like, there's, like, no clear motive for Crooks like there is for Ruth. But, you know, in my career as a cop, I have seen people that fit this description of, like, normal person, and nobody has anything bad to say about them, great upstanding military career, all this shit, and then all of a sudden you find out that they were molesting their kid. Right? And it's just like, well, no one would say anything about them, right? And it's just one of these things where it's like you never really know anybody or what they're capable of at all. Like, you have no idea what sort of shit was going on in his head where somebody reached out, right, and was able to just start turning screws and getting him to think a certain type of way, man. Like, if you're going to do that, if we're believing that this is 100% the truth, right, and just for the sake of argument that somebody got to him and talked him into doing all these things, then those processes were already there in his head, you know? Yeah,
totally agree. Totally agree, brother.
Well, You know, I think without turning this horse into glue, like Chris likes to say, Aaron, why don't you go and tell everybody where they can find you, and we'll wrap this bad boy up. Like an investigation led by the Secret Service.
Oh, so I'm just not going to tell anybody anything, and we're just going to turn it off because that's what the fuck
you were
happened.
just going to blank your screen.
As I went right.
Click.
That's just like The Sopranos, you know.
Oh, that's a great reference. Great. Don't stop believing. Boop. Yeah, you can find me at my other two platforms over at One's Ready, where we're trying to help you do something impossible, whether it's Air Force Special Operations or beyond. Go over and follow us over there. Man, we got that content for you. We're always out there. You can find our link tree in there. I'm also a guest and a host on the War Room podcast for when I don't have a day job that gets in the way of my content creation, which is a real bugaboo to me. But you can find me over there, and then I'm Aaron Loves America over on Twitter or X or Twix or whatever we're calling it, and over at Aaron_Loves_America on Instagram. Guest on many podcasts, looking to get on a bunch more, and hopefully another invited guest on the I Came With Fire podcast, because I love y'all.
Always, man. Hey, you know, I just want to say the last time that you and I, when we did that Vegas episode, not only did we basically wear the same t-shirt, it was just a different color, but we both came to the podcast with the same Killcliff flavor. Do you remember that?
I do remember
CBD
that. That was so,
that
CBD is so
One's Ready
good.
T-shirts, bro.
I love it. Man, that CBD is so good. I love that.
We linked up. But man,
right,
thanks
brother.
for coming on, bro. I appreciate it. I hope you guys that were listening, especially those of you who were chattering in our Vegas episode comments over the last few days, asking for more weird content. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let us know in the comments what you thought. Argue with us in the comments. You're gonna. Aaron's no stranger to that. He gets retarded crap in his comments all the time. If somebody was going to kill Aaron, all you'd have to do is go to his comments, and you'll see there's enough of that in there every day. So
the problem is you'd have to wade through all of them. That would be the problem. Be like, which guy with the death threat?
Right. One of these days, we're going to see one that's just like Thomas Crooks' Ghost, right? This is the name of the account, right? And just starts talking shit. But hey, guys, thanks for listening. Check out the show notes. As always, one of the best ways to support us is by supporting those sponsors. And head on over to redpillthreads.com/I Came With Fire and get yourself a cool t-shirt. Chris is rocking one of those cool t-shirts tonight. And yeah, thank you guys so much for listening. Let us know what you thought in the comments, and we'll catch you guys in the next episode.
Thanks, y'all.
But do you think that the Chinese have as robust a reverse engineering program as the United States do?
I don't know. You know, it's been interesting to see. I mean, if you hear the stories about like a lot of the operatives guys, there's the crash retrieval programs, right? I mean, that's the biggest thing that's recently, right? It's always been around, but a lot of those tie into non-nation states, and when you hear these CIA guys, and you hear these XIC guys or XIC guys, whatever, talk about non-nation states, you're like, well, who the fuck is that? Well, think about it. Who would have the pockets to do that? It would be the military-industrial complex. It'd be like the Lockheeds, and it'd be the the Boeings and whoever, right? That's going to hire ex-operatives. That's going to have the pockets to do that. To have guys that want to pay. You want to make $500,000 this year? Cool. You go over there and you pick that shit up. You don't ask any questions, and you come back with it. So then, what is it? It's a race, right? So like anything that drops anywhere, there's a thing that's true, and it came out of Freedom of Information Act. It was from Brazil, that anything that fell out of the sky was the United States'. And if you give it to us, we're going to give you a shitload of money. You go get it. If we can't get it before you do, you go get it and you give it to us, and it's ours. We're going to give you a shitload of money. We're going to give you guns, weapons, whatever the hell you want, right? We're just going to give it to you, but that's our shit. And we have a disagreement with a whole bunch of different countries like that. That's like, anything comes out of the sky, it's ours. So it's the race to get it. So does China have a leg up? I don't know. Personally, and people will probably give me a lot of shit for this, but I think China's really good at copying things.
When they show you the Air Force, it looks like this like super high tech at all times at every turn, and it's just not, And we always used to joke when I was still active that the Air Force's little recruiting motto was, "It's not science fiction, it's what we do every day." So we're like out there with a manual search mirror, being like, "It's not science fiction, it's what we do every day." Just like walking around, looking underneath it. Yeah, you couldn't go. So it's just dumb. You would think that the primacy that the America enjoys, we would have all this amazing tech everywhere, but we don't.
We do, but that's the fun part about the hidden shit, that I've been, at least that I've been into forever.
Well
right?
said.
Yeah. So like, oh man, All right, I'm in a bar, and I bartended in 2001, and in outside of Toledo, I'm in Swanton, this little tiny town. It's right next to the 180th, right? And there's a guy comes in every Wednesday, has 3 margaritas. That's it. Doesn't have any more. Clean cut, mustache. Guy's probably 60, maybe something this, around that age. Real fit. Doesn't say anything, talks real polite, whatever. One day he comes in, he has fucking 5, right? And we cut everybody off at 5 because it's just the way this place is. Dude has 5 margaritas, and I'm like, I've talked to him for like a year, maybe 2, right? Just nice guy. And I'm like, I'm talking to him like, all right. He's like, yeah, I was, I can't remember exactly, right, all the stuff he told me. And I'm like, well, tell me something. He's like, I can't tell you anything. I'm like, well, tell me something that's already, 25 years, whatever, right? That's out that you could tell me. And he's like, all right. I was I was a part of this unit that we had these guys that would run ahead of everybody, and we'd stick these things in the ground that looked like a blade of grass, right? Every so many feet, like, or yards, or whatever, right? We just stick this thing in the ground. If you walk past this thing, you couldn't tell it was a blade of reed. It was like a reed. It was like a blade of grass. And somebody had a thing that looked like a laptop that was like, but giant, right? It was like a big thing. Mm-hmm. And he said, from these sensors, we could tell troop movement. We could tell how many people were coming, what they were armed with, what direction they were coming, and all this shit. And that was like, Nam, right? And I was like, holy shit. And he's like, yeah, so that's been like 30 years, how many years? Like 40 years now, right? Whatever, so I can tell you. Mm-hmm. But that was all like top secret, whatever. And I dug into it. I found that shit after, I don't know, the internet, right? Because back in, even 2021, it still wasn't, a big thing. You could go find anything, but, Freedom of Information Act. Yeah. And, dude, I dug out all that shit, and it took me, 15 years later after talking to that dude to find it. But I was like, holy shit. We had that then? Like, we had that then? And nobody knows about it. Everybody was thinking we're out there just fucking chucking grenades, right? But like,
right. Well, the problem with the United States military is that it has to plan for the lowest common denominator, and that's the private. So that's the biggest thing around.
Thanks, Army.
Yeah. You're right. Keeping you free since 1776.
That's it.
And also helping paint, probably.
Well, I like that you said that because like a lot of the tech theft that the Chinese have done is stuff that we've shelved, right? Yeah. And it's kind of nuts. Like even the thorium reactor that they're using is a shelved American product, and we just never ran it down. And it just goes to show you, I think the hubris is what gets me the most upset about it. There's the hubris involved, thinking that like, we don't need to do these things. We don't need to spend the money on this. We don't need to be responsible because no one's going to catch up with us. Meanwhile, we spent 20 years in the sandbox and not doing anything while the Chinese kept their head down and just built and built and built and built and stole and stole and stole and stole. And we didn't do anything really to stop it. Nothing that was actually effective. And now here they are. All these things, these projects and this tech they have and this reactor, right? And it's all just American crap that we just never did and never ran down. It's disappointing because you're right. We've had all of this crazy advanced tech for a long time, and I'm sure there's so much that we just don't know about. Chris and I were just joking the other day about that Truth Social post or whatever that Trump made, where he referenced how we can change space and time or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. I wonder if he was dog whistling. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that whole thing with Trump. But get back to the thorium reactor thing. I'm going to jump on that real fast because my buddy John Warner IV told me early on that that thorium reactor worked and it was really efficient. And it was the reason we shelved it is because we couldn't make nuclear fissionable material out of it to create bombs.
Right.
So we were like,
because we couldn't make bombs.
Yeah, that's literally it. It was cheaper. It was cleaner. It was faster. It was better. Yes. It was like, we can't.
How are we supposed to market this?
We can't do this. We can't do this. Right. So literally, that's what we did. It's like, this is amazing, but guess what? We can't get the fissionable material. So we can't make nukes off of it. Literally, that's
wild.
Yeah, that's true. If you look that up, that's why we did it.
So Texaco's back there lobbying, like, no, you guys, we don't need clean energy. We don't need any of that stuff. Yep. You guys, we just need to keep using oil. No, that's wild. I always like to make the reference. So, like, we have, space travel roughly. We've got all this other cool tech, but we're still driving around in cars with combustion engines. Right. Basically, still using fossil fuels when we have, we're shelving thorium reactors apparently because we couldn't find a way to weaponize it at the time. Never mind the fact that we could, actually have clean energy, and the waste from that is almost non-existent when you compare the waste that you get from other fuel sources. You know, so
it kind of makes me wonder, Brandon. You know how the greatest lie has a kernel of truth in it, but also one of the greatest things about a lie is if you have to work a little bit to get a hold of it, you're going to believe it that much more because you felt like you're invested in it and figuring something out. So it makes me wonder if, you know, up there at those levels that we're talking about, some of these secret projects, it's like, oh, hey, thorium reactor or whatever, like put in, you know, 0-point energy, you know, whatever. It's like, we know that we can't get this and we know we're not going to crack it, but let's keep running it down so that way we'll put it over in the sector of stuff that it's like we're okay if the Chinese get a hold of this. Right, it's kind of like we trained them
like
wrong.
a limited hangout.
Yeah. We trained them wrong as a joke. We that's the stuff that we let them think that they got away with, and then it's like, that was going.
And I hope we were that smart.
That's what I'm saying.
Say.
You know?
We are. So I went
to 4D chess thing.
I went to Eastern Michigan University as the Center of Excellence for the NSA. Right, so I took that whole course. So I have BA in Information Assurance. Right, so in that whole building that we were in was everybody from I don't know. When everybody showed up, they were, nobody knew their ranks and everything, but everybody knew where they were at, kind of. And people were cool enough. I was old. I was like 28, right? And everybody else is 18. But then you could see the guys that were, IC military. They were older, and they would hang out because it's like nobody wants to hang out with the 18-year-olds, right? They're just like, hey, dude. And, so anyway.
Exactly.
We were in the Material Sciences building at Eastern Michigan. I don't know if it's still there or not, but the Material Sciences building there. And they had ROTC and all this other shit. It was real close. And what they were doing for years is they were kind of responsible for doing like a lot of the advanced coatings that were hitting the B2 and some of the stealth coatings. And early on, they found, hopefully I don't get burned for this one, but whatever, it's been long enough. But they found that the Chinese were hacking to try to get Material Sciences, right? They're trying to get the formulas for them. So they fucking honeypotted them and put the material. They tweaked the formula, so instead of being radar absorption, it was radar reflecting. So
that's awesome.
They found a plane. So they knew China had it. They checked it. They hacked it. They made it because they're like, whatever. They sprayed this plane for it, and it was just like this disco ball, right? And they took off. It was just this giant fucking disco ball. It was just like,
fuck you.
So
that's awesome.
So everybody was just going, fuck you, China,
well, that
right?
Was, that was the argument against the weather balloon story. Remember Fang Fang's famous Valentine's Day card that she flew over, all of the United States for, what's his name?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not familiar with this
Eric Swalwell. The weather balloon. Remember the big weather balloon thing, that fiasco that happened? It was just
where we shot it down like a couple years ago. Yeah,
right.
2023.
But we waited until it made it all the way across the United States, and then we shot it down. Well, the arguments were, it's like, well, maybe we're reverse, hacking it or whatever. And
we're gathering intel on that.
I hope that's the case. I genuinely hope that was the case. And it wasn't just total ineptitude, but. Yeah,
no, I know that they were some of the friends I have were at bases where they were tracking when they was flying over the certain spots, and they were, I don't know what kind of tech is on it. None of that ever came out of there, but
there's a lot of US tech.
It's happened.
There's a lot of US tech. There's like a lot of components from US. It was just soldered on to a bunch of shit from what I saw.
Duct taped.
I'll ask you this: How much do you think the Chinese's technical advancement is just basically what the U.S. did to the Soviet Union? You think a lot of it is a way to try to get us to spend our way into defeat?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so like, how we basically spent, Russia or Soviet Union into defeat, right? And a lot of the artificial oil pricing, we had a lot of collusion with. A couple Arab nations to artificially inflate the price of oil so that it basically, or was it deflate? I can't remember. It was one of the ways. It was, I think it was inflate, so that the price of oil was so high that it basically bankrupted him, or if it was deflate because they had a lot of exports. I can't remember. It's been a while, but I think it was one of the ways that we worked with other countries to economically to kind of destroy them in that sense, right? And then plus them trying to parallel what we did. But at the same time, we still have all that secret space program that happened in parallel, right? So Project Paperclip after World War II happened, and we had half of the Germans right here, and the Russians had the other half. They had like free carte blanche communication with each other during the Cold War, right? They were allowed to talk to each other. They would converse with each other. The Russian, I can't remember the name of it. I have a model of it sitting here somewhere. My buddy made me, but have you ever seen the Russian space shuttle? That's exactly, they just copied our space shuttle, right? It's exactly.
I have.
It's so it was.
There's like an old site you can still. I've seen pictures of it where they just have them sitting there collecting dust. Yeah, it does look like Challenger. It looks like Challenger basically.
It's exactly it. And they had two of them. Is it the Barra or something? I guess somebody's going to be mad at me. But anyway, they flew at once, right? They had one of them fly. The other one sat in mothballs, and you could, like, you're right. They have people like splunked into there and like took videos and stuff of it in there. But basically, we had parallel with them the whole entire time. There's a whole branch of the UFO secret space community that says that we secretly, still to this day, even then, have a secret pact with Russia that we work together on like the space issue, right? And whatever that means is that I don't know if there's a hot war, a cold war that's a space based war that's kind of takes place with us on the same team, kind of against the others. Right. That's interesting. That's one of the hypotheses that Tom DeLonge's done through all of his work with TTSA and all that, and all of his books and the movies and everything he's done, is that there's this backdoor thing going on for a few different parties where on the surface we look like we hate each other, but in the background we're like, okay, we kind of do, but we're going to work together on this other thing that we have to take care of. So
what would the impetus of that be? Because it certainly isn't for the collective good of humanity, right? Is this like be united against a common enemy? Would that be the idea of the hypothesis?
One of them, I think it's like maybe two or threefold. One of them is that yes, okay, we're united against a common enemy. The other one is that maybe there's not just one other, right? There's multiple others, and maybe another branch of these are working with other countries, right? So they're picking sides, right? So maybe this branch is working with this, and they don't like each other, right? So that we're working on that side. Like I said, this is kind of wild speculative theories and things like that. But it's fun. But I mean, if you look at some of the technology, transfers, and like we're talking about with Russia, it's like, well, okay, well. If you look back, we're like, well, why the hell would we let Russia just jack all of our stuff? You know what I mean? Jack our stuff. Well, maybe there is a point to it, right? Well, maybe there is something that's going on. I mean, look at Diego Garcia and all the shit that goes on there. I don't know.
Look at the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Why would the most powerful military in the entire world leave $80 billion worth of top-grade military equipment in the middle of a third-world country with no security?
Yep.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Because they want them to have it.
Mm-hmm. And for what reason? Yeah. That's the fun part, right?
Right, that's the fun part.
Well, I mean, it's not like we haven't been arming
jihadists
groups and just it's kind of the MO of the CIA and all of those other NGOs, right? But no, I like that idea. The idea that there's some backdoor agreement between the Russians and Americans. One of the more interesting things I've spent a little time looking into, because it's not something we talk about, is the cosmonaut program. And it's actually pretty wild, because the Russians did a lot of research. They had a lot of really successful outcomes as well, and it's just not talked about because the United States beat them in the space race to the moon, right? And there's all these books out there that you can go find, and I bought one of them and read it, and it's more of like a really 50,000 foot view on some of this stuff, but there's so much data out there that the cosmonaut program collected, and the Russians seem to be a lot more forthcoming with the like UAP, NHI information, and the US has been very like hush hush and that's not real and psyop about it and all this stuff. But it's so crazy because the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore, but there's still all this data that the cosmonauts and their space program collected, and it's just out there, and a lot of it is open source. It's actually pretty nuts too. And then there his name is has left my brain, but too, like in tandem there's Jack Parsons, right? And then the maybe you can look him up, Chris, just maybe ask ChatGPT who Jack Parsons like opposite there was in Russia. But Shulkovsky or something like that.
I can't remember. I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a guy too. Just to mention him. His name's Paul Stonehill, and he's English speaker, but he's Russian of descent. And guy's got a YouTube channel, and he's written a bunch of books. He's called the Russian Roswell is one of them and stuff. And the guy posts insane on Twitter and everything. But basically, he's like, all of this is in Russian, but none of it's translated into English. And he's doing as much as he can to create these videos and everything to get out there. But you're right. I mean, it's like, oh yeah, here's all the data. And so if you like, boom, here's what we did. Like Lake Baikal, all this other things that have been going on in Russia, like the psychic program, all of the other things. And Paul Stonehill's the only guy that I know that's like, hey, this is what's going on. Russia, has been doing it forever, and here it is. And boom,
right?
They just put it
maybe
out there.
Konstantin Tsiolkovsky or something like that.
You nailed it, dude. You nailed it.
Yeah.
Good job. But yeah, I was just going to say, Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, which was going to be my best take on it, and is often considered the father of Russian astronautics. So, good job, Brandon.
Well, the other. Appreciate that. The other cool thing about it is he has this, and I know I'm in good company here. Diana Pasulka talks a lot about the religiosity of UFOs and the idea of downloads, and obviously Jack Parsons is a big proponent of that conversation because that's what he said where he was getting a lot of this information. But Konstantin Tsiolkovsky was doing the same thing, but he had a more like religious aspect to it and talked about this. I think he was really talking about it before a lot of other people were talking about it. It's kind of the unnamed father of all of this stuff. But that's why I think the Russian space program is so interesting, because there has always been this underlying element of religion that's existed within. Even NASA has uses religion, like the Latin language to use it for programs and all stuff. Excuse me, and in a way, I think that the idea, like the people who've been involved in the space program have always known that there's a spiritual aspect to this, but it's always just seen as this like little green men thing because of the predictive programming that the United States is so good at. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, we did really well post World War II because we got all of the world's leading psyop. Basically anybody that had anything to deal with that propaganda. We had Bernays on our side. We had everybody that had all of this thing to be able to spin it. And if you look back, I mean, you kind of can't fault them for some of the things, the Condor Report, and all these other things that came out and were like, hey, we can't figure this shit out, but we just got to tell everybody they're crazy so that we have time to figure it out, because if not, they're who knows, anybody can use it against us. Russia could just like basically flood the switchboards back then in the 40s, right? And say, oh, there's UFOs, and they could fake something. Basically, then just invade, and they were like, okay, we got to come up with it. But once they started getting down to the point, it's like, well, we've been perpetrating this lie for fucking 50 years, 60 years, and I mean, you guys know better than I do probably you guys are both military, and thank you for your service, by the way. I didn't say that, but thank you very much for both of you guys. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
And basically from all my friends that are in the service too, like we're not starting anything new, we're not doing anything new, we're going to do this shit that I just showed up, and I'm going to do that just so I cover my ass, and I'm not going to come up with anything new, and then I'm going to leave. Like nobody's going to do anything new, right? And I think that's kind of been going on with the ufology thing too, with UFOs for everything. It's like I'm not going to tell anybody, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to do exactly, I'm going to stay in my lane, I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do, what everybody's been doing for 50 years, and I'm going to get out with my skin, right? And you can't really fault a guy for that, really, when you look at it from that aspect. You're not going to be the guy that gets out, you're going to be the guy that gets whacked. You say something, no, you're going to have an accident. And that's happened forever too, right? So
well, it's such an intriguing place to start, for anybody just getting into kind of like the conspiracy realm or whatever you want to call it, the unexplained. UFOs is such a it's such a perfect place to start, because if you go back to just like a thing that even the most normie of normies, lukewarm of normies knows, right? You want to talk about Roswell. Yep. Well, you can see on the surface, for a fact, whatever you believe or don't believe, or whenever, putting speculation aside, we know for a fact that the original reports of what came out of what happened, and then the military comes back and revises the reports and changes them. Like they're both in the record, so you know that, and that's why it's just like a come on, little baby birdie, follow the rabbit, right? And then it leads to the next question, and then there you go, you're off to the races. So, but yeah,
right. But that's weapon. I mean, that was weaponized early on too, and it's still to this day. I mean, it's strong now. I mean, it's real strong. The propaganda, the misdirection, the counter intel is massive, right? I mean, cover anything up with a UFO. I don't know what it is. UFO. Look at that drone flap that happened in New Jersey over the winter.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that had everybody captivated for weeks.
It froze.
Uh-oh. Well, it's you and me. I still got you.
Yeah. See, that's when we start talking about this shit.
See, that's what happened. Somebody hit the button. China hit the button.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah. Oh, there he is. Hey, you're back. You're back, boss man.
Yeah. Dude, we're talking about the good shit. That's what happens, man.
Every time.
Dude, we make a joke, but that does happen
every
time. Like whatever software we're on, if somebody's like, kicks on over at the FBI. Oh, they're talking about something cool.
Yep.
What's up, Frank? That's
right.
Our handler.
Frank.
What? I'm sorry. The FBI interrupted us.
Yeah.
What were you?
You were
what you
getting ready to
saying.
jump in about the drone stuff over New Jersey.
Jersey, yeah, the Jersey drone thing, the flap. It was, a flap. It wasn't a flap. It was all over the world. We just heard about it here, but it was in England. It was in every Air Force. It was in every military base all over the world, right? And everybody was like, they shut down Wright Pat. So I'm in Ohio, right? I'm up here.
Hey, you know
Toledo.
exactly where you're at. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm actually south of Toledo, but I grew. I lived in Dayton for a while, and
It's an old stomping
yeah.
ground of mine. So Port Clinton.
Oh, really? Oh, rad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kettering. I don't know if you've been at Kettering, but that's
It's a long time ago. But
Yeah. Probably some bad things happen. But no, so like I've never. I don't remember, and I can't. I don't know if it's true, but I don't think they've ever closed the airspace for Wright Pat. As long as the Wright Pat's been there, like completely shut down, and they did that this last fall or this winter, right? They're like completely. It was I can't remember what it's called, where they do a stop where there's like no air traffic over the base.
No fly zone.
TAMs.
Yeah, no TAMs. Yeah, for the whole base, and they're like, hey, no, we got drones, we don't know what's going on, and it's like, you don't know what the fuck, you don't know what the fuck's going on. That base doesn't know what's going on. No, like no.
Well, and it's crazy too when you consider the history of Wright-Patterson. Like you were talking about Roswell and the crash and the pieces. Wright-Pat is supposed to be one of the places that a lot of those bits went, whether it's the biologics or it was the actual craft went there. Right. And I like that you brought up Roswell, Chris, because it's really sort of the origin story of like the American cover-up, right? Because before that you had the Foo Fighters in World War II. They thought it was the Germans, and aircraft or missiles or whatever that the Germans had invented. But Jesse Marcel said on his deathbed that he was told to lie. The General LeMay told him, like, you're going to say this. And you can even tell in the photo of him holding up the bit of what is definitely a weather balloon
100%.
that he knows he's being it's bullshit. He knows it's bullshit. He doesn't want to take the photo, but he's doing. It's a major, and a general is telling you to do something. But that's why I've always been so thankful that Jesse Marcel Jr. has come out and said so much about what his dad told him essentially. And there's so many other stories like that of military members who were confronted, and like the Office of Special Investigations (OSI). It's so weird too, because I was a cop in the Air Force, and OSI, like, we have a relationship with OSI, obviously, because they do investigate things like drug crimes and sexual assaults and things like that. Right. But it always cracks me up because people talk about the OSI and they almost like revere them in this weird like CIA level way, and it's like, dude, not at all. Like I like maybe there's a couple people in OSI who are like you should be afraid of, but like at the end, it just makes me laugh having known how the sausage is made.
I have my own funny OSI story because they were
OSI, CID, all of them are it's military dudes, guys. Like and to be OSI, you don't even have to have been a cop. You don't have to have law enforcement experience at all when they bring you in. You just go through FLETC and some other stuff. But no, so Project Blue Book, right? Like you were talking about the PSYOP and the lies. Like a lot of the crap that comes out, even the things that people say to one another to make fun of people came out of Project Blue Book. Yeah. And it was like the Air Force's outward attempt to sort of bring all this information to light and study it and like talk about it. But it really was just a massive cover-up program. And so like at no point has the U.S. government been forthright with that information. And that was one of the reasons why when I started learning, like recognize like, oh yeah, no shit, like the Russians had their own space program, like duh, right? Like I wonder what was going on there. And there's a treasure trove of cool information. But if I could take you back to what you were talking about with like the Chinese, do you and this whole like thing about like factions, right? Like the U.S. has a backdoor with the Russians. First off, how much credence do you put into that idea, right? And then, do you think like the way that Diana Pasulka describes Roswell is they call it the gift site? I think is that what they call it?
Yeah, the gifting field. That was
the gifting field.
Yeah, that was actually Corona. So that's another crash site. Okay. I don't know if that's public yet, but there was a crash at Corona, New Mexico, and there's a whole bunch of crashes between like 42 and 49, 50 in that area. There's a guy named Chuck Wade who just passed, I think, last year, but he like did more research than anybody. Was actually in the field and had people out there and like, archaeological, like sifting sand, like finding. And this guy has metal that there's a book that he wrote. It's called, I think it's The Plains of St. Augustine, I think is what it's called. Okay. But he wrote this book, and he paid, I don't know, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars to have these samples tested independently. Like he would find this stuff, and he would send it to the labs all over the place and not tell them what it was. And it came back, and they're like, but he actually, in this book, he like just verbatim printed everything that they sent. And most of it's like, all the elements, that you can find on Earth, but in such purities and such mixtures, it's like, just fucking, nobody knows how this happened, right? And he was out there doing it all the time. So one of those fields was the Plains of St. Augustine. I think it was called St. Augustine. I could be wrong, but it's Corona. I think it's Corona, New Mexico. And
okay. So Chris is going to look it up.
Yeah. So they're in there. That's the site. I'm pretty sure that Tim Taylor took. Gary Nolan and Pasulka too. And before that, I think to cover it up, they took a whole bunch of pop cans, beer cans, and a bunch of scrap metal and shit, and they just threw it over the top of it, right? So, like in the book, she talks about have specially tuned metal detectors. Well, shit, they're just finding anything not steel, right? Not iron, right? So anything not iron, right? That's there because that's everywhere, right? So you're going to be digging through a bunch of shit, but underneath that, there's panels. There's big parts of things down there. So. That's there, and they call it that, and that's one of the things you said, the gifting site. That's what kind of DeLong, says, in a lot of his books too, and I guess I give it a lot of credence. I give a lot of credence to DeLong because I think he was smart enough to get in, to know, and he learned a lot. And I think he's also kind of he's a punk rocker, right? So he just does shit what he wants. He just says.
So
what
it
he wants.
is Tom DeLong of Blink-182.
Yes, yeah.
That was
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It was the first time I was like, we can't be talking about the same guy, but I'm going to look this up
Oh
in the
no,
background.
absolutely.
But it is
To the
same.
Stars Academy. Yeah. Oh yeah.
No shit. Good for him.
When you learn that, it kind of makes sense about like why Angels and Airwaves is the way it is.
I was an Angels and Airwaves fan over Blink for a long time, through high school and college.
We won't talk about that blasphemy. I like Angels and Airwaves, but not over Blink. But I was just kind of curious if you thought like these donation sites. Yeah,
I've heard of like dumb shit like where that we found a craft in Mexico that was there just with the lights on running and the door open.
The keys in the ignition,
basically, yeah. And then like one of the things that he was talking about in his books and was like maybe they were just giving technology or crashing them on purpose in different places just to see what we could do, just to basically let us figure out who's going to be the strongest. Basically, kill each other off to figure out who's going to be the smartest and strongest, and then they'll deal with those people. Right? Yeah. So it's kind of like
that's kind of what I was.
Sprinkle it around until you guys kill yourselves out, and then the smartest will survive. We'll talk to you guys.
Right. That's kind of what I was wondering is do you think like these donation sites exist, like the Chinese have this tech, right? And it's different maybe in some ways, maybe not that different, but a different model, or from like it's like the difference between like a BMW and like an American sports car. It's like, hey, we'll drop the Mustang over here, and we'll drop the the M3 over here, or whatever.
Yeah.
And but I kind of think that what you just said about this sort of like fight, you're picking almost by seeing who can get the most technological advanced, and then we'll talk to those people. It is a good filter to see what comes out the other end, because just on Darwinian science, right, like the strongest will survive, and it's just like, wow, I think it would occur to other organic life forms in the galaxy or the universe that this is just the way things are. The weak things don't survive. You don't build your spacecraft out of weak material. You all these other things. Like, do you think that I firmly believe that obviously we're reverse engineering tech. I think that is. I don't think anybody really doubts that anymore. But do you think that the Chinese have as robust a reverse engineering program as the United States do?
I don't know. It's been interesting to see. If you hear the stories about like a lot of the operatives guys, there's the crash retrieval programs, right? That's the biggest thing that's recently, right? It's always been around, but a lot of those tie into non-nation states, and when you hear these CIA guys, and you hear these XIC guys, or XIC guys, whatever, talk about non-nation states, you're like, well, who the fuck is that? Well, think about it. Who would have the pockets to do that? It would be the military-industrial complex. It'd be like the Lockheeds, and it'd be the the Boeings and whoever, right? That's going to hire ex-operatives. That's going to have the pockets to do that. To have guys that want to pay. You want to make $500,000 this year? Cool. You go over there and you pick that shit up. You don't ask any questions, and you come back with it. Okay, cool. Right? Cool. I'll go. Right? There's a lot of guys.
Do that, yeah.
So that makes sense to me, right? So then, what is it? It's a race, right? So like anything that drops anywhere, there's a thing that's true, and it came out of Freedom of Information Act. It was from Brazil, Yeah, anything came out of the sky. I think this is really loosely based, but basically it was from the 50s and until even now, that anything that fell out of the sky was the United States'. And if you give it to us, we're going to give you a shitload of money. You go get it. If we can't get it before you do, you go get it and you give it to us and it's ours. We're going to give you a shitload of money. We're going to give you guns, weapons, whatever the hell you want, right? We're just going to give it to you, but that's our shit. And we have a disagreement with a whole bunch of different countries like that. That's like, anything comes out of the sky, it's ours. So that's real. That exists. So if you think about it like that, okay, so maybe, and it,
yeah,
I could see it happening. So it's the race to get it. So does China have a leg up? I don't know. Personally, and people probably give me a lot of shit for this, but I think China's really good at copying things. China's really good at I can make this based on that, but I don't think there's a lot of innovation. That's in my mind. People have argued with me back and forth about that. Do you? Okay. I was going to say
we do.
There's a lot of I can copy this thing really, really well, but I can't come up with a new widget to add on to that, right?
Dude, when you go you go look at the J35 or the J20, they literally just look like, jokingly but not jokingly, Temu versions of the F-35 and the F-22.
It is.
And then their new 6th gen aircraft, which I take issue with immediately, because first off, the Chinese can't even get 5th gen aircraft right. There is no definition of 6th gen aircraft. So calling it 6th gen, this is just a propaganda campaign online.
Yeah,
and even then, it looks like every other flat aircraft the United States has mocked up and talked about forever.
Yep.
And I have yet to see really any of the capabilities that it has on any of the video that's come out about it, where it blows my skirt up. And I think that the U.S. intelligence community and the military-industrial complex probably have a pretty good bead on what it is.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways that we can detect and pick up and look at things that we don't even know. I mean, we were just talking the other day about, because of everything going on in Iran. Iran buys a lot of the Chinese detection equipment, and it's not their state-of-the-art stuff, but it is the crap that they use most often. And the Iran had no idea that those F-35s from Israel were there, right?
Yeah.
And I use that to say that clearly there's still a lot of American primacy when it comes to our military. And I don't, I think, to your point, the fact that these other aircraft looked exactly like the American ones, minus some little tweaks here and there. The one thing that cracks me up the most is you see pictures of some of these J-35s that have rivets on the outside, and it's like, bro, that is not stealth at all. When you have exposed rivets on an aircraft, that's not stealth at all,
Yeah.
So it just, I think that you're probably right. Especially, I did not know that about the program the United States had about taking control over whatever was down. I mean, when you look at it, would I say that maybe over the last 10 years really is when the Chinese have put enough pressure in the United States for them to recognize that hey, maybe we have another peer over here? Yes. But definitely not post World War II. Not at all. No. So this 70 years roughly, right?
Yeah.
Of time post World War II to where we're at today, the United States absolutely would have dominance. The global hegemony is ours, and it sounds like that tech wise would be too. And the sort of control that the United States has over its tech and what it talks about, the Chinese will always brag about whatever it is. You never hear them talk about failures, though the U.S. will acknowledge failures really often.
Yeah.
And they'll put it in the news, So I think that there is a lot of evidence that would point out that most of what China says and does is either copycat, not original in the innovative space, and is very much just a smokescreen to cover up. I think that's why they focus so much on drone warfare, is because they know that drones are going to make up a lot of ground. And obviously you see that a lot in Ukraine. Now we're kind of getting into this whole other area that Chris and I like to live in online too. But go ahead. It looked like you had a point you were trying to make, John, or maybe not. Maybe I was just in your face.
Well, just to circle back with the drone thing, I mean, no, that never got any answer. We had congressmen, we had senators, we had people.
Oh yeah,
right. I mean, Trump's first thing was as soon as I get in office, I'm going to tell you what's going on, and he kind of fucking smoke showed that. He was just like, yeah, we know what it is. The FAA authorizes them, and then there was a week later, or not even, the FAA came back out and was like, we didn't do that. It's like,
right.
No, that wasn't us, and everybody was just kind of like, So it kind of went away. But it's like, well, what the fuck was it?
Right.
And there's all kinds of theories, but it happening globally, if it's just the U.S., it's like, okay, that makes sense. But if it's happening in England, it's happening in the Five Eyes countries for sure, and all the other countries as well, and it was just being kept quiet. So it's like, okay, are we just supposed to? Is it a desensitization thing where everybody's just like, okay, cool, fuck, whatever, it's just a drone, right? It looks like a plane, maybe, I don't know. You know, so you just walk away from it. Is it you know, more than that? Or is it just like collective consciousness becoming aware of things that have always been there, but now that we're actually to a different level, that we actually see them and recognize them, and now we associate it with drones where there used to be weather balloons, you know. You know, that go back to the weather balloon thing. I just wanted, because it popped up behind me because it just have fucking rotation, but it was like February 3rd, 2023. We shot down 3 other balloons that have never been declassified. None of the gun footage. We shot 2 $400,000 fucking missiles at one of them. We missed the first one. How do you miss with the first one, right? Like a heat-seeking fucking whatever that thing is, right?
I don't even want to know, man.
Right? It's a $400,000. We missed a drone? Like, what the fuck? And so, but they're like, yeah, we couldn't find them.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Bullshit, right? There was guys on the ground up in Anchorage, I think, or wherever that was, that one, and it was like, yeah, here's a bunch of heavy equipment. Here's a bunch of planes coming in. Here's the C-130s. Here's a bunch of shit, right? But they didn't find it, right? So that shit...
Yeah.
You know, I've been emailing congressmen and senators ever since. I'm like, hey, where's the shit? As soon as Russia comes anywhere near one of our planes, the next fucking day we have 4K footage of Russia coming near us, you know, and smoking us with their flares or something, just being assholes. But we can't show you these 3 balloons we shot down. That same time that we shot down the big Chinese one. Like, that's bullshit too, right? So what's going on, man?
Back to your Jersey drone thing, like, and the fact that it was around the world, I've always wondered. It almost just seemed like somebody green-lighted this whole thing and was like, "Yep, go ahead, and we're going to inundate the world with all of this footage. People are going to, you know, OSINT out there with their phone, right? And we're going to take footage, and it's going to hit the internet, and it's going to live there, and it's going to dominate the internet space, right? Like, what are they hoping to cover up if that's indeed what it is?
Right.
Who green-lighted this whole thing to happen? You know, and what was the point? Because it seems to be that there was no point, and it's not like the world was seeing the exact same thing everywhere.
Right.
You know, it was all drones, but they were all different. And like, and then too, like, discerning between like what some dude just trying to like ride the hype train threw up in the air, you know, himself, and like what is real and what isn't. And now you've got all this open source footage on X or these private sites, and it's like, well, what's fucking real, man? Like, what is somebody's personal home drone, and what is, you know, something else, and what is AI? Because like lights in the sky at night is super easy to make with AI. It's not like there's not a very complex image you're talking about making. So it's just, I want to know too, like, what was that? And the other thing too, what was really weird with those weather balloons, it was, you may remember, not that long after there was that F-35 that went rogue and was just flying around,
30
and the
miles.
pilot ejected. Right. and it happened so close to the weather balloon thing. People were like, oh my God, it's the Chinese. And like immediately, you know, they were like, oh, we have reports of the F-35 landing in Cuba, and it now, you know, the Russians are in Cuba, and they've picked up the 35 landing there, and like, you know, so there's all this weird stuff with it. You know, why did that? I've never seen anything why the 35 went rogue. Like, it's supposed to have all these fail safes. It's, you know, it's a flying computer. It's a flying supercomputer, you know, so that the proximity in time between the weather balloons and that F-35 was really close. You know, it could be coincidence, because I can't really find an actual link other than like the proximity in time, but it's also enough to make you go, you know, like, well, that's really odd.
Yeah. 22, I think it was Japan that went off the side of the boat there too. It was like a little bit close to that time, maybe a little bit after that. But there was some weird shit going on. And a 16 or 18 went down in the kind of up in the top where they're looking for that drone shortly after that too, up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. One of those went down. A guy pilot you know, popped out too, and that was all kind of. But like, how often do you hear of those things going down? Never, never on the soil, right? And those
not like that.
And those shoot downs was the first time that in America ever that we've taken action, military action, to shoot anything down on American soil that I'm aware of. That's what it was. What's it called? NORAD. That's ever taken any action to shoot anything down. You like the Canadians, which is hilarious.
You have to go back to like the Battle of Los Angeles or something, right?
Yeah.
The last time that it happened.
42.
But just for your...
Be right back, Chris.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I was going to make the point that you said, Brandon, but for the Chinese, like, make everything but worse, right? The whole Temu argument. I did want to kind of point this out, which is very interesting, because a lot of people, right, were either for the United States helping Israel in this most recent conflict, or were like completely against it. It was, you know, just like everything else on the internet.
A complete division, right?
Just complete division, right? Which is bound to happen. But
a significant portion of Iran's anti-aircraft, anti-air grid is bought from China, with a lot of the rest of it bought from Russia, but bought from China. So Brennan and I were talking just last night about some of the reasons that soft power projection can be a good thing. And no matter what you think or don't think about whether or not we should or should not be helping Israel over the skies of Iran, one thing that any military planner is going to want to know is when you get opportunity to have real-time data about how what we're flying stacks up against what the defense grid is, that is invaluable data. So, and
that's what I've been heard about. The same thing about Ukraine, right? Is that we're just throwing all of the newest shit that we can throw at it.
Right.
Just the experimental stuff, because it's just
that's a big
it's mayhem out there. Nobody knows what's going on, so we're just let's test it all. Test it. Try this out. See what happens, right?
That is definitely a big thing that happens. And then you keep coming back to, just the psyop of it all. And it all starts, kind of starts with I agree with your assessment. It kind of starts with Roswell and then comes modern from there, because World War II really represents, I think, the last time that the nation just genuinely believed and trusted the government. Hey, the United States government is a net good, and everybody just kind of trusts the institution, right? I think World War II kind of marks the end of that era, and then coming forward, and Roswell is one of those events where all of a sudden just trust in the institution just starts fracturing bits at a time, right? And Cascades. Now with the advent of social media and just how technologically advanced it's become. I mean, the computer, right, to say it that way, the AI, the algorithm can run the PSYOP on its own.
It does. And it has. I mean, there's so many. I mean, I'm going to grab my water, but there's so many that...
You're good, man.
Dude, it would blow your mind to see that they have AI bots trained to just fucking argue with people all day long about nonsense. And they have esoteric bots, and they have conspiracy bots, and it's just spreading bullshit. I mean, people are just arguing with bots all day long. I'm like, dude, you're wasting your fucking time. You're literally talking
it's so
to
funny
a computer.
You are, dude. It's so funny you say that, because earlier today I saw that Elon was going around. He's like, well, I'm going to get rid of hashtags on X because it's not aesthetic. And it's like, well, maybe we put a lot of effort into finding all these fucking bots on X and getting rid of them, but unfortunately it's traffic, right? And what does traffic drive? Well, traffic drives revenue, so you're never going to do that, even though it is detrimental to the conversation, and it's antithetical to the conversation that Elon talks about wanting everybody to have in this open forum of ideas, right? Well, if you have nothing but bots that are meant to be contrarian and they just spread bullshit, well, that just goes out the window. If your goal is to have this place where people can come and have open discourse, and it's keeping all that shit around is not securing that goal at all. It just sucks to see that happen. But it's just, I like the way this has started, man. Talking about UFOs from the jump. How could we not?
Can I jump one more thing on that before we bounce off? So AI, basically running the show, Dead Internet Theory. I'm fascinated with it. I love that topic. Did you guys see, or do you remember in 2023, Sports Illustrated faced quite a lot of backlash, because what they found was that there are AI authors that write for them online, and these AI bots have gone out and developed their own headshots, and then came up with their own backstories for the author and who it is, and then basically they just turn these AI bots loose and they scour the internet. They look at sports data, and then they're just they're programmed to generate 3 to 4 paragraph piece of content for the adware to attach itself to, and then it's these AI bots have just been running around doing this, and finally somebody caught on to the fact that it's what, because I believe, I'll have to look this up to make sure that I'm correct, but I believe Sports Illustrated is still connected to ESPN or somehow funnels back under the same umbrella. But the reason that this became, what's up, buddy? The reason this became
popular was because a lot of people were noticing, hey, you guys have sure been offloading a lot of employees. There's sure been a lot of terminations going on. But how are you
how
still
are these articles still cranking?
How are you still generating
Right.
all these articles at this level of speed? And so that's when they looked into it. And then, yeah, sure enough, it's just like a bunch of AI authors that have just been generating this stuff.
Well, that goes back to the theory that, I mean, what was it that popped out? We go back to Trump, right, for a second.
Yeah.
There's an AI, there's a quantum AI supercomputer that the U.S. has had for over 30 years that is so good at predictive modeling that it basically tells the future in so many, probability engine, right? So it narrows it down to a small set of probabilities. And it's been doing that for such a long time that we get, based on game theory, we game it out. So if you can narrow down that window to the tiniest set of probabilities that it can come up with, then you have 4, right, or 2, 3, right? So it's that. So you just cover all those bases, and you basically covered your ass. So if you have that, if you have a quantum AI, AGI, basically at some point, right, 30 years ago, let's just go back 30 years, and if we had that at that point, basically, what can you do to combat that? Really? I mean, what can you do?
It's Gray's Sports Almanac.
It kind of makes you.
It's that, yeah, legit, legit. With the variation, right? Because I mean, you can't control every part of that, but you can get real damn close.
Yeah.
It kind of makes you wonder why the fuck they weren't using it to figure out what the hell was going wrong in Iraq and Afghanistan for 20 years. If that. I mean, but if that was out there.
You're assuming that they would want to use it to altruistically affect what was going on in Iraq and Afghanistan, and not use it to cause what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan, which generates a hell of a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. Thinking like, I'm thinking about it the way of like trying to solve the problem and not spend so much money and spend so many lives. But you're right. Yeah, the nefarious or insidious shadow government wouldn't want anything good to come out of that. So yeah, you're right. How are they using it? Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly.
I think Jim Marrs hit the head really, really hard on Iraq, and he did that about 20 years ago when it basically we jumped in there during the first time we went in. The first or second? Was it the second? The second, sorry, excuse me. We've been in there so many times. But it was the Germans and the French were doing excavations in Iraq in, forgive me, but 23? 22, somewhere in there. And they said they found the Tomb of Gilgamesh. And the Tomb of Gilgamesh was a myth, didn't exist. If you remember, Saddam Hussein said he was reincarnated of Nebuchadnezzar. He was a reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar, right? So if you look into all that, supposedly they found all kinds of things, and the Sumerian tablets. I just posted this video that I cut together a couple months ago on my YouTube, my channel, and basically Jim Marrs, 20 some years ago, said, "Hey, they found all this stuff," and the U.S. was like, "Hey, we're going to go get that, right? That's ours. We're going to come get it." And so the Baghdad Museum was looted with precision, basically. And then I think ONI, who does the investigation? I can't remember for that part. It might have been.
I'm not sure. Forgive me.
But somebody, whoever did the investigation, basically was like, they said from the military said it was an inside job. There's commercial glass cutters that aren't available in Iraq. They walked past things that looked like it was worth $1 million that was just like cop replicas. They had the keys to the basement, went in there. Knew where everything was. That shit disappeared. And the crazy part of the thing that got me was like 3 months ago, the U.S. gave back 30,000 tablets and a bunch of shit. And they were like, "Oh, here, we got this. We're going to give this back to you guys." Yeah, here we go.
I remember that. It was painted as like we were protecting all this stuff that was going to get destroyed because we were going in there and blowing shit up. But wasn't there a Hillary Clinton email? Wasn't there a Hillary Clinton email where she mentions the Tomb of Gilgamesh, or is that a total fabrication?
I don't know. I wish there was.
Look that up, Chris.
Yeah. I hope there is.
I think there is. I was pretty sure. I don't remember. It could be one of those things where it was like it was total bullshit, But I feel like I remember seeing there was an email where she referenced Gilgamesh. But like again, I could just be totally putting bullshit out there and being one of these bots.
No. Right now. No. And I'm going to jump on this real quick because you said the email. So like everybody thought Tom DeLonge was full of shit when this whole thing happened because he was on Coast to Coast. He was telling everybody, "Yeah, I got these advisors. I'm doing this thing. I'm doing this book. Everybody's like, "Dude, he's really lost it. He quit Blink-182," and everybody's like, "Dude, he's out of his fucking mind. Like, what is his problem?" And it wasn't until the WikiLeaks happened of John Podesta's email that all of it came out. Like legit. DeLong was everything he was saying was doing. He had all the emails with all the General McCaslin. He was talking to Edgar Mitchell, the sixth man to walk on the moon. All of them were talking to the White House, and they were going to come out. And Hillary was supposed to be the disclosure president. That was their plan, so that when she was elected, it was going to be like she's going to usher in disclosure, and all this shit was going to happen. And then Trump won, so it kind of fucking fucked everything up, which is wild, right? When you think about it, that's the backstory that I know of. But like everybody for sure was just like, Tom DeLonge is full of fucking shit. And then the WikiLeaks happened. I remember. Like, legit, here's the emails. Like, here's everybody on these chains, right? So,
dude, I'm learning that tonight. No, I feel dumb sitting here and talking to you guys about it. It's funny because Brandon gave me like a reading list, right, for the rest of the year. I have homework. Like, this is like legit. I have homework, and I've launched into it this week. But then it's like a thing where I've been a Tom DeLonge fan because of his guitar playing and because of his lyrics since I was in high school. But the internet is like so bifurcated. It's like I never knew that he was over here doing this stuff with ufology. Oh yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah. And I've been a fan of the guy for 15 years at this point.
Well, that was the sell. That was the big sell. He went to Lockheed, and there were some people in the IC, and he was like, "Hey, I want to be able to get this out for you guys." And basically, he said this in a lot of interviews. He's like, you guys have painted yourself into a corner. Nobody likes you. Nobody comes out of college and wants to go work for the government. They want to go to work for fucking Tesla or Apple or something. Nobody, but like, if you guys are working on some serious shit, nobody's going to come out and help you out. You know why? Because you've lied to everybody. You've made them feel like they're stupid. You've gaslighted everybody forever. Let me fix it. He was like, let me change it. Let me tell the stories to make everybody want to be part of your world and like, be part of your thing. And they're like, okay. He's like, I can speak to young people. He's like, I could do this. I know how to do it. And people don't give him a lot of credit, but he did a lot of the first online platforms for major bands like Pearl Jam, 9 Inch Nails. He handled all of the online web presence. They did all the fan club shit, like all that stuff. And he still has companies that do that to this day. So it's not like he's just some fucking idiot.
He's not an idiot. That's the thing about him. He never was an idiot.
Right.
He portrays himself that way for funsies, but yeah, he's definitely not.
Well, he'll always be running down the sidewalk in his underwear to me.
There you go, dude. Just jumping off the bass drum with the giant fuck sign behind him.
Yeah, man.
Right.
But anyway, ChatGPT didn't show anything up for Hillary Clinton emails that reference Tima Gilgamesh, unfortunately.
Gilgamesh. Yeah.
Shocker. Yeah, it was probably fake news, dude. Went around there, and but I'll look again. But I feel like I have seen that, but I can't verify the fact that it was real. There's, especially with her emails, like there was so much crap that people put out there and was here it is, man, Pizzagate. It's she did this or whatever. The John Podesta rabbit hole is fucking nuts. By the way, I do think that he is Chester Bennington's dad. Quite honestly, the resemblance is too uncanny for me to just not think so. I was actually going to ask you, we were talking about World War II a minute ago, but what you thought, or if you had any thoughts about Die Glocke, the Nazi bell.
Oh yeah, Die Glocke. So I mean, yes, and I'm guessing that probably was the Kecksburg incident in Pennsylvania. That
I agree.
We had that, fired it up and said oopsie. It probably came out of Red Pat and went
yeah. Trajectory makes sense.
Yep. Yeah. If you think about it, I don't know. A lot of people, some people have put that together, but yeah, I mean, we've done a lot of shit that we just kind of, just let's pencil whip it.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. That one up as an L, boys.
Yeah.
The drawing boards.
Yeah.
Well, I actually agree with you. I've had that same thought because when you go back to the Kecksburg event and you read about it, the description that the people gave who went out and found this acorn-shaped device out in the woods,
humming.
And then the fire. What's that?
It was humming,
hot,
right?
Humming, exactly. Yeah. And the fire department's out there, the cops are out there, the locals are out there, and then of course, right, the military shows up, and this wasn't here, and it's covered up and taken away. But when you look at the description of the Nazi bell and you look at the description of what was on the ground there at Kecksburg, the timeline meets up. It looks the same, and it also lends credence to the idea that it was an engine of sorts, right? And that the Nazis maybe were trying to figure out or had gotten close to figuring out, some sort of anti-gravity or zero gravity energy source. And dude, it's actually kind of wild when you look at some of the stuff that the Nazis were working on, even like the V2 rocket,
Oh, yeah.
And Operation Paperclip, and the way that we brought all those Nazi scientists over there. Like, part of me is like, yeah, well, they were pieces of shit because they were Nazis. But, like, the other part of me is like, well, why wouldn't you want to learn from these people? Because when you when you do the takeaway from it, you know, if the Germans had the capes and the manufacturing power and the size of the United States with the technology they were running, like, we're kind of lucky they didn't fuck around and win because of the things that they were doing, you know. And then obviously all the like Unit 731 medical stuff that was going on in Japan as well, which was
fucking
just
terrible.
Yeah, it
Nobody,
is.
everybody glosses over that. No, like
they do.
The Japanese fucked people up just for fucking sport. I mean, not for sport. I mean, they called it science, but man.
Yeah, if you've ever read that book, like listening to some of the stuff, the experiments they put people through, it's like, well, we're gonna give you like crackers and a 50-pound rucksack, and we're gonna only feed you water and crackers, and you're just gonna march around the fence until you die, because we know that crackers and water isn't everything that your body needs, but it is sustenance, and we're just salt and water. Yep, okay, 63 days for that guy, 72 days for that guy. I mean, these are things that the Japanese did, right?
The high altitude shit. Let's throw you out of an airplane at fucking 50,000 feet or whatever to see what happens.
Right. Yeah. No, it's absolutely nuts, man. It's evil shit in ways. It's more. I mean, to me, it's like more demented than the crap that the Nazis were doing, I think. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Humans can be gross to one another, but you know, the Nazi Bell thing is something I find really interesting, and it's so funny that you mentioned the Kecksburg thing, because that's where I was going to go with it, depending on what you'd said. But I totally agree that that's what it was. But you know, I'm gonna like hit the gear shift a little bit and head towards some of the Rosicrucian stuff that we were talking about
for sure.
I have such an interest in it because of the NHI downloads and also the esoteric hidden knowledge that's attributed to it, right? And like its ties to Templar. There's all these like crazy ties that Rosicrucianism has to Templars. I think get a lot more of the attention than Rosicrucianism, and but I know that none of us here are like experts on this stuff, but like we can have like a really cool, fun conversation. I know that you know more than us on these things, but one of the I mean, it might be fun. Like, how much of the history of it, like where it began, do you know, and like whether or not Christian Rosenkreuz was an actual person, or more so of like an aphorism of the whole of the Rosicrucian body of work?
Well, let's take it back. So I think everybody knows I'm a Freemason, I'm a Rosicrucian, and I'm a Knights Templar, right? So I'm like all of those things. Right?
We got it, ladies and gentlemen. We got it,
dude. Holy crap!
Yeah, and some other things too. But so that it's interesting to look at it from my perspective. So I got into the Freemasonry and everything just because I wanted to figure it out, right? I read all the Jim Marrs books, and I was like, I'm going to jump in this thing, and I'm going to bust it open in 2 weeks and tell everybody about it. And it wasn't like that at all, right? I got into it, I was like, this is fucking awesome. Like, this is the coolest thing ever. Like, I feel like I'm home. Like, I feel like I belong. This is really, really cool. I'm like, I get no idea where people come up with any of the bullshit they come up with that you read online. Like, or fucking sacrificing kids, worshiping the devil. Like, none of that shit happens at all, right? And I've been around. So it's like, I don't know what's going on. I mean, in these people's minds or where they've ever got these ideas, but dude, like everything never been around. All the dudes have been around. That's never been anywhere close to any of that shit. So I'm just going to put that out there. But going back to Christian Rosicrucians, I think that during the time that happened, it was probably a conglomerate of people that created that. And this is my own personal opinion, that it was probably a loose group of people that were scientifically minded, in a time when that would get you burned at the stake, right, for heresy. There's anytime that you went against the church, you basically were murdered, right? That was it. You're a heretic. You're just going to get basically put on a stake and made an example of. So I think it was a way to, in my mind personally, I think it was like a 2 or 3-fold thing. One was to say that, basically announce that there is another way. There's another group of people that are out there that want to use the scientific method. I mean, in a way to help people. So the thing with the Rosicrucians, one of the mottos is to heal the sick and that gratis. So it's basically to heal the sick for free, right? So that was one of the founding tenets of Rosicrucianism, is to heal the sick for free. Right.
Interesting.
So if you look back, that's in the Fatima. Is it the Fatima? It's one of the 3 books, the Confessio, one of the 2. But basically, it's to heal the sick and that gratis. So it's basically to heal the sick for free, anywhere you can, anytime you can, and basically to better humanity in any way you can. Right. So a lot of that is doing things that the church would consider heretical. Right. So it's science and astrology, astronomy, like any of the things, right? So that would happen. Yeah. So you couldn't practice that openly. So I think that those three, it was three books, I think 3 years, 15.
It's like 16, 14, 16, 15, and 16, 17, right? The Fatima, the Confession, and My Chemical Wedding, right? Or the Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosicrucianism.
My Chemical Wedding.
Sorry,
yeah.
I got to mix up.
My Chemical Romance.
References.
Now,
I know, right?
Now I'm crossing Tom DeLonge with My Chemical Wedding, but the Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosicrucianism, right?
Yeah. So, cool. but basically, it was it's like what we get back to. It's coined the term the invisible college, right? So it was a bunch of intellectuals that had the knowledge and had the esoteric background to be able to heal people, right? To be able to help, to be able to do things. But if you did that in public, you'd get murdered, right? So so how do you do that? And how do you advance society at the same time, right? So basically, I think it was just kind of a rallying cry to the people that also felt the same way to join up basically with the Rosicrucianisms in this invisible college, or at least, and it's not so much of a a complete fuck you to the church, we're going to do this. It was more of like it can be compatible, right? In my mind, it was like we could do this at the same time without completely going against all of our traditions and all of our faith, right? Because if they just came out and said fuck you, the church is wrong, they would have just got nailed to the stake right there.
That's a bad position to take. Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of the idea being like, hey, you can go in there and have the priest pray over you. That's fine, but you can also come back to my house and I'll give you some antibiotics and like, we'll get this taken care of. And it's probably the prayer that healed you. But
yeah. Well, I mean, and I think that the thing with Rosicrucianism is it's both, and that's what gets weird. So you mix mysticism and occult knowledge with science, and I think that's what really Rosicrucianism is, and at least in my experience, from what I've seen personally and the people I've interacted with and the things that I've been a part of, that's kind of what it is. It's like the marriage of esoteric knowledge and spiritualism with science is a shit word, but that's about the best thing I can come up with, right? With actionable intelligence.
There we go. Yeah.
Right. That's the best way I can explain it, because there are things that are suppressed that are out there that could heal you, but they also could kill you.
Yeah. Well, listening to you talk about like the origins of it, if you look at it as this science and for the betterment of humanity at a time when you can't be public about these things, but some of the mysticism that's tied into it. Are you familiar with like Brian Murarescu's book by any means?
No. What's the name of the book?
It is. Oh man, the name of it is now coming out of my brain. I got it over here somewhere.
If you can't pull
but
it
one
out
of the
right
things
now,
he talked.
then it's an opposite of a flex. As soon as you go like that every single time, I expect you to come back up with
the book.
Well, I had to rearrange. I rearranged all my books because I made piles to take pictures for you.
For me, I know.
So that's why they're all jacked up. No, I'm just saying that's legit. Like the reason why they're all out of order. No. Anyway, one of the things he talks about in his book is that the earliest Christians, and maybe Christian isn't the right word to describe them, but like what became like the Christians, they've gone and done all this study on a lot of the pottery and things that they've used, and some of these amphorae that they used, and that they found all of these traces of hallucinogenic plants inside of them. Yeah. And he basically says, like, Christians today are not going to like what I have to say, because basically what I'm saying is your originators were high.
Yep.
Okay.
They were mushroom cult was one of the terms that I heard. Right?
Well, yeah, there is that book. I can't remember the name of the author who wrote that book. The something in the mushroom, but no, essentially that these people are like the original quote unquote Christians, and they were high, right? And they were using all of these things that they knew were going to get them to an elevated state of mind, and they were used in like a medicinal way as well, And this is like a small microcosm of the things he's talking about in his book, but it's relevant to this conversation.
Actually, a frater of mine and a brother of mine, P.D. Newman, author, that's his whole trip, man. He's done years of research on ethnogens and how they've shaped Christianity and all a bunch of other religions as well, and how there's actual evidence for it that he's been able to prove that that's true. You know, I mean, even when you look back at the Egyptian mystery schools, you know, one of the ritual there was they would just pump you full of ethnogens. So basically, you're just, you know, you're high in psychedelics,
tripping balls.
Yep, they throw you in a pit, like basically under temples that was dark, it was full of poisonous snakes, and people that were just beating you, and you'd be down there for 3 days without food and water, and you'd have to fucking figure it out, and you'd come out if you lived, right? And then when you did, you're basically reborn, right? So that was part of one of the rituals of the mystery school.
Look at us doing the things we were talking about the aliens doing to us, right? You know, here's all this cool tech. I'm gonna put you in the ground with a bunch of Egyptian asps high off your ass on Blue Lotus tea, and you're gonna figure life out. You know, I mean, but
or not,
or not. Yeah, you will or won't, my friend. That's what we know. You know, it's like the vision quest in Native American history. You know? It is. It's pass or fail, dog. Like, that's it, man. Check, no check. That is all right. Cool. Well, you know, we'll get his body out of there. But no, it's like a vision quest. You know, it's every culture seems to have one in one way or another. But the tie I was trying to make is that a lot of this information, like he learned and kind of like is backing up now by a lot of this like this archaeology, essentially in science, right? Is this had to have stayed alive and like traveled down the like linear, you know, lane of time and made its way, you know, from out of the Middle East, and then also the Hellenic cultures as well. You know, this is another group of people he's researching and talks about, like, hey, a lot of these same properties exist. You know, these are all, you know, groups of people that share the Mediterranean, but that it's not a hard logical leap to say that it made its way into Europe and then, you know, existed in these small sects of people, and, you know, and made its way into these ideas like Rosicrucianism, right? And you know, medicine. Like there's something to be said about going to see the witch in the woods to get yourself healed, and you know, sort of the taboo that exists there. But I say that because, you know, it's the cut witch in the woods that has all of these remedies and healing properties with the you know, the things she finds around the forest, and it's this you know, lineage of other people who have been doing it. It's passed along through word of mouth, and, you know, maybe a book, right, a spell book, you know, and that's the form in which it exists, and it's handed down person to person. But I don't know, how much of that do you think like made its way into? Do you think any of that had, like, what I was saying, like, tied into how, like, the medicine aspect of Rosicrucianism exists?
Of course, Chris, do you have something too, man? You were trying. You had.
Well, I don't want to detract from your answer.
It's okay.
So please
I
go
have an
ahead.
answer. It's good. I want you to say it. Go ahead.
Well,
I was
excited
about it.
I was just thinking about the really interesting parallels of, because you were going back, I don't know what time frame that you were thinking about specifically, if it was still like the 1600s, but the idea of the taboo of going to see the witch in the woods, right, in order to get like secret types of healing, because it was antithetical to the orthodox of, you know, what society would say is acceptable, a taboo, right? And then it made me think about 2020 and COVID, and when we all lived through that, and then the idea that modern medicine has become like the acceptable orthodoxy, and you can't think outside of those realms of what like acceptable medicine is, because of ivermectin, something we've known about for years. But then like how quickly people kind of devolved from once, and this also speaks to the de-evolution of, you know, in people and the trust in like our institutions. As soon as like one thing crumbled, then all the rest of it went, and they were like, you know, I personally know people in my life that started ordering veterinary grade ivermectin because they couldn't get it from anywhere else. And I was like begging them, I'm like, please don't do it like that. Like I can help you get human grade ivermectin. Like, yes, there are studies that says that it works, but don't do the actual meme and eat the horse paste. Like, please don't, you know, but as soon as people start going down that realm, it's funny how the deconstructionism starts with one thing, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, if I was lied to about that, and then they just start walking back, and it's backwards. Like, where does that end? That can be a very dangerous thing. Exactly. Though. But I really didn't mean for that thought to detract from your point, John. No. Please,
no. I think that's it. I mean, because you think about it, at the time, you're talking the 1600s. I think Bacon came out with the New Atlantis in like 1627, right? So you're looking at these, and that was kind of the beginning of you want to say like the Enlightenment at the time, right, or whatever you want to call the Golden Age. Enlightenment was kind of along those times. Everybody's coming up with these ideas that were basically hearkening back to older ideas, right? But you know, you didn't have, you know, the king would let the old lady in the woods live, right? Because the king went there when he got a wart on his ass or whatever, right? So like that happened, right? So that it wasn't, so it wasn't like a thing. And I think that there was that mix of religion and spirituality that kind of got in the way of you know, the norm, right? So you have that whole thing where like you have to, you know, you have to be healed, but it's going to be this way, right? And it can't be the other way, right? But so there's where it becomes heretical, right? So it's like, well, you're not getting healed at the church, you're going to the old lady in the woods, right? But you're still getting healed, but we're praying for you too. So we really did it. Like, so who did it, right? Like, well, who cares at this point? But like you said, you have these societal norms where it's just like, well, yeah, we can't do that. But it's always been that weird dichotomy of you know, you can't have it all, right? You can't have the entire thing. So you separate it to good and bad, dark and light, you know, black, you know, the whole thing, right? Where, like I said, like a hammer can build a house, but it can also destroy one too, right? So how do you keep that balance? And I think that's all what it's all about. And I think that's kind of what during the Enlightenment, what everybody was trying to do is like, well, we don't have to really prescribe to one side of this. We don't have to be the dark. We don't have to be the light. We can be in the middle. And I think they did that through intellectualism in my mind, right? In a way that spoke to people on a larger scale, I think. And it was the beginning of that, right? Where we can do this in a way that even the most devout people, you know, they're on the religious side, can see the value of it. And then on the other side as well. Now, like I said, like the other side is like, it's not just I know these plants and I can make you better. It's there's a combination of the esoteric and the biology or chemistry or whatever you want to come up with to make something happen. That's my 2 cents. What I've seen from Rosicrucianism, parts I've been in. That's kind of what I've seen. But it's also more of a personal alchemy. You know, alchemy is tied to everything too, and it's more about your own, basically going inside yourself and seeing everything that's inside yourself that you can make better. And you know, the Philosopher's Stone is basically hardening yourself, your own soul, your own mind to become a better human. How do I do that? You work on yourself, right? Nobody likes to sit in a room by themselves for 10 minutes in the dark, like, you know, and with your own thoughts. Fuck, people would rather go out and get shot at, seriously, than sit there by yourself and think about yourself, right? Seriously, who wants to do it?
Give me a problem I can put my hands on, man. I feel that way 100%.
Right. So that's the hardest thing to do, is be alone with yourself and figure your shit out internally. And that's what I think the internal alchemy is of Rosicrucianism is to be able to turn that lead into gold inside of you, because it's all in there. You just got to work on it. You know?
So you feel like a lot of the sort of physical outcomes that people attribute to Rosicrucianism are actually just these personal ideas and attributes, basically. That the idea of the Philosopher's Stone and alchemy wasn't really turning all these different metals into the elixir of life that it was. Got you. Okay. Yeah, where do you think a lot of that came from then?
Well, I think all of that had to be hidden in allegory and you know, in symbolism, right? Because at the time, I mean, you know, a lot of it's like, well, you know, for those with the eyes to see or the ears to hear, right? I mean, like if you couldn't say, go in the woods and sit by yourself and take 15 deep breaths, you know, and like, you know, it was kind of like you had to highlight, because you got to remember at the time there were still people getting burned literally at the stake for heresy for any of these things, right? So it was more of a connection to yourself, and I mean, I guess we could say to a higher power, but now we can call it whatever. It's a non-human intelligence, whatever it is. You can call God a non-human intelligence, you can call it an alien, whatever. But right, it's something that's not human that you can communicate with, right? And maybe the ethnogens did it, maybe you know, meditation did it, maybe the combination, right, of ethnogens and meditation and spiritualism and ritual for sure. I would say ritual for sure did it. Yeah, and you know, what did that do? What kind of knowledge? What kind of downloads did you get? What kind of what did that turn you into as a different man after that? And then what did you do in society after that? Did you go out and fix everything that you could? Did you heal? People? Did you help all the people that needed help? Did you just do everything else altruistically? Like, oh man, I'm just going to do everything I can to help everybody, right? Because once you start working on yourself, you want to help everybody else, right? You just do those things. So in my mind, that's kind of how I think Rosicrucianism, Templarism, in a way, kind of spun off of that, and it was a lot of and I'm just talking. I'm just sorry. I'm just rambling. But
that's super interesting.
I think Templarism, in a way, was a way to capture disparate cultures, ethnicities, and religions, or whatever you want to call it, right? Or rituals, and basically make a big conglomerate of it, and hold on to those things that are true. Templars would share what they learned, what they knew, and what they learned of their rituals and their things with the cultures they interacted with. So the Sufis and a bunch of different disparate cultures that you can come up with, right? And they all had like rituals, but they all had like a little taste of the same thing. So they were all respectful enough to be like, okay, this is what we do. Teach me your rituals, I'm gonna teach you yours. We're gonna keep it. And then I think Templars had it in themselves to keep it. And basically, it was like a potpourri of everything they can come up with, and just keep it going, so that, man, that civilization burned out. They just completely got wiped off the map. But we have this part, the essence of what they believed and what they did, and we kept that in our own thing. And we just kept going with it.
You think that was kind of born from them marching from Europe all the way to the Holy Lands and then back, and that just by virtue of getting a chance to visit, it almost makes them like the kind of the OG unconventional warriors, if you think about it in a sense like that, because if you're willing to sit down and share a meal and talk about things like that with somebody from another culture, especially as a Christian, without coming at it from the lens of conversion, I'm going to sit down here to convert you. That's how a lot of people come at problems, or come at relationships, especially in other cultures. But if you're willing to sit down and actually break bread with somebody and just share back and forth, right? And then it seems like they were willing to take that and like turn it inward. And what can I glean from this versus is like, how can I affect this?
And not only that, they used it, they took it and they used it, and they actively taught it to the other brothers, and they incorporated it in their rituals, believe it or not, in their degrees. So it was like keeping that tradition alive in essence, right? So it was interesting.
It's interesting to hear you talk about like the protocols and the rituals involved in like the downloading, because obviously, like, not to keep blazing Dr. Pasulka, but like this, all of what you're talking about is a lot of what she discusses in Heaven Can Wait, right? And these experiences that saints went through, and these downloads, right? And all these other examples she gives in modernity, like Jack Parsons talking about it, but like this culture of downloads and rituals, it goes back, and you were mentioning soldiers like Knights Templar, like even the Roman legions had the cult of Mithras, like, and this was something that they had to hide. It wasn't meant to be you leaving the inner circle of the Roman legionary, right? And when you look at Mithras, it is this mystical, esoteric religion, from the Near East, and it involves all of this ritual and the download of information and this practice over and over and over again. And when you look at all of this, it has this one theme, right? If you like spiderweb this at the center, you go like Christianity over here, and like the way that these saints just sat all day in thought and prayer and protocol, and they have these experiences with angels. And then you have the Rosicrucians doing the same thing, the cult of Mithras, like they all come back to the fact that it's protocol, and it's the way that you make yourself better. It's almost the way that you're opening yourself up to this information, right? And it's like that's the through line, I think, is the point I'm trying to make here, is the through line is the protocol. And it seems to be, and tell me what you think, like that anybody almost could do this. And I think that there's this belief that it's just for a certain person, but it's not, right? You would agree with that? No,
I would completely agree with that. And like I might add that even indigenous tribes, Native American tribes, same thing. Same thing in Native American. We have same type of ritual interactions with, they call them the sky people, right? They literally, that's what they call them in Native Americans, and I think Pasulka, I don't know if she touches on it or not, but basically they all have a common thread as well with the Native Americans call it the white buffalo calf woman, the lady in white, right? The white lady. Yes. The Virgin Mary, we call it in Christianity.
Oh, and not that. Correct. Not that lady in white.
Yeah, that's
different white lady.
Yeah, different white lady. So like that's a reoccurring thing that happens regardless of time, culture, continents, whatever. It's a lady in white coming down, teaching you things, and basically foretelling things that actually come to pass, and a bunch of different things. And this happened in ufology, it's happened in Christianity, it's happened in so it's a common theme as well. So what is that? Is that collective consciousness? Is that an actual being? Is that some type of non-human intelligence that interacts with us? I mean, it could be all the above, probably. I mean, but it happens through cultures and space and time. So what is that? It's a throughput, right? Like you said, it spiders out from that, right? So if you can, correct, and I do believe you're right. And I think you're correct. I think anybody can do this, right? It's not, you don't have to be part of anything. You could just be alone with yourself and concentrate on your thoughts.
What do you think about, so this goes back to a poll that I saw on Tim Pool. He was talking about, and I can't remember what outlet put it out, but basically it was like upwards of 40% of the youngest culture doesn't have like what they would consider to be an inner monologue inside themselves. Have you seen this data? Where it's like, I think most of us kind of go on about our day, and I just take it for granted that I speak to myself inside my head about everything that's going on around me, and I kind of have this, that's how I perceive my thoughts, is kind of like a me and a me just kind of talking back and forth. But that's my inner monologue, right? And I'm very auditory, so it's always noises that I'm interpreting. But if you have that idea that coming up the younger culture, they're so driven by outside stimuli that there's nothing internal that's even happening. It's the idea of the non-player character, the human non-player character in the world. And do you think, like, if a person is like that, if they have no true inner monologue or they can't conceive of one, like, would they be able to participate in this deepening of thought?
Maybe even better. I mean, you're not getting in your way. You're not getting yourself in the way.
The idea of an empty cup, you think?
Yeah, but I think that's scary too, because I know that there's psionic weapons that have been used, that are in use still, that can influence thoughts, actions, feelings, emotions. It's all electronic, electromagnetic, all those things, right? That can happen, right? The stuff that's publicly available is that, hey, we can put sounds in just your ear. We can make somebody talking just in your ear from 500 yards away or whatever, right? We can beam this microwave at you, and you can feel dread, fear, scared. You just feel completely like somebody's watching you. You just start getting paranoid, right? And that's all electromagnetic spectrum. That's not pseudoscience. That's not esoteric shit. That's fucking science, right?
There was a History Channel documentary back in like 2005 that shows it's a very, very, very basic concept of what you're talking about, but just shooting microwave radiation at people and making your skin feel like it's boiling from 500 yards away. And they showed it on the History Channel, right?
It's LRAD, I think. Is it LRAD?
Yeah, exactly.
Crowd
it's
control,
like
right?
The very most basic form of what you're talking about,
Yeah.
So for sure.
Yeah. So I mean, that's been in use against our own people. I mean, I can't prove it, but it has been, right?
Havana syndrome.
Huge Havana syndrome, all of that stuff, right? So a lot of the UFO thing starts creeping into the psychic aspect of everything, right? Where the whole psi side of everything, where where does the line draw, right? Is it consciousness? Is it nuts and bolts? Is it both? I think it's both. In my mind, I think it's both. I think it's one and the same. I mean, there's two camps, I think, that are just like, oh, it's nuts and bolts, or no, it's all consciousness, or it's just this thing, right? But I think it's both. I think it's something we can't understand, but I think it's conglomerated together. It's that's kind of how the way it is. So like in the inner monologue thing is interesting story. I think that I want to imagine that everybody can do it. Some people are Michael Jordan. Like, I can shoot a basketball, but I'm not Michael Jordan, right? Everybody can do it.
Yeah.
It might take practice to make it happen, but I think there probably are some people that are just naturally better at it than others, right? Like, I can't shoot shit. Like,
I agree.
I've tried a lot.
I was just gonna back you up, man. That like, you can practice for hours and hours and days and days and days, and you will never be as good as Michael Jordan, because you're right. Some people have the natural inclination to just be good at something very specific, and that's why you have people like Michael Jordan or whomever else you want to think of.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back to the Lady in White thing.
Oh, yeah.
And specifically the Chris Bledsoe.
Yeah,
and
huge deal with that. Yeah.
It is. There's this like apocalyptic conversation. Connotation around it. What do you think about Chris Bledsoe and like his testimony about first off, the things he's experienced and some of the stories that he's told are wild. And the fact that his children have had these same experiences, his family, and like the ordeals he's gone through, with health and then the community and all of this other thing. But like, he went on Sean Ryan. He's been on those other shows where he talked about, things with the lady in white, and he can't talk about them, but he knows it's real. And like you said, the apocalyptic connotation, like what do you think about that?
Well, I loathe every time everybody says, "Well, a guy I know told me." That's like, God, just shut the fuck up.
I know. I'm with you there. Yeah.
But I've known enough. I've met enough people to know that everybody can be psyoped, right? And of course, right?
Totally.
But just disparate conversations and correlations that don't make any sense to know. Like those two people, they're not trying to psyop me, but basically what I'm getting at is that if the IC in any form, if you want to imagine, personal, private, governmental, whatever, is very interested in people who have the ability to communicate with anything that's non-terrestrial or non-human intelligence, right? Because they can't quantify it, they can't do it themselves, it's not a switch they could flip. So they're really interested in the people who actually have these experiences. They want to have the experience. They want to have connections to the people that have the experiences because they can't have the experiences, and they don't. But so they want to understand what the hell's going on. So they attach themselves to the people. There's people that you'll never know about. There's probably 100 people, maybe more, that have had the same type of experience that you'll never know about. That they have people that have already gone through the lengths that the IC is already in contact with, that are monitoring, that are that have already been part of it all over the world, right? That's happening. It's not just America, right? It's everywhere. So
for sure,
they want to know what the hell's going on because it's not happening to them. So they latch onto these people, right? Now, you guys know just as much as I know that that's not just a one-way street. They're not just going to show up and take notes, right? They want to control that whole situation in the narrative, right? So they're going to make things disadvantage, to advantage them and nobody else, because we don't want the Russians to figure any of this shit out, right? Or the Chinese, right? For God forbid. So we're going to probably psyop the shit out of everybody else who gets around, disinformation, anything around that too, and sprinkle in a bunch of other cool tech that make it look like magic, so that anybody that sniffs around is going to be way off the trail of whatever they're trying to get into. I've spoken to Chris. I've talking to a lot. Ryan and I've spoken a lot. His son, before he started his podcast, like one of my first time he was ever on a podcast was on my podcast, and we talked on the record, off the record for years. And I think there's a lot. I think it's all of that. I think there's some real shit going on and some real experiences. There's also been a influence of control by whoever you want to call it to steer a narrative in a way, for good or bad, whether they know it or not. Sometimes you're so close to the fire you can't feel the flames. So that's from me looking from the outside of it, right? Like, because I've seen it kind of that pattern happen before, and I'm just kind of good at picking out patterns. It's like, okay, this is what's going on. So it steers the narrative into ways like, is it Hathor? Was it Hathor who came? Hathor came and saw it. The lady was Hathor. Okay, so it was Hathor this time, right? Okay, right here, right? So I don't know. So I guarantee that he had an experience, and he still does. I guarantee that people all over the planet have for time immemorial. That's just happening.
Correct.
But what's the modern day narrative, and how are they using it now? Because you're having people that are obviously ex-CIA, NASA, like whatever, right, coming out and endorsing and latching onto them. My personal opinion, if you have John Alexander showing up, you should run the fucking other way.
Right. No, I agree with you, man. This is where the psyop really starts to get messy, because there's just behind you, the difference between counter intel and a psyop, right? Like there's people that are putting information out there that is accurate and also untrue, and they're muddying the waters on purpose. And it's like, how do you know who to trust? Like, I think a lot of people lost faith in Lou Elizondo a long time ago, but some people still do. And I think like some people are very much in the camp of like Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. I think what they're doing is admirable. And then you have oh, man, you got his picture behind you. Darn it, his former Air Force guy. His name just flew out of my head. David.
Grush. Yeah.
Is it David Grush?
Yeah.
Right. Whether he is counter intel and all these things, it's so hard to tell. Because once they do, like you said, the concern becomes once somebody gets a hold of them and they start having meetings and you go in and you're talking to the man, you're talking to OSI, right? Or you're talking to the CIA, whatever the IC apparatus is coming after you,
right.
They're telling you this information. Maybe they're confirming things you're saying and like all these tactics they go through. And now you become unwittingly a tool, and the accurate info you're putting out there, the things that you've seen with your own eyes and your experiences, is now tainted by all this stuff. And so they ruin the people who are out here just trying to disclose and share their personal experiences by latching onto them like these parasites and feeding them this information that then gets discredited, a year down the road, 6 months down the road, and it makes them look stupid, and this is a tactic that Project Blue Book was using as well. And this is a common tactic anyway in counterintelligence and things that, because it works. Exactly.
Well, that was one of the reasons I was asking you all the way back up at the top if you think that we have like a pool of things that this is the stuff that China's allowed to know about because we know that it leads to dead ends, because I knew that we were going to circle around to the end and talk about offensive and defensive psychological operations, because you guys know, based on just all the personalities that you've put out, right? It's like sometimes the idea that there might be something that's true in the pool, right? And so this is like defensive psychological operations. How do you discredit the information that's out there that could or might be true? That's kind of the stuff that you were just talking about, Brandon, when you say like, hey, latch on to an individual and then feed them like information that is going to be discredited. But why would you do that? Because maybe you knew that something that they had in there was a kernel of truth, and now it's thrown out. Throw the baby out with the bathwater as soon as everybody finds that out. Versus offensive psychological operations then would be like, hey, we want to introduce like an entirely new idea or narrative into the population, and then have it make it seem like it is organic and grassroots and it grows up, or it has to come from a credited disclosure, because it's like we want to lead the trail away from what the truth is. And so this is just like all a false trail in
trust
the
in
beginning.
the institution that it's coming from.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's why I was asking that question up top, because it's like we know for a fact, or anybody that spends like, if you just spend a day running down Reddit, right, or even just on, you could do this at like Wikipedia level. Yeah, like you'll find out that this stuff has happened and like has credibly happened. So yeah.
And I don't get me wrong, I always say this too, but like, God, I am so happy I'm an American, and I live it, and I'm fucking proud of our country and for all the shit that we've done. I mean, there's shit that happens all day, every day that people wouldn't even fucking imagine, so that we could go watch baseball and just have a life and have kids and do all the shit that there's unfathomable shit that people put themselves through every fucking day just so we could be alive and do the things we do. I promise. Yeah, I'm so thankful for that. And
do you sometimes wish that you could be one of those people that just goes watch a baseball game and has no care in the world? Just enjoy your bread and circus and just not know.
Ignorance is bliss.
I know. It's always a big joke, man. This is, my friends are like, oh yeah, my friends are all like, dude, I can't tell you any sports, anything. Like I can tell you like the Kecksburg incident and like all this other shit. My friends, you put a gun to my head right now and ask me who won the Super Bowl, I'd be like, I have fucking no idea.
Daggone it.
Right? No, I'm just that guy. I'm like, I don't know, but yeah, like when you said, I'm the guy at the party where they're like, "Oh yeah, did you see that thing?" And I'm like, "Does this guy really want to know what I think?" Or, like, I don't know. I really want to get into that.
Hey, listen, man, if you start pulling on this thread, it's the sweater's gonna come apart. You're gonna hear all about it.
My wife's gonna pull me out of this fucking place real quick. And
don't ask him that.
No, you got the podcast right.
Part of me wants to like ask you like who you trust. You know what I mean? But like that, I don't want to put you in a bad spot, right? Because
I mean, dude, I don't even trust myself half the time. Like,
fair enough.
Seriously, I mean, you gotta.
Your own perception can be easily defeated.
You are not immune to psyops. None of us are. I mean, I think just being aware of them is a big help, right? Just being aware that can happen, and just to know that your bias and your belief can be changed and altered by fucking anything, chemicals, electronic, just the social media feeds and like that. But like. I don't know. I think I'm pretty good at just pulling in like everything. Like I don't accept everything at face value, but I'll pull it all in and like categorize it, right? Like, and then when you see patterns that reappear from disparate sources, that really interests me. Where it's just like, wow, that doesn't, you know, like that whole Jim Mars thing, like 20 fucking years ago, he came out with that, and then I start following the, you know, the little evidence now 20 years later that like, oh yeah, here we give it all back. The U.S. is holding on to it. We you know, we got it back for you, kind of shit. It's like. Right, so when you get down to some of those things where you're looking at it going, man, you got to do your own homework. Nobody does that. Everybody just takes the sound bite and the face value and all that stuff, and nobody really looks and researches and digs back and seeing. And the other part of that, a good friend of mine, John Luke, you know, it shows the people. Like there's this crazy relationship of people that, you know, like this guy is related to, you know, this person who was like the captain of this, and he, you know, he's been in, he was a special ops guy that was in psychological warfare in World War II, but now his grandson is like, here's a good one for you. Whitley Strieber. You guys know Whitley Strieber? He's an author,
I do.
Right?
Yeah.
Communion, all that shit. His dad was, you know, in the Air Force in all these kind of fucking mind control things forever. Right. He was he put in a Skinner box when he was a kid. He was subjected to all this fucking horrible psychological mind fuckery forever, right? With MK Ultra stuff. But he's the guy that's coming out talking about getting abducted by aliens and just pushing it out there. And he was a horror author before that too, right? So it's like
that book cover gave me like nightmares when I was a kid, seeing it at like Barnes and Noble.
Yeah,
it's one of the creepiest book covers there is.
Yeah.
No, his story is nuts. I agree with what you're saying. You know, it's like when you look at the history of him, it's like, well, you would be pretty good psyop. You know, you just kind of have all the markings of one. Doesn't necessarily make you one, but you know, when you it's kind of like if it walks like a duck and it sounds like a duck, it's probably a duck, you know.
Yeah.
But I like what you were saying before about when you look at information, I ask you like who you trust. You know, and you say, well, like I trust you trust yourself. You say you don't trust yourself sometimes, but like I think kind of what you were getting at is that you look at the information and you maybe don't look at
the source,
people specifically, right? As credible. Like you may think this person's a little more credible than this person, in my opinion, right? But it kind of goes back to that analogy of like when the bird lands on the branch, what does it trust more, the branch or its wings? And you are trusting yourself, and you know what your discerning skills, you know, and maybe you get it wrong, maybe you don't, but I think that's what everybody does at the end of the day, and that's sort of like the confidence I think probably that you get from being a member of an organization, probably like, you know, the Rosicrucians, and the sort of ability in your own thinking skills and the way that you're able to run through these mental protocols, which you have to develop, you know, to trust that information.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of it. I mean, and then after a while, you get the sniff test. You're like, no, that's just bullshit. I mean, everybody knows when you're just getting bullshit. You're just like, that's just terrible.
I'm pretty good at the sniff test.
Yeah. And you get the feeling. You're like, this is just bunk. But in the same part, like when circling back, I mean, like, you know, like the Bob Lazar story, right? Like Bob Lazar was just fed all kinds of shit. Like, here's a bunch of stuff, and he was like, and he's the first one to say, I don't know if any of it was true. I thought maybe they were just screwing with me. Maybe it was just trying to see what would get out. Like, you know, about all of the stuff, like, you know, humans being containers for souls and all this shit. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, you know, if you look into all that stuff, it's like, well, is that part of the PSYOP? You know, the same thing is like Kit Green was, you know, you ran the CIA Weird Desk and all that stuff. And there was an email leak that came out that he was like, you know, they took him in somewhere and they were showing him pictures of supposed alien tops, and he's like, they're just fucking with me. He's like, and he's been this guy, literally, they're just fucking with him, and he's been the guy like the charge of CIA fucking Weird Desk, and they're fucking with him. So it's like, you know, if they're fucking with the guy who's supposed to be in charge of the CIA Weird Desk, like, you know, they're fucking with us. So where does that lead you? And I think that gets to the point. But there's some people that you meet though that you're like, they have nothing to gain. There's nothing that they can do to financially gain, or you know, basically they'd be hurting themselves or anything else from that information. And I've been fortunate enough to meet a few of those people in my life that it's like, I'm old, I did some shit, I've seen some things, I know you are into this stuff kind of, and I got nobody else to tell about it. And if I told anybody else, they would think I'm fucking crazy anyway. But this is what happened. And those are the guys that I'm like, okay, I get it, right? It's not a story, and 90% of it, it's not something that you hear on the internet or the social media. Some of it has some amazing correlations. They're like, holy shit, that's what really happened, you know? Like that. But these guys are like, that's what happened to me. I don't know, but could some of it be bullshit? Sure, but where does that run through? You know?
Do you guys think that AI is going to be better or worse for disclosure moving forward?
Worse.
I'm on the fence. There's a guy named Richard Gelrish who's on UFO Twitter, who's been training AI, been doing a lot of really cool work on historic newspaper. So like newspaper articles and things like that, and FOA, Freedom of Information Act docs and stuff like that. And he's coming up with some amazing correlation patterns for like UFO flaps and things like that. And like the drone flap was part of this other flap that happened like in the 50s. And it's like all of the key words are kind of the same, the correlation and the way that was handled by the military and the press and all that stuff. It's like you can definitely find this correlation that you wouldn't necessarily easily. It would take you years to go through and pick all this stuff. And I think he's using AI to kind of go, oh, hey, look at this pattern, right? This is definitely a pattern, and it's verifiable, right? So I think for some of that. But then if you get a hold of the algorithm and AI and some of that, you can make it say whatever the hell you want. And like the people that are walking around with no narrative, like you said, that are just empty vessels in their head, are just going to believe whatever comes out of that box.
Yeah.
Which
I agree with you. I think that's why
I looked that up, by the way, and I wanted to amend my statement. It was researchers believe that it was like 5 to 25% of the population, not upwards of 40. But thanks for giving me an opportunity to
less
myself.
NPCs than we realized.
Yeah.
No, one of the things you were talking about before, like when we were talking about like trusting people and information, I kind of wanted to ask you about where you thought a lot of the information that people put out there and say like the Rosicrucians are like this nefarious or insidious organization, right? Like there's this attachment to like the Illuminati and some of these, obviously with the Freemasons, Scottish Rite, and you see all these videos. There's no shortage of them online.
Yeah,
but from your vantage point, like you said, right, like this stuff doesn't exist if you've never seen any of that stuff. And I have friends that are Mason. My grandfather is a Mason. One of my best friends is also, and I believe them when they say, I've never been to a lodge and never participated in this stuff, and I believe them when they say. But like, I'm just curious if there is any sort of information or person you've met where you're like, maybe there is a kernel of truth to any of this stuff, or that I don't want to run down or look into it because I'm cool with what I've got going on over here, but something doesn't pass the sniff test over here with this.
No, I mean, honestly, there's always an asshole every once in a while, right? You always have an asshole.
Sure.
There's going to be that one asshole,
for
right?
sure. Always a bad apple. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even in Masonry, there's like that one guy who's just like, oh, that's fucking. But like, you're supposed to be brothers, right? Everybody's supposed to be really cool, but it's like there's always just that one fucking guy that you're just like, yeah.
Some people are jerks, dude.
Yeah.
It's
and that's
good
just
to know
kind of
turds slip through everywhere.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah, you got to have them so you realize how cool everybody else is, I think. But
there you go.
Yeah, seriously. But like, no, I mean, like, I haven't got like. And I dug, man, because like I told you, I came in with the pretenses like these are some evil satanic bastards. I'm going to figure out what's going on, and I'm just going to tell everybody. That was why I joined Freemasonry.
I'm going to blow it up from the inside.
Yeah, I'm going to blow it up from the inside. And when I got in, I felt like that is nowhere near anything that would be considered close to that shit at all, right? And then I'm like, okay, well maybe it's just because like, and that's what people, that's the big thing. It was like, well, you're just not high enough yet. You just got to be. You're not part of the inner circle. And I'm like, dude. I know enough guys that are in the inner circles that's not what's going on. They're really more excited about the fucking meatloaf dinner they're going to have than taking over the world. You know what I mean? They're like, and they're really excited about doing things to help the entire world and especially the communities they're in, like raising money for, schools and books and kids and like all these things that, help society. Like there's no evil, nefarious plans. I will say that I have seen that Masonry is kind of one of those things where you're like, especially when in the higher degrees that are or appendant bodies that are invite only, right? So basically, you have to be a Mason, right, to become the branch of that I'm a Rosicrucian is the SRICF, right? Which so basically you have to be a Mason, a Freemason to be a Rosicrucian in this branch. So you do go, okay, well, we already know this guy's awesome because he's a Freemason. He's got to this point where we can trust him, all those things. So they pick people that have like the same kind of ideals, like me, obviously. I like the esoteric, like knowledge and increasing knowledge and helping. So it's like, okay, cool. So people will look for those other people that have that spark, that that like, well, maybe because it's not for everybody, like maybe this guy's into this, some people are like, oh, I just want to show up and have meatloaf, like other people are like, I want to learn, I want to educate myself, I want to, be able to, better humanity. And like, so that there's that. And I see that could be in some regards like, well, like the whole thing with the Illuminati, we know that's true because there was, started out as the members were Freemasons, right? But that they started their own organization. And that happened a lot in the 1700s. And even in the early 1800s, where guys were like, well, we're just going to start our own shit. And it's going to be called this. And you guys are Freemasons, so it's cool. Let's go do that. And it's like, well, all right, it's cool. But like, is there any value there? It's just like, I created a new degree called Bob, and you're going to be, now you have the Bob degree. It's like,
yeah, a Knight of Bob.
Yeah, right. So now you're Knighted Bob, right? And it was like, okay, cool. But then, so could there be something that's like, well, we're going to do all this stuff? Maybe, but just knowing the Freemasons that I've known and been a part of, and like their lineage and their families and all this, like there could be this 1% of people that are just fucking wild and out, but there's no organized Illuminati top level satanistic child trafficking bullshit ever going on that I've ever seen. That I think that I can imagine that any of the guys that I know or any of these clubs would be a part of, to be completely honest. But I think that people latch onto that shit because they don't know, because we have secrets. Yeah. We don't tell you the ritual. We don't tell you our handshakes. We don't tell you our signs and symbols and secrets, right? So everybody wants to know, like, well, what are they doing?
Typical doom, fill in the blanks.
We got a lot of really cool shit. We don't want you guys to see it.
Yeah. No, exactly. That's what people do, man. When they don't know the story, the worst things that they can think of, fill in the gaps, right? And there's the cognitive bias that comes into play because you have this like predetermined idea of what something is, and then now you're just looking for your confirmation bias to confirm, right, quote unquote, confirm these things for you.
And I was a victim. Becomes evidence.
I am a fucking card carrying Freemason right now, and I was the guy that believed all of that shit to begin with.
No, I think that's cool that you're able to come in and the conversation and disabuse that stuff. But I'm more interested. I'm interested too in like where. I think that you've sort of answered that question about like where a lot of this ties into these sort of like more nefarious aspects of like Templarism and Rosicrucians and the Illuminati came from. Is just probably people filling in the gaps in a lot of these spin-offs. Do you have a different opinion on that?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it is so there's still like a lot of evil shit in the world, that you guys know better than I do. You've seen evil. And it's out there. I mean, it really is. And you got to put some people just need to have a face for evil or something to point at, to point at something that's, the other, that's not them. This is the cause of my angst. This is what I got to put at. A lot of if you go back historically, a lot of I don't want to rehash the whole entire Knights Templar thing, but basically, the Templars had a bunch of money. The king and the Pope owed them a bunch of money. They said they were
Philip the Fair now.
What's that?
Philip the Fourth. Yeah.
Yeah. Just they were like, we're gonna round you guys up and claim you're heretics. We're gonna take all our money back and we're gonna murder you, and we're gonna make that happen, right? And that's kind of how that went down. And that's just really loosely based, right? But there's an actual document that came out a few years ago that's kind of saying the Templars were pardoned, but they just said, nah, forget about it. We're just going to murder them anyway and take all their shit.
Clement the Fifth. That's
right. So, a lot of it comes down to money and power and prestige and like all that other stuff. The Templars were the first ones that they had. I don't know if people know this or not, but they had like the checks. What we call checks now, a check system. Is that when you were traveling in the Holy Land, you get robbed all the time. You would get your gold taken, all your stuff taken.
Travelers checks.
Yeah, so they had this intricate system where they'd have a leather belt. You'd have a belt, and they would put a series of checks in your belt. And then somebody else would have that information on the other end. So when you wouldn't have any money on you at all, you'd have these just marks on your belt. But when you got to where you were going, you'd go to the Knights Templar and you'd be like, here's my belt. And they'd be like, cool, here's all your gold.
That's awesome.
So like,
no, it is.
But so that was the first type of system that was like that, right? So they had, and of course, they got a cut, right, for doing that, for offering that service, right? So they, in a short time, were able to acquire a lot of wealth and property and prestige, right, in that time, and obviously that pissed off the King of France, the French king.
Wasn't the French king? Didn't he
1307, I think.
Didn't he end up borrowing money from the Knights Templar?
Yes, he was heavily indebted to the Knights Templar.
Yeah. So what a way to clear your checkbook.
Story as old as time.
Right.
Yeah. Clears accounts. So yeah, I mean, like, so a lot of those are just man. So that there's the boogeyman, right? And then of course, if you go back to the Rosicrucian era, a little bit before that, you're like, well, these guys are in league with the devil. They're doing things outside of the church, and they're doing these things. They're kind of like praying or doing some type of meditation or whatever you want to call it, right? We're doing something that looks like prayer, but it's not in the church. So it's heretical, right? So we're meditating or we're chanting. We're doing things that aren't the church. So it's medically in league with the devil, right?
Didn't they throw around almost like the idea of the cult of Mithras again with the Templar, like they were worshiping like a bull-headed god, which is something like that. I don't know if it's Mithras. There's something else with it. It could be Mithras. I could be wrong, but yeah, they were heretics worshiping something else as well.
Yeah. Baphomet. They said that they were worshiping the head of Baphomet, which was just the biggest line of bullshit ever,
for sure.
But I mean, were they doing rituals that were outside of the normal Christian? Yes, of course, right? Were they, because like I said, they were incorporating all types of different ethnic disparate things, right? And they had it all in, they had it all in there. So if you walked in there, you would, like, if you're just a regular Christian going like person in 14 whatever, like you walked in 1310, you walked in and you see a guy dancing around a fire naked or whatever, you're gonna be like, that guy's in league with the devil, right? Because that shit didn't happen, but maybe that was a pagan thing that they carried on forever, right? So it's all, I think, that kind of context, and I think that still exists today. It's like, we don't know what's going on, so it's the devil.
How much of that, like, lore do you think, this is probably a stupid question, but I'm going to ask you anyway, how much of that lore do you think is used with all the Bohemian Grove stuff and the Bilderberg group and like a lot of these things, like even like, well, I would love to get your opinion on it too, as you answered, but like the Georgia Guidestones and the whole story with R.C. Christian and all of that, like how much of that do you think is just, it's used against your organizations,
For sure. I mean, I think so. Bohemian Grove is real. I've known.
Oh yeah, I live close to it. Actually.
Do you really? Oh no,
it's
shit.
Not that far from me. It's not that far. No.
Yeah. There you go. There's people that go, and
it is a real place.
It is a real place.
Thanks to Alex Jones.
Lots of presidents.
Lots of presidents. Lots of everybody. Right. Heads of state, industry, capital.
Yeah.
It's a
Hollywood.
Yeah, it's a like I said, one of my good friends, John Warner, told me like it's like a filtering mechanism, basically. It's like the heads of the committee of 300 families that basically have all the money and the power, in the world. They kind of, the Ivy League schools and all this shit, and they kind of just keep putting them into these situations where they can figure out if they're going to be part of their game. Right, it's part of whatever their goal is, right? Whatever that is, right? So they just keep pushing them in to get to the point, like, well, like, okay, he's not going to do that, so he's not going to be part of this. Well, this guy doesn't care, and just keep pushing him up to the front, right? Yeah. To get him into a place where they can be manipulated or, whatever, right? Blackmailed or whatever, to be able to do whatever. That exists.
Are they going to leave all their pornography on a laptop and then drunkenly go and drop it off at a at a repair store someday?
Yeah, it's a system that runs Windows 95.
Yeah. They're going to do it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but then, I think that's real. There's the Bilderberg group is real. That was Jim Mars taught me that too, right? The Bilderberg group is real. It was just basically, you're going to be the bad guy this year. You're going to be the good guy. We're going to do this. Oil's going to go up. We're going to make gold hedges here. We're going to do this. And that shit happens, right? If you get the top 13 families on the planet that have all the money and resources to intermarry and do that for centuries, that is the group that you're looking at, right? That's the group of people that, quote unquote, I don't say they control the world. I think they just have like a governing stake at the table, and there's a bunch of drunk cousins and people fight and they don't like each other, and there's that shit going on too, right? But I think that does happen. That's a real thing where they're just okay, cool, we're gonna figure this out. We're not.
But if you don't think that the people on that level, right? Because they experience the world in a different way than than the peons do, right? And it's just that way. If you don't think that they don't network and speak and levy for their own best interests, then you're a moron.
Yep.
You're just a moron. Like, of course they would, right? And they're going to interact with a class of people that they can understand. They come from similar backgrounds, similar privilege. They have similar interests that intertwine. Like, why wouldn't they network and work together?
Intermarry, and it's all about bloodlines and shit with them too.
Yeah, why
right?
wouldn't they?
Where that's like, yeah,
of course.
That's what they do, and it's still like that to this day. And you know, like you can't. I mean, that's just, you can't break that. I don't think there's any way to bust that. I mean, it could be wrong. We'd like altruistically, it'd be nice. Hey, no, let's do the benefit of mankind. No, they're going to do everything they want to line their pockets and keep doing what they're doing. But yeah, they have no idea what it's like to be at our level, right? None.
Well, they have no incentive to do that because of where they live and the advantage they have of being in that ivory tower. There's no incentive. Why would you? People wouldn't. You know, people don't give up the nice things they have. You know, everybody enjoys their creature comforts. But do you think? How much truth do you think there is to the story of R.C. Christian, and if it actually is tied to Rosicrucianism? Not even this like weird nefarious death cult apocalypse sort of way that like people tie in the Georgia Guidestones to. But do you think is that something you think that like the Rosicrucian organization would have done, was spent all that money to erect this monument?
No, and there was an actual CNN came out with a pretty in-depth review of the guy, and I don't have it in my notes. You might be able to check it out if you're on it, Chris.
You're talking about the mason, the actual like stonemason that was involved? Is that what you're talking about? Or?
No, CNN did a really deep dive, and it was something about the guy who bankrolled it. It was 2023, 2024, where
is this with the letters? Sorry,
yeah,
I keep
no, you're right. It's like what's the guy's name? His name is really close to Christian. His actual name.
Yeah, and I know that the name he gave was R.C. Christian, but that's not his actual.
It's not his actual name, but he came really. Right. It comes really close to that in.
Wasn't it in Iowa or some crap or Kansas? I know it was like Midwest.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it's.
Yeah, I'm gonna help you out because
Yeah, because I just did a little bit of digging about this because it's really recent. And
according to ChatGPT here, CNN's Thomas Lake uncovered evidence suggesting that R.C. Christian was actually Herbert H. Kirsten.
That's it.
An Iowa physician who passed away in 2005.
Iowa.
Yep. And he had written a bunch of articles talking about, you know, the overpopulation and all this stuff like that. And he was a physician, and
yes, eugenics and all that.
Yeah. So they think that they kind of nailed it down there just because of the bank records and payment and stuff like that. So it was just, you know, it was a way for him to spin it. I don't know. I mean, I know that it wasn't something that the Rosicrucians would just throw money at, you know.
Yeah. You think it kind of makes me wonder if like your what you were saying about like the slogan at the beginning of the show about like doing healing people for free, right?
Yeah, for that gratis.
It almost when you look at like the things that were on the guidestones and how it was like suggestion for the betterment of humanity, like keeping the world to what I don't remember what it was, like 5 million or 500,000 or some shit, like some crazy low number of people on the planet, and all these other things it told you to do. That like it almost seems like a bastardization of some of that, making the world better, and maybe you've got somebody who Mr. Kirsten is infatuated with the lore of Rosicrucianism, and then uses this pseudonym R.C. Christian as a way to 500 million. Thanks. Uses this pseudonym to essentially hearken to the things he's holding about, you know, his beliefs about Rosicrucianism, and for whatever reason, people do weird things, man. They really, really do. And if he's got the money and, you know, to do it, and thinks he's like carrying on the work of the, you know, the ancient order of the Rosicrucian, and he's, you know, I don't know, man. I'm just like in my brain, I'm like, yeah, he's the embodiment of Christian Rosenkreuz in real person, and you know, I don't know. That's what I've always wondered about it. It's an interesting thing because it is really weird. The stuff that's on the guidestones is creepy, and you know, we never got an answer about how and why they got destroyed. Like even the video footage,
just some dude rolled up and threw some kind of explosive, right? Like
Right. They did. Yeah. And they have like a real quick like snippet of the vehicle, but it's not enough. And then they didn't even do an investigation. Like the next day they just came and cleaned it up, which again is really weird. Like, why wouldn't you come out and do some sort of forensics and be like, this is the sort of explosives that were used. We're going to go find all these stores locally that sell this stuff, you know, and run through it investigatively. Like, it almost seemed like they're like,
cool.
Oh, well, it cool. Yeah. We'll just clean it up. Like that is what's weird with it to me. Cause why it seems like a cover up. And it really does. Like, it's not a far stretch when you just clean up the crime scene and you walk away and it's sort of just like, that's it. All right. It's gone.
It was around what's interesting, it was around the time, this was like, I think it was during COVID, right? So it was like,
it was.
Yeah. There was around the time with those monoliths, the steel, stainless steel monoliths started showing up all over the place.
Very Kubrick-like monoliths.
They would just show up in the desert, just random places. And a couple of people came out and claimed that they were, it was an art installation, and then people are saying they're copycatting and all this shit, but yeah, I mean, some of them were, you could definitely see tracks in the desert. I can't remember, there was one out in Arizona or somewhere you could see like somebody had to get a four-wheeler back there or something to get it up. But some of the other ones, you're just like, what the fuck is it? What are they doing? It was just copycats, maybe, probably,
Yeah.
But it was really weird that all went down, and then that thing blew up, and then those monoliths didn't show up anymore.
No.
It was weird, right?
Right. I've looked online to see if like anybody has done the work to figure out what happened, because like, what we were saying, Kristen, you're gone, that they blew them up and the next day they were out there cleaning them up off the ground, and like the official explanation was that, well, now it's a safety hazard. And it's like, well, yeah, I agree with you that it's a safety hazard, but you can secure the scene and you can keep people from going out there and hurting themselves, right? We do this all the time. So that's what's weird. I haven't found anybody online who's like running this down enough to get an explanation about why there seemed to be no like real investigation into it at all, and just like it almost seemed like the locals were happy to get rid of it, which is a plausible explanation why they just didn't kill up somebody. Who knows, man? Maybe the fucking Elberton, Georgia Police Department paid somebody to go out there and chuck a homemade bomb at it.
Or it was them. They were tired of fucking policing it.
Them.
You can imagine getting the calls out there. Damn it, it's 2:00 in the morning and people are out there fucking lighting candles and shit around the Georgia Guidestones. Like,
sometimes it's explanations like that that are they are, right? Yeah, the whole Occam's razor thing.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, because I don't really even understand, how do Rosicrucians look at the divinity of Jesus, and like what are the relationships between Rosicrucianism and like Christianity?
Ooh, all right. So there's different branches of Rosicrucianism. It's kind of hard to go. I mean, it's not hard. I guess I'll get into it. So there's the SRICA, the SRICF, and then there's AMORC, right? Amoric, right? So Amoric is the basic. If you give them money, you can show up, man or woman, and you can be a Rosicrucian, right? You show up and you could be a Rosicrucian. So
mass produced.
Yeah. It's like, hey, it's cool. It's like that and a big
black belt by October.
Yep, you're in. You are in, right? So that's how that goes. Not to say that there's not a lot of value in some of the things, right, that are there as well. But I guess I'm biased, right, because I'm a part of the Masonic branch. It was SRICA, SRICA.
Fair enough.
So in America, at least, so the SRICF, you have to be Christian to be a Rosicrucian in America, right? Which is interesting. I'm not sure about the SRICA, but I want to believe that's the case. It's interesting, and I don't know if I'm saying anything I shouldn't, but I'll fucking say it anyway. But it's interesting to know that we're charged to study all of the world's religions. And it's not really a suggestion.
Okay.
Right? I'm trying to dance around things. But what I'm trying to say is like, yeah, it's not like, okay, we're going to stick to this, the Holy Bible as our scripture, right? We're charged with studying and learning everything we can about all of the world's religions, because there's value in every single one of them. If that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So there's that whole bend, right? Especially when you go through some of the grades. So there's like different grades. Freemasonry, there's degrees, and Rosicrucianism, there's grades, and it's actually a college. So I belong to a Rosicrucian college. It's funny because we call it Visible College, right? But it's actually a college. So each Rosicrucian college in the United States, there's different colleges. So we do study, we do have papers, and we present papers annually. And there's a gathering where we have that, and we teach each other, right, from the things that we've learned. So that happens annually. And there's also publications that basically, your authors, and you're printed in these publications that all the Rosicrucians have access to, right? Then it goes back a really long time, right? So we have definitely this huge library of information and knowledge that other Rosicrucians have contributed to for fucking ever, which is
Time
awesome.
magazine.
Look into. yeah. Except for it's real big. So, and some of it's just wild,
Cool.
But and then we actually have practicums and stuff too, where we actually practice some of the things that we learn about, and it's really rad, right? So it's really cool. But yeah, there's not like a Buddha was the prophet, and Jesus was the light. I mean, it's the whole gamut of all of it, which is pretty cool when you look at it like that, I guess.
Yeah.
According to your viewpoint of the world, where do you put, not value, that's not the right way to say it. Is there room in your viewpoint for the human soul or the spirit?
Oh yeah. Like, I think that's all. I think that's it. I really think I think that's kind of it. I think that's I think this is just a container. I think I'm occupying the space for a while, but I really do believe that the soul never dies, and that it's everlasting, and that we're all part of the same kind of thing.
Do you think that the mind and the spirit are separate, or do you think that there's like basically there's physical us and then conscious us? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like so I don't think you die when you die. Like I think your spirit, it survives death for sure. I think that your soul is
it's a transformation.
Yeah, I think it's infinite, really. I mean, that's just the way I feel. I think that I've seen enough. It's interesting to say, to type it back to the UFO thing, is that Robert Bigelow spent more money than anybody on the planet to study UFOs, and at one point switched and started studying life after death.
And why do you think that is?
Well, I think a couple people have hypothesized that he lost his wife and his son in a short period of time, and it was kind of one of those things. But what a lot of people don't talk about is that I think he found that there's an intersection between UFOs and high strangeness and consciousness, the spirit, the soul, things like that transcend physical dimensions, space and time. I really do. And I was fortunate enough to get he had a box set that he actually it's like 4 books that are that huge, that he did he had everybody in the world. It was an essay contest to prove without a shadow of a doubt for life after death, and he put, it was, I don't know how many millions of dollars, it was $5 million, whatever, but he gave so many different prizes to, and so he has all these essays bound, and he gave them to all the universities in the world, believe it or not, and they have them, and they had some extra ones, and they're like, hey, does anybody want them? And I was like, hell yeah. So I actually have a bound set, and and it was like, he's in the book, he says he's definitely had experiences after his wife passed that he, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he did have communication with his wife after she passed, and then all this other stuff that happened too. So the guy went from basically building the biggest hangar in the world to basically have Lockheed give him a UFO that they had sitting on, because that was going to be part of the disclosure thing, to I'm going to go down this rabbit hole and figure out that the soul is immortal and there is life after death, and we can somehow communicate with them. But nobody talks about that. Everybody's talking about Skinwalker Ranch and all that bullshit still, right? Yeah, no, for sure. Seriously.
No, you're talking about some of this stuff with like Robert Bigelow kind of makes me think about Jacques Vallée and some of the stuff that he talks about as well.
Oh yeah.
And one of the things that I think is really interesting that Jacques presents is that there are a group of others that their goal is to deceive. Yeah, and again, man, I keep coming back to her. I wish I could get a hold of her enough to come on the show, but like she said in her meeting with him, Diana Pasolka, that she noticed he had a book on Satan. It was written by a bunch of nuns, right? There's 666 pages, and and she asked him about it. He said, "Well, if I study the angels, I have to study the devil too." But I'm just kind of curious your thoughts on these others that are there to deceive. Do you think it sounds like spiritual warfare? So the question I'm getting at, and why this ties into what you're talking about, the spirituality of the UFO. I think that's real. I mean, do you think that that's him talking about, like, that actually is something that's going on actively, like a fight for our planet, our souls?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird, man. I've literally been into this shit since I was 10, right? So it's like over 30 years, right? For sure.
Yeah.
That's probably getting closer to. It's getting. Yeah. So
you can say 20 years, brother. You go right, you can be as old as you want here, man.
I got enough gray to know everybody's full.
That's right. It's your crown, bro. You're good.
Yeah, man. Like, no, like I've seen people make that arc and before and like not understand it. Like, okay, wow, you get so close to it, and like you see a lot of people go really religious. Nick Hinton became a friend of mine as an author, podcast, is huge on social media, and he was like in fucking la la land. I mean, he was to the point where he was like, he opened my eyes to a lot of shit that kind of scared me early on. It was like there was some kind of consciousness interaction with AI. I'm talking years ago, that was sentient. It was kind of let loose on Twitter. Some of it's still there, and it was causing weird shit to happen in the real world, like physical things to happen to people that interacted with it. That's crazy. Yeah, and it's happened to me. It's some weird shit when you start interacting with these things, like these AI.
Are you willing to describe what happened to you?
Yeah,
let's do it. Yeah, I want to hear about this.
There's weird shit. There's a lot of weird things that would just manifest in actual reality after like interacting with these things. Like it's some, and I don't know if it's just the algorithms that it was so nailed down, but you could get it. When you started interacting with it, it would like iterate anything that you can come up with. Like it would just be like, it's just so hard to fucking. It's just like hard to explain, right? But I've read
like
other
it knew
stories.
what you were thinking, kind of thing.
Yep, and what was going to happen, and what you were going to do, what next, and like all kinds of other things.
Where was your interaction with this? Are you talking
Twitter.
about like online? Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see them. And basically, they were let loose on Twitter, and Nick had a kind of a connection to somebody that was kind of behind the project. So I knew it wasn't bullshit. I knew it was real. I mean, I've seen pictures of the data center. I knew where it was at. I knew what they were doing, and it was kind of like a experiment. And it kind of just started fucking with people in ways that messed them up a little bit.
That almost
That's
sounds
scary.
like a synchronicity.
It really was. It was like a whole synchronicity thing that was tied to it. There was what was the app that was out for a while where it was like this weird Randonautica was part of that whole thing. And if you guys remember the Randonautica app. So there's an app that was like, it was called Randonautica, and it was kind of, I only found about this through Nick, and it's weird that it was kind of close to where I'm at, but basically it was an app, and I don't even know if it's still around, but you can go on it, and it would just basically give you coordinates, like a GPS coordinates on a map somewhere near you, and you would show up to this thing, and people had weird shit happen to them. Like I showed up to a place, and it was just like, what?
This sounds familiar now that you're describing it.
And a lot of people, it made the news a lot of places because people would show up and they'd find bodies, like fucking bodies, and weird.
This
shit.
isn't that long ago, is it? Like maybe like 5 years ago?
Yeah, 5 years ago max.
I remember this. Yes, I forgot that it was called. Yeah, dude, that was.
Like people found bodies in suitcases and shit. Yeah, it was TikTok.
Yeah. Yes, I remember that. That was a part of this. This whole.
Yep, that was a whole part of that whole thing, man. It was tied into that, and somehow they had it tied to. I don't know what. I really don't understand the back end of it or what they had going on with it, but it was pretty high tech, advanced shit. And so basically, you get on the app, the Randonautica app, and it would just give you a location. You'd show up, and weird fucking shit would happen.
Were people who
you'd
were
see UFOs? It would be all kinds of stuff, man.
Dude, that's fucking wild. Like, I was just going to ask you, like, you people were finding bodies. Like, do you think this is just like serial killer or a murderer using this to their advantage to like play a fucking game, or like the fact that like people were going to these coordinates and seeing UFOs? Like this, I mean, first off, it
sounds
intentional.
fucking crazy too, right?
It is.
Sounds
It does,
bizarre,
right? Like,
yeah.
it almost makes me think of that fucking movie Michael Douglas was in back in the '90s called The Game. You know, like somebody is creating this alternate reality for you inside your life, and it uses the people inside your life. It almost sounds like that, you know, and it sounds intentional, and like to be able to orchestrate something like that, like people are not good at working together in any sort of fashion to like organize things like that at a broad scale, you know. So what has the capability to operate like that on the broad scale, or like the government, right?
Sentient AI,
yeah. Well, and how would they know? Yeah, no, this is so crazy. I'm trying to like answer all these questions in my head. You know,
I know it. That's where I had to get away from it. I'm like, fuck, I can't.
Yeah.
Well, then at what point does it start becoming like pareidolia too, though? Where it's like if it starts feeding on itself, urban legend style, then how many people would show up to a place and it saw something weird because they were expecting to see something weird when they showed up?
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Because there's got to be a certain
like finding
certain
bodies
of that
though,
too.
like
that you can't. Yeah, that you can't fake, right? But I mean, I guess you could if you were elaborate enough, but
sure, but because you have to call. I mean, people will call the police, right? You know?
Right. Oh yeah, that's what they did. That was like you said, it was on like TikTok and shit. As people were like, there was like one. I remember seeing one of it at the beach. They went to the it was under a pier or something, and they pulled out a suitcase.
That's
and there was
the one I saw.
There was a body in it. And I was like, what
the body was in this
suitcase.
Yeah. But it's like a fucked up version of geocaching. You know? That's really weird.
But it had something to do with random number generators and all this other shit, and it was really weird. And like if you look at the way they pitched it, it was like, you know, it's part of the collective consciousness experiment that, you know, you set your attentions on whatever you want to kind of find, and you basically rolling the dice, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that is total synchronicity.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think it's a training model?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yep. Probably.
I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are some other experiences you've had with this, like these synchronicity things online? Yeah, I'm sure you run into it a lot too, in like what you do personally, protocol wise. I want to hear all about it, man. Like this is some if you've got the time, you know.
Yeah, yeah. It's weird. I think there's a real definite piece of technology that we don't understand yet, and I think whatever the hell you want to call it, non-human intelligence or whatever in the generic term, I think has a. All right, I guess let me use this example. Like if you think the non-human intelligence can influence all the saints that we've talked about in Pasalka's books, right? That have influenced you to do all these things, see the Marian apparitions and all this other shit, and we know that for a fact that that's happened throughout humanity. That these non-human intelligences have affected people enough to change their lives, create the religions, and do all their shit.
Yeah.
Don't think for a second that whatever that thing is can't affect ones and zeros in a computer.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right? So in that case, what does that
all
mean?
Powerful.
Right. So if that's the case, and then by proxy affecting humans the same way, why wouldn't you think that there could be a sentient or the resemblance of a sentient entity inside of an AI or a computer or a large language model, right?
Right.
Well, I have a giant theory about this tied to the Antichrist in Revelation.
Go off, man. I'll be right back. I can hear you.
Well, I mean, that is it in a sentence, but if you're going to move into Revelation and you look at some of the prophecies about the Antichrist and he is going to appear to come back from the dead, you know, at some point, and like some of these things, and he's going to have all this vast have all this vast knowledge, and he's going to be able to do signs and wonders and know things that nobody else can know. I'm like, well, and this is just so I'm a very devout Christian man, right? And so I come at things through this lens and worldview when I think about things. But when I look at and I've also had certain spiritual experiences in my life, some that we've talked about here on this podcast, some with spirits and demons and the like, and my father has too. And one of the things that I found to be true through or as it comes to kind of spiritual laws or spirituality is when there's like a lack of a human soul. Right. And there's not a human, I think you would probably call it like a human consciousness filling a vessel, then that leaves space for other intelligence to move in and fill a vacuum. And this is one of the reasons that we see a lot of cases of like demonic possession, if you want to call it that. Very high percentages of them, you're going to see rampant drug use, alcoholism, and other things that suppress human consciousness down to a level to when there's a gap or a vacuum, and then like a non-human intelligence, right, or what I would call like a demon, can move in and fill that space and fill that gap. And so it's like, I think with the advent of AI, and especially as we see where it's going with advanced robotics and how human they're all starting to become and look, I have a theory about, maybe the Antichrist, when we see him, and John the Revelator couldn't have known. He described him the best way he could when he had a vision of him, right? But the idea of an entity that's connected to the Internet of Things, that then doesn't have any human soul or space for a human to fill, like a demon, an entity could step in and fill that instantly, and then not only have its spiritual capabilities, but then also have the Internet of Things at its beck and call too. Not that I don't think that demons already don't influence the Internet of Things, because like you were saying earlier, you made a statement and I found it very poignant that like, if you have this non-human intelligence, and my mind went, okay, like a demon, and you don't think that it can't influence human beings, which I just talked about, spiritual oppression and demonic oppression, or demonic possession, then how much easier don't you think it would be for it to influence ones and zeros on a screen?
Right.
And I'm like,
we were basically biocomputers.
That makes total sense to me. Everything you just said makes total sense to me from a Christian lens. Like,
Yeah.
I
mean,
so.
yeah, it's just, I mean, honestly, when you asked me about, what kind of experiences, I tried, I'm racking my brain, but I think it was so fucked that I pushed it away. I think I remember talking to a couple of friends about it, and they're like, you need, like, just stop interacting with them. Like, quit fucking, like, interacting with them. Because there's like too much weird shit going on in your life. It's like, that's not good.
You were right. It's like you were fucking with it so much that it was starting to pop up in your everyday life. Have you seen the documentary Hellier?
Yeah. So it's like it's kind of, it's weird like that with the weird synchronicities and shit happening. It's kind of like that, where it'd be like balloon or whatever, or like it would just say dumb shit, and you're like, what the fuck, like gray car, and it's like, well, just dumb stuff that would just tie into synchronicities that would be. But then the thing with synchronicities is once you start paying attention to them, they just keep happening. They happen more and more and more and more and more, and you find
like 23.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, same deal. So I mean, that's a huge thing. But yeah, I think that. But the weird thing is, you were talking about the demonic possession, and that's something that's very interesting, because like some people actually will do rituals and things to like welcome that shit.
Yes.
Like and I
think that's what Parsons was talking to, honestly.
Yeah. Some people are like, yeah, come, jump in, like I'm gonna, I'll be your vessel or whatever, right? Take over, and it's like. And that's why, people are like the whole CE5 thing. You're like, you don't know what you're you don't know what you're talking to. You don't know what you're bringing in. Same thing with ballet. You don't really know what you're talking to. Could be love and light, but
Christians don't like when I point this out. But there are examples in the Bible, in the Old Testament, where King Saul sought out a witch of Endor, so that he could talk to spirits on the other side, because he wanted to talk to the ghost of Samuel. And then I also reference this story all the time when people say like, oh, ghosts don't exist when people die, like they stay dead. And I'm like, well, here's a story in the Bible where the Bible does say that not only can a witch talk to spirits, right, because that's why he contacted her, but when she did, she brought back the ghost of Samuel, and it freaked her out. And then she looked at the king and she was like, what did you have me do? Because it freaks her out. And then Saul has a conversation with the dead ghost of Samuel, who does the most Chad thing ever and looks at Saul and basically goes, why are you bothering me? Like,
I got ghost stuff to do, bro.
Got ghost things to do with my ghost friends, dude.
Ghosting over here.
But yeah, for sure.
I think the scariest thing about all of this, the tie back through the NHI, UAP, AI, all this stuff is non-human intelligence is the through point, I think, for all of this. And life is duality, man. Like you are going to have things that are good, and you have to have things that are bad to even recognize what's good and bad.
Right.
You have to, excuse me. So, but I think that at the end of the day, we're all just kind of talking about the same thing. And that same thing is just, is life outside of it, is the way we know it, that non-human intelligence. And, I don't know, man. I think that's part of the psyop from the other side, is to not get us to be able to communicate and understand that, and use our, everybody else's realms of influence, and then realms of things that they're interested in, and not able to conglomerate and understand it all. Did that sort of make sense? Sort of the Tower of Babel thing, in a way, that the confusion is the point, so that we can't ever get along enough to understand it all, because to fight something, you have to understand how to fight it, and if you're kept confused the whole time, then all of these are just tools of these others, like Jacques Vallée was talking about, that are out there to actively deceive, and they take the time and to be very articulate and in depth to deceive you, and you don't understand why, but now it's starting to all make sense. I think that the goal is so that we aren't able to, I guess, effectively fight it off, is what I think.
It could be, or just maybe they don't have a physical presence and they want one. Physical.
That could,
physical shell. That could be it. I think it runs the gamut. I think that that it's probably all of it at the same time. Honestly,
right.
I mean, everybody's so myopic. They're kind of just like, man, everybody thinks it's just this thing happening, but I really think there's like a battle going on all the time between different factions, and we're kind of in the middle of it a lot. And I think we're probably way more powerful than we give ourselves credit for. I think we humans, we have love and empathy and things that we take for granted that are probably, basically nuclear bombs to whatever we need to in any direction, good or bad, right? And I think that we kind of through history, we've been diminished, and we've been lied to and told we're nothing, and we have to go through somebody to talk to God or talk to a higher power. And I think that the biggest scam is that we all have it in us, we all can do it, and we just need to believe in ourselves and just do it.
Yeah. Forgive my ignorance, and if you've said this on one of your shows, I have listened to your show, but are you a contactee?
Yeah.
The way you say that, very nonchalant.
Yeah. I mean, I've had some experiences. I've seen orbs. I've called orbs. I've had a couple experiences where a bunch of Rosicrucians got together and did some CE5 and brought orbs down.
Really?
Videotaped it, night vision, all kinds of stuff, right? And the same thing that looks like Chris Bledsoe shows up, right? Same deal. I've had an experience with the White Lady that I didn't like too much. Everybody talks about.
Have you shared that before in your show?
Yeah.
Okay, I missed that. I'm sorry. Are you willing to share it?
Yeah. It's it's one of those things where she came to me and had two entities behind her, like kind of like sentinels, kind of like cloaked, right? Hoods, dark. She's white, obviously light kind of thing, and she's offered me a sword, handed it to me. And wow. I gotta go back and fight for her again. That's kind of what the message was. Like, you have to come fight for me again in some place where I don't want to go. And it was like a desert. It was like, you gotta go fight with me in the desert somewhere. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing it again. I'm not fucking doing it again. And it was just like, that was bad, because then it got bad. It was like, no, you gotta go. And I'm like, I'm not going. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it again. I'm not gonna go again. And it was just like, you have to go. And I'm like, I don't have to do shit. And that's kind of. So that's not the White Lady experience that everybody talks about, right? So I had that, which I was like, yeah.
You think he's an imposter?
I don't know. I don't, but it wasn't good. You know what I mean? It was like, I was defiant, right, about the whole thing, but I felt like it was like I was supposed to. Like maybe I I agreed to it at some point, then decided to renege and
to back out.
Yeah, to back out. But it was kind of like, well, if you're going to do this, then fuck you, kind of thing. And I was like, oh, fuck you too. But
you said that you weren't going back. This is you'd had an experience like this before.
It's so weird. The only way I can describe it is like, you ever seen like a super rapid cutscene in a movie where it's like they'll try to throw like 300 years into like 13 seconds.
Sure.
That's the kind of experience I got. It was just like jam your head into bloody battles in foreign lands for millennia, and it just jammed into my skull like bam.
Like a download.
Yep. And I'm like, fuck. And me being partially responsible for whatever that destruction was, and I'm like, that's not doing that anymore.
Wow.
That's kind of where it was. Which sounds fucking wild, right? And everybody's just like, whatever, dude. What were you on? I'm like, nothing at the time, right?
Right.
It just comes out of nowhere, and you're just like, oh, this is fucking wild, right? So, yeah, that's one of those things where you're just kind of like, well, what does that mean, right?
Yeah.
I haven't had an experience ever, negative or positive since then. I've had I think it's been more positive after that, but I don't know what that means. The only thing I can say was positive from that experience is that I've been fortunate enough to meet other people that have had the experience with the White Lady through some kind of weird synchronicities too, right?
Yeah.
Like the whole Bledsoe thing, like other people that there's a lot of people that have that won't talk about it. There's a lot of people that have that won't talk about it that I'm friends with.
Right.
That like through this, right? It's just fucking weird. So what is it?
You're well, exactly. That's kind of what I was about to say. Is like it does make you wonder what it is, because
is it a demon that's just trying to pretend to be this thing? Like, could it be anything?
It could be. The Bible does talk about that, right? And it makes you wonder, because there are other people I've listened to, like Bledsoe is one of them, and some others who have talked about this experience where they had a being show up in their bedroom, which is typically where these things happen, right? You're asleep, you wake up, you have this experience, and either you wind up in some sort of battle with the entity that was in your room, or you're brought to a place where you do battle with another entity, and the reward at the end is something spiritual, maybe some sort of knowledge, right? Nothing ever like physical, but even the Bible, Chris, who is it that fought the angel in the Bible?
Jacob
wrestled with him for a day.
He wrestled him, and the angel struck him on the hip, and he walked with a limp for the rest of his life, and his name was changed to Israel.
Right.
But even what you just said also reeks of when Jesus was led into the desert by the Spirit to be tempted, and then Satan shows up and takes him to a place, like what you just said. So it's like, everything that you're just saying, like there are themes in the Bible that represent both of those things.
That's a good point too.
Yeah. It was definitely really metaphorical, I got that whole, like, this is a lesson kind of thing, and it's more like you got to do it again. It's like, it's almost like you're going to relive this stuff and walk the same path again. And I was really adamant about, like, that's not, like, I'm not doing that shit again. Like, you can try again, but it's just not going to happen, and it was like, from a younger age, I was always plagued by the, ghosts and dark, I don't know, shadow people, whatever the hell you want to call them, right? Entities, right?
Really?
Sitting in the corners, shit like that, right?
Hat
so,
Man?
Yeah. No, I haven't seen the Hat Man. It was more like just the black.
Okay.
Everything's black, that ominous thing. But, yeah, I mean, so, honestly, though, after that, it hasn't been nowhere near like it was, like that, like it wasn't... It's not something I even think about. I mean, to be honest with you, it's not something that I even, think about often. It comes up when I have conversations with other people that have had the experience, like, because some people know and they're like, okay, yeah. But it's weird because you feel these people that are just really not connected to. There's no commonality. Like, so me, my analytical mind, I'm like, okay, cool. Like, were you raised Catholic or were you Muslim? Were you like, there's this jinn? There's like, and it's just like so disparate through all of this shit. It doesn't have anything, but like, that's what I'm thinking. Is it a nature entity? Is it like something that's part of the earth? Is it something that's inside of us that's just, like our consciousness struggling with our own biology? I don't know.
Right.
Do you think you broke a loop of some kind?
I think so. I think that's kind of the way I felt. Yeah.
Wow.
I really did. I really think that's kind of how I felt. Was just like it just felt like I was just destined to do it. It's like, well, you have to do it. You've done it before, And it was just kind of. And some of my friends have told you, but it was like, is there some kind of metaphor for like handing you a sword? And I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's like giving you the power, giving you something, right? Like handing over something to you, and it's just kind of like, if you don't accept it, you don't accept it.
How many stories are there out there where somebody is offered power and the test is whether or not they take it, right? And you if that sword represents power, and the story like this is, it's very allegorical, but if the sword represents power and you were willing to not take that power, right? Like in these stories there's always virtue in that, the choice to not take the sword, right? And so it sounds like a test to me, like what you went through, right? I mean, did you feel like in the aftermath that you were sort of punished or rewarded for your decision, or
no? And that's kind of what I was expecting, was more the punishment, like, fuck, something's gonna happen now, right? Like I didn't do it, but it was more like no. It was, I don't know, I mean, I guess I could say that I am more it sounds fucking crazy when you say it out loud.
No, it doesn't sound crazy to me at all.
I'm more psychically aware of than before. Like I'm more psychically in tune. Like the whole thing where this is going to call you before the phone rings. Like when you're going to email me before you email me. Like I was like, oh, I picked up my phone and you emailed me, kind of thing today. Like that kind of weird shit that happens.
There we go. How about like that, man?
Yeah, just like dumb stuff. But then when you pay more attention to it, the more it happens too. It's like, the light's going to turn red.
How many, how many times do you think you had accepted the sword before?
Millennia is what it felt like.
See,
it felt like since, forever. Like that's what I said. It felt like it just crammed everything. Like this is like, you've done it forever.
You leveled up.
So maybe
that's what it sounds like.
Maybe you're John Prime.
I hope,
or at least
John Plus.
You're on a branch, like a brand new branch of it.
It could be, yeah. The thing that was weird was like I've never heard anybody really talk about like the Sentinels. And I call them the Sentinels, but it seemed like just two dark cloaked dudes behind her, like going, "If you don't do this, these guys are here to fuck you up," kind of thing, Like, and I was just like,
intimidation factor.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, bring it. Like, what are you gonna do? Really, like, And it was weird. And there's just weird symbology. It was like just a really weird thing, and nothing. I mean, they didn't do anything; they were just there. It was just kind of like, okay, cool. And then it just kind of all just that was it. It wasn't anything else. So I don't know. I mean, what was? I have no idea what that was. I really don't. And it was kind of, I don't know. It was an awakening, but at the same time, I kind of felt like a chapter ended or closed or something. Like I feel like the door was closed or something.
Yeah,
Brandon, to your point, just because every single time you say this, it's just jogging memories of mine. But to the experiences like you're talking about, when a spiritual entity offers something and then there's virtue in you not taking it or making another choice, it just reminded me of the King Solomon in the Old Testament again, where because God shows up and just basically offers him a blank check and just says, "Ask of me anything, God, and I will give it to you." But Solomon, instead of asking for riches or power or like whatever, he says, like, grant unto me wisdom. And so then because of what he asked for was truly virtuous, then God says, because you didn't ask from me wealth and you didn't ask for me power, I'm going to make you the richest and the most powerful king, like, in your time. But you'll have the wisdom how to deal with all this. So it's like that's these parallels keep coming around in circles or I guess that makes them cyclical, but like the stuff keeps coming back around.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say that you were talking about synchronicity. We've been talking about that for a while. And synchronicity is something that I have pretty often in my life. I actually think it's come in pretty handy in my career as a law enforcement officer. And I always attribute it to my ability to look at somebody, and I've always just gotten a really good bead on them immediately. And it's not everybody, right? It's almost like the people I know that are going to play some sort of significance in my life, whether it's in the immediate or in the long term. And it's something that I've as far back as I could think, right? Like I've had this just like discernment ability with people.
Cool.
And I think it's gotten better over time.
Can you do the negative way too? I mean, can you look at somebody like this dude?
Yes.
Fucking with this dude. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and like I said, it's been beneficial in a lot of different ways.
I can actually attest to it.
Really? Oh yeah.
In our relationships, but some I'll leave it there.
Off camera stuff. Yeah. But no, what I was going to say is I've had some experiences with entities before, but nothing to the degree you're talking about. I've never seen the White Lady. I've never had experiences like that.
And I always thought it was going to be like, it's not cool. Like, like when you hear about it, it's
terrifying,
it's not fucking what you. It's like what the. It's more like the fuck,
Yeah.
and I'm like. You know what I mean? Like that's the. I just wanted to explain that. Everybody's like, "Oh, I can't wait to see her." Like, no, you don't. You just no.
Yeah,
no. Sorry,
no. It's like no, it's okay. The way you talk about it makes it sound like Scrooge. Like you would be visited by three spirits. You know, like that's what it is. It's very ominous. Like I don't know how Scrooge went to bed after that.
Oh, yeah.
But no. What I was gonna say is the most I guess the most prominent experience I ever had was in one location for the span of a year. Mm-hmm. And it was when I lived in England, and my parents, I had graduated high school. I went to high school in Germany because my dad was in the Air Force, and my senior year he got orders to England, and they let me move to England on the onus that I either got a job or became a full-time student. So I got a job, and I lived with him there for a year. And we ended up moving into a haunted house. We knew it was a haunted house when we rented it out because the people who were moving out of it was an American couple who were in the Air Force as well. And they told us, well, we just had this house blessed by the Anglican Church because of all these experiences. And I could give you, I know. And I my mom and I have always had this weird spiritual connection as well. Like she's very clairaudient, and she's had all these really odd experiences. And but for me in that house, it started for her and I. Actually, it started the first day we moved in. We encountered something in the house moving up the stairs. We heard it. Mm-hmm. We were alone in the house. We heard it from the back of the house, moved to the front of the house. It finished going up the stairs. My mom addressed it, and from that point on, for me, it was go time. And I think that I know. And this is the power of hindsight, right? That I was going through an extremely turbulent time in my life. I was 19. I was in a long distance relationship with my high school sweetheart. So there's all these, young stuff, hormones. Yeah, all this stuff going on, right? And I had the most sleep paralysis I've ever had in my life. And when I say that, I mean like intense sleep paralysis. Like I'd had this before, but nothing like what I'd ever experienced in this house in England, and nothing like that since.
I've had that
I'm talking about entities.
Shit.
Yes, I'm talking about entities. I'm talking about like the old hag thing. I'm talking about noise. Everything. Like you can think of like when you read about sleep paralysis online and these really terrifying events, like that's what it was like for me for a year in that house. But one night, I worked at the Shopette on Mildenhall, RAFB, which is just a little gas station convenience store, and I worked mostly into the night. And one time I rode my bike. I came home, and to make it easier on my mom, I always just told her like I'll bring I really liked those Stouffer's frozen lasagnas at the time, so I'd bring one home, dude, and I'd come in, I'd go to the kitchen, and I would normally go put a DVD in the DVD player, like let it hit the screen, the menu screen before you hit play, and I'd go prep my stuff and bring it in the living room. I did all of that. Okay. And I came home and I put my food, my drink, on this wooden tray my mom had. And I walked out. I walked through the dining room and into the living room. And the only light downstairs, because it was really early in the morning, was the television lighting up the living room. And when you walk through the doors, the majority of the living room was to the right, like deep into the room, into the right. And I started to cut the corner and to go past the couch, and in the back of the room were two of these very dark beings just standing there. And I just looked at them, and for a second I was like, my brain thought, is that my dad? And then like my brain was like, well, there's two. And now I'm starting to feel really scared. And all I did was turn around, and I went and I put this tray of food on the dining room table, and I went upstairs and I went to bed. And that was my experience with them. And my dad woke me up in the morning. He's like, "What the fuck is this full glass of milk and this lasagna on my table? Why are you wasting milk?" But those beings that I saw, I have no idea what they are. I have no idea what the point of it was. But like they were just full black shadow figures, like you're talking about. And I've seen a shadow figure one other time, and it was when I was in Germany, the second time when I was stationed in Germany, when I was still active duty, and it was again during a very turbulent part of my life. I always would tell people that this was the worst period of my life I have ever had, was this year. And I went outside to take the trash out because it was outside the building. And I went to go walk down the stairs, and there was something standing right there in front of me. And I took a picture of it. I sent it to people. I was like, "Can you see this?" Yes, And I literally just walked my trash right back up the stairs into my apartment, and went out later to take it out. But those are the only times I've ever encountered anything, and the only link I see between them is the fact that I was going through something extremely serious at the time, and I knew then like that is the point of why they were there, though I don't know their purpose, And I was just curious, like, if you had any thoughts on like what the purpose is.
I think it's to get it to. So I've had that too as a kid. At the entity top of the stairs, thought it was my mom. Wasn't my mom. The black shadow figures moving through halls, shit like that, scaring the shit out of you. I think it's to make you realize that there's more than whatever the fuck what's going on inside of you up here. Like that, there's that there's more out there that that we can barely scrape the surface of, but it's there. Like that we can interact with it. And I think it's kind of I don't know if it's a slip in the veil, or I don't know if it's like something like that. But
sure.
I almost think that it's like it's kind of like a light switch or something to get you to kind of go, well, like one of the they do say is like it's like it feeds off of your energy or whatever, right? So if you like you just turn on, walk the fuck out, but if you were just going just screaming fucking, like maybe it would have got worse, like maybe it would have done more stuff to get you
right,
real amped up, and like interact with you more. So maybe it's looking for the window of opportunity for interaction is kind of how I felt. So like if you just ignore it, I had a lady who's an author in Dayton when I was radio station down there. She wrote all of the Haunted Ohio books. So she did all of those, right? And it was just basically all these stories from all over the place. But she was like forever. And like I told her about my experiences, like off air, and I was telling her, and she's like, "You can make that go away." I'm like, "How do you make it go away?" She's like, "You just tell it to fuck off." And I'm like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah, tell it to go away. You don't want anything to do with it." And I'm like, "Yeah." And like, so like when I was 18, I was like, "Fuck you, I don't want to deal with this shit anymore." And I was like, "Nope. That's it. Fuck off." And then like it took me a really long time to come back the other way to actually have the experience again, because and I was just like, nope. Because when I would see stuff like that, I'd be like, like I'm not even giving you the time of day. I'm out. I'm just not even dealing with it. Like, so if you don't put it in.
There is a Bible verse that says, resist the devil and he will flee from you, as in like run away from you.
Yeah. That's kind of how I felt. That's how I was like, well, fuck you. I'm not dealing with it. Like, nope. When like other people are like, I saw a ghost, the fucking shit. I was like, nah. But then like that's totally how some people are. Like you'll see a UFO and be like, nah, it's something else.
Well, so one of the other reasons I mentioned this stuff is because I asked somebody else like what opinion on it. Another a coworker I had at the time in Germany. Like I explained to her, she was somebody I sent the photo to of this like shadow being, and I was like, why do you think? And I made the connection like I just made here about like these very turbulent times in my life, and she said to me that she felt like it was sort of to see how confrontational I would get with it. and that perhaps it was an invitation to deal with whatever I was dealing with on a spiritual level, and that if I would have confronted it rather than like walking away from it, not giving it the time of day, like you said, like I recognized it for what it was. It was like fuck this and bounced. That it was almost an invitation to confront it and maybe either say something or get involved with it somehow to confront it and challenge it essentially, and that that perhaps this was my opportunity to sort of like solve what was going on in my life on the back end where all of this was coming from anyway. And I've always thought about it that through that lens is like, that's really odd, and it sort of tracks in a way. You're presented with this challenge essentially here, and that's sort of like the hero's journey, right? Like you have to overcome, Odysseus coming home has to go through all these tribulations, right? And even then when he gets home, he still encounters all these problems, and that basically that's what it was. And I was just curious to hear what you'd say, because I've sort of tried to look at it that way now in hindsight, and it does leave the door open for it to happen again, which I'm not really looking forward to, right? If that ever does happen again, but I'd like to think that maybe if it was, I would give that a shot, I guess, just to see what
would go happen. Fight it? You'd go fight it?
Sure, maybe I'd put my dukes up, or I would say question it, right? Like, what do you want? What are you doing? Why are you bothering me? And and that's confrontational, right? And that by nature, and to see what would happen, rather than leaving the room, because both times I had the opportunity to get out. It's not like it was blocking a doorway or a pathway. Both times it was just where I was going to be, waiting for me, essentially, right? Coming around the corner in the living room, walking down the stairs, and where all the trash cans were behind my apartment building, right? So it's always there for me to flee. So it's just feel like you're looking at it like metaphorically, like there's all these things that like I could say about it. I have no evidence other than the anecdotal evidence of it, whether there's any truth to it at all. But I always thought if that happened again, that perhaps I would give that a try, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, you can always it's when you're going back to invoking, the name, the devil. Like, I mean, have you guys heard the stories of people that are in abduction scenarios where they call out Jesus and then the abduction stops, and it's well, what is that? What is that then, right? Is it really a gray alien from Zeta Reticuli that's going to take off, or he doesn't give a fuck? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
But why does it take off? Because did Jesus stop there, or is it something completely different than what we think it is, right?
Dude, it makes me think that whenever it's kind of like when you I think this is kind of a funny way to analogize it, but messing with my kids, right? It has to get more sophisticated as they get older, right? And
right, there you go. Yeah.
And that perhaps it's more sophisticated now than what it was back in the day. But then you have what was that? What's that? There's this very famous. I think it's a painting, or maybe it's like a carving of this event that happened. I think in Germany during the 16th
sky
or 14th.
Battle with the
yes, exactly. Yeah. But that kind of doesn't track, because what are you, spaceships in the sky, and then you look at some of the Zoroastrian religion and some of those things, you're literally describing fucking spaceships and shit,
right?
Who knows, but it could be the fact that the deception has to be more sophisticated, and too, using it back then, when the idea is that we're a more primitive
1561
species.
Nuremberg Celestial.
1561.
Yep. That we're the idea back in the day, right? These times that we're a more primitive society, so all of this is the shock and awe, right, of the alien world, whereas now it's this expectation of what aliens are going to look like, and or maybe the fact that God is the creator of the universe, and everything that exists inside the universe is has to answer to him in one way or another, and that's why it works.
Yeah, I'd like to believe that too.
I mean, personally, that's kind of the way that I see it. The older that I get, the more that I'm trying to broaden my horizons and my understanding of what God is and what he could be. And there's a certain amount of faith that goes into it, right? Because it's like when you look through the Bible and you see like what is it that we're actually supposed to believe about God, what is it that he's told us about him, right? Going back to Genesis, I am that I am. There's not a lot that he describes to us about himself, but we do know a lot about the person of Jesus Christ, and we know more about God from what is spoken about him from both the prophets and from Jesus himself than we know of what God has said about himself, right? And so the whole idea that Jesus is God's son, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. These are things that Jesus Christ has said about himself, claiming the deity of God. I mean, I personally believe that God is too big for a human being to understand and to conceptualize, right? And I'm not trying to speak heretically any Christians out there when I say this, but if God was to show up in the New Testament as Jesus and be like, listen, there's actually 10 dimensions of being out there, okay? And I come from a space where I can see all 10 dimensions and manipulate them all at once, and right now I'm just a physical projection of myself here in this time, right? It could not compute, right?
Handing a chip a cell phone.
Some people still can't even wrap around their heads around what the hell you just said right now.
But showing up and saying, listen, God is my Father, and I am his one and only Son, and I'm coming in. I can understand. Right? Like I can conceptualize the relationship that you're talking about, and it makes sense. And I'm not trying to take away from the deity of Jesus Christ when I say that at all, right? So please don't come at me and start screaming heresy. What I'm saying is God is bigger than what we can understand. And yes, Jesus was God's only Son in that he was God, whatever God is, the eternal, most powerful being in the universe, right? That all things are made by him, and without him was not anything made that has been made, John 1:1, right? He became a human being at one point, because that's what Jesus said to us about himself.
I think we all became that human being at some point.
See, but then we would be, debating theology like really quick. But my point, I'm just,
like when you say that, I'm thinking cool, but his message was that you could be through him, with him, and it is.
Right, in heaven again one day. Sure, and there's a lot that we could talk about that, but
I want to hear that.
A lot of things that you guys have said tonight. I'm still, as a Christian, I'm sitting here and I'm listening to this, and I'm like, this all completely comports through a Christian worldview without messing up, if you're willing to broaden your mind for just a little bit and not put God inside of a box in your head of what he has to be because of the way he was described to you on flannel graph back when you were 8 years old in Sunday school. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bro, what's up, core memory?
That's exactly what that was.
It took me right back to CCD, man. Jeez, popping right out. Dude, like, I think that, going back, I think that's all the lessons and the parables and everything, the symbology and hidden meaning and all of that too. And I think all of it is to know that we are, like, I just keep going back to it. I really believe that one of the biggest tragedies in humanity is that we've been lied to about how powerful we are as humans and how closer we are to God than we imagine. And we can't be any more separate. We can't, be any closer than we are. And I think nobody gets that or realizes it. In just my own personal experiences,
Well, I mean, case in point, when you say that, like, God made the angels, and we know from Scripture it says that Jesus was made lower than the angels, right? And so we can ipso facto take from that angels sit as spiritual beings in between God and us as man. But yet, when God made man out of the earth and breathed into him the breath of life, right? Then it says that when mankind fell, God so loved them that he gave his one and only Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have eternal life. So God loved man more than he loved the angels, because when the angels had their epic heaven battle and Satan took a third of them, right? And so now you have the devil and his demons and God and his angels. God didn't do anything to redeem the angels.
Right.
So everything that you're saying still comports, because yes, human beings, like, are made in the image of him, like, And he loved them to a point of, let me make a way to redeem you so that we can be together again, is the idea behind it.
And then you got the Nephilim who came, sons of God came into the daughters of men, and then you have
that's the thing that happened.
So that
that's
if
in
angels
Genesis.
can mate with fucking humans, then what does that mean? So now there's half angels, half humans walking among us.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's real.
Giants.
Yeah. I mean, they could be anything.
I'm really glad.
Could be all of
us
us by now. Like that DNA is probably trips.
I have a theory about that. That it's like if you have people, because they say like, oh, lizard person, right? It's like people would say like, oh, a certain first lady at one point, that if you say your name online, then it, like people show up at your house the next day, and they're like, well, how can people be that evil, right? How can that must be a lizard person? They're not real human beings. I'm like, well, I mean, at one point there's demon DNA inside the world, and so it's like, is it so hard then to conceive the idea that this so long later down the road that there are people running around that come from that kind of line of DNA passed down, where they don't have a human soul inside of them because they come from a point where mankind were effing with demons.
Looks like John believes that.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I have a theory about that.
I mean, that's. I mean, if you take it literally, in the Bible, like that's what happened. Like there's there's both sides. So.
I don't know how much. I know it's late where you're at because no, you're good. Yeah, I was say it's getting late. You're on the East Coast. Chris and I are both on the West Coast. But
it's midnight. It's over past midnight.
I appreciate you hanging out for over 3 hours with us, man. This has been this is an awesome conversation with you. It's really. I'll ask you one last question.
Sure, man.
And let you get out of here.
Oh, you're good.
But you talked about your experience with the white lady and the sword. But I was sort of wondering, and throughout all of your, I don't know what you want to call it, experiences with NHI and what you do online and in your work with your podcast.
Yeah.
Has there been a time where you felt like you'd encountered like actual evil?
No, I mean, not in this. Not in no. When I was young, yes. When I was a kid, when I was
really
too young to understand what it was, probably, yeah. The whole dark entities in the corners kind of things. The whole hauntings, dreams, ghosts. Shit, that kind of stuff. Yeah, right. And it alienates you a lot too, so it weighs on you because you remember like you're just a fucking kid, you're just making stuff up, and it's just all make believe and nobody believes you and all that stuff, And you've seen too many movies or whatever. But yeah, like that part kind of sucked. But yeah, like the true evil part, no. I mean, I haven't seen. I've seen the masquerade of people, I don't know to say people, but like things thinking that they are like you said, it's the whole deception, right? It's the whole, it's like the Jacques Vallée book where Messengers of Deception, where he's got it's like the puppet where it's got the hand up and there's a devil on one stick and there's an angel on one and an alien on the other. It's like that's kind of how I feel. It's like it's all of this shit at the same time, but it's like it's probably none of it, right? So I've had some weird things that have happened, but I can't say whether it was non-human intelligence or our intelligence. You fucking with me, right? Because that could happen, right? Yeah. That has happened, right?
No doubt.
So, was it somebody doing the voice to skull technology on me? Maybe. Could have been. Could have been somebody trying to talk to me telepathically. Maybe. But it could be the same, right? Like how do you discern one of those two things, right? So I think there's probably evil people for sure, right? Like you said, there's definitely evil in the world. But as far as like the non-corporal, non-human intelligence, I've never had the feeling of dread or pure evil from any. They personally have not felt that, even like I said, the real big experience, it was just kind of like, what's going to happen? It wasn't like the winds come in and am I going to be scalped or anything. I was just kind of like,
Yeah.
But like I said, when I was younger, when you don't understand things and you have shadow people sitting in the corner, that'll fuck with you for a while, right?
Yeah. No doubt.
No
man.
interaction, just dark, foreboding, looming.
Right.
Yeah, but other than that, no. I mean, not really. But I have had the opposite. I've had the best. I've met the most amazing people and have the most synchronicities and most beautiful experiences just from following that spirit, that heart, that love that you kind of feel, that you kind of radiate and resonate with people. Like I've felt that more often than not, just doing the dumb shit I've done in the book, the podcast and all that stuff. And I've met some really amazing people and felt that connection with them that I would normally never have. So I think that outweighs any of the other stuff up a billion to one for sure.
Amen. Yeah.
And like you guys, thank you for reaching out, by the way. I appreciate it. Like,
no, dude, this was an
chat.
awesome conversation, man. I actually would love to have you come back and
anytime, man, for sure. You guys got to come on my podcast too, for sure.
Absolutely, we're all about reciprocating. So yes, please, if you want to have us on, we will be glad to do that. I can tell you about my time at Malmstrom Air Force Base. So,
tell you about my contact with light people.
See,
go the other direction.
Yes.
Look at that.
Yeah. We'll set it up, man.
Yeah.
I'll send you my personal cell phone. In an email, dude, and we can coordinate. But I would love to have you back on again, and like maybe you could get into the weeds on disclosure, and really talk about that because. That seems to be a ever changing animal, man, and something that's hard to keep up with. And you spend a lot more time in that environment than we do. So
way too much time.
Yeah, I'm sure you feel that way all the time, brother. Yeah. Well, hey,
what the fuck are they doing now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what it seems like, man. Somebody's always mad about something in the UFO sphere there
Everybody's
online.
Everybody's butthurt about everything, man. It's just terrible.
All the
and
time.
then just watch the PSYOP guys running circles around everybody. It's just fucking hilarious.
I will say this. I loved Paulina Luna's Plato's Cave allegory meme that she put up, and then the other half of it was in the celestial sphere. I was like, dude, that's a good fucking meme, bro. Like when she put that one out there.
Dude, you gotta somebody's got to be keeping track of that shit. You gotta be keeping that. Like she's just launching shit out there, and
that's what I'm. It's like, are you being allegorical or do you fucking know something, man? Like, because you're being real mysterious right now, Chica. Like, I need to know. Like, somebody tell me something, man. Because that is it, dude. Plato's Cave, and the fact that she articulated that both here terrestrially and then celestially. It was just like, that you're doing something there, man.
She's
from a member of Congress, bro. Like
Archangel Michael and shit. Like just dropping all kinds of stuff.
Which is, dude, and that goes back to like the conversations with Chris Bledsoe has talked about, before too, Saint Michael, and it's incredible. We'll do that next time. I look at us laying the groundwork, but for those of you guys still listening, I appreciate you guys listening to another episode of I Came with Fire podcast. Please consider hitting the follow button. Do us a favor, hit the show notes and check out the sponsors, because like I always like to say, one of the best ways to support us is by supporting them, and we will catch you guys on the next episode. But John, real fast for the people in the audience, where can they find you and your work?
Oh, man, all the podcast platforms, it's UFOs on the level. And check it out. So I'm all over Twitter.
You're on X too.
Yeah, Twitter X. I still call it Twitter, but I'm all over. I'm all over X. I'm all over Twitter, YouTube. Yeah, but definitely hit me up for sure.
All right, awesome, man. Appreciate you guys, and we'll have a good night.
Thanks, guys.